Chapter 9:17. Kill. As expected, the distant Li Sai seemed to sense Wang Chang's thoughts. Turning his gaze, he gripped the massive sword on his back, his expression hardening. Hiya! Without the slightest hesitation, Li Sai urged his 5,000 Wushang cavalry toward the Celestial Wolf cavalry. Stop! At the same time, in the rear of the army, Hoba Senji suddenly raised an arm when he saw the change in the distance. He led the 7,000 Mutri great cavalry, dressed in gold and red armor and surging with waves of heat, to a sudden stop. My lord! The Mutri great cavalry officers at Hoba Senji's side were stunned by this sudden order and subconsciously turned to their commanders. Shouldn't the Mutri great cavalry be working with the 8,000 Celestial Wolf cavalry to destroy the Tang people's army? It's too late. The Turks' Celestial Wolf cavalry were one step ahead of us. Hoba Senji's eyes were as bright as the sun as he solemnly looked into the distance. Don't forget that in this battle we went against the royal decree and came here. If our Mutri great cavalry wants to defeat the Tang people, we need no help from others. But the Prime Minister and the other great generals hope that we work together with the Celestial Wolf cavalry to deal with them. One of the Mutri great cavalry deputy commanders next to Hoba Senji said, Does the Celestial Wolf cavalry seem like they need our help? Hoba Senji indifferently said as he looked forward. Several of the deputy commanders of the Mutri great cavalry subconsciously looked into the distance and saw the Celestial Wolf cavalry in front of them. With the Celestial Wolf illusory formation activated, their strength had risen by a great deal. Even from the perspective of the Mutri great cavalry, it was quite astonishing. In terms of momentum, the 8,000 Celestial Wolf cavalry had completely suppressed the Tang dynasty's Wushang cavalry. The deputy commanders of the Mutri great cavalry immediately understood what was going on and felt slightly relieved. Wait until the Celestial Wolf cavalry needs our help. Hoba Senji's crisp voice rang in everyone's ears. Yes, the generals immediately responded loudly. Prime Minister, this Hoba Senji, should we go and urge him? At the same time, on the high hills behind, Huishu Wuzong couldn't help but frown when he saw this scene. He took 2 steps forward and whispered in Daluin Ruozen's ear. Hoba Senji was far too proud, and the Mutri great cavalry was far too proud. At a time like this, Uzin and the Western Turks should be cooperating seamlessly. But Hoba Senji's order for the Mutri great cavalry to stop and watch the battle from the rear had completely destroyed this feeling. This was not a good thing for Uzin's alliance with the Western Turks. Don't worry. Hoba Senji knew what to do. Moreover, Shamshak and the Celestial Wolf cavalry won't like anyone interfering. Daluin Ruozen had an indifferent and relaxed expression on his face. Although Hoba Senji had stopped, he had little effect on the battle. The 3 sides were working together to besiege the Tang dynasty, and no one could change this. But Huishu Wuzong still wanted to try and persuade him, but Daluin Ruozen shot him a glance. Huishu Wuzong subconsciously turned his head and followed Daluin Ruozen's gaze. Nearby, he saw Dewusili, his head held high and his expression indifferent, standing beneath the Golden Wolf banner, his hands held behind his back and a proud expression on his face. In his daze, Huishu Wuzong suddenly realized something and fell silent. Daluin Ruozen was correct. Dewusili and his Celestial Wolf cavalry were the 3 best cavalry forces of the Western Turkic Khaganate, and in terms of military record, Dewusili had even defeated the biting Protector General. Given his abilities, he had to be extremely confident in himself. So how could he allow others to interfere and help the Celestial Wolf cavalry? It's about time. Huishu Huaitsong's heart jolted, and he immediately turned his head. In the distance, he saw a golden wolf howling in the sky as the Celestial Wolf illusory formation of the Western Turkic Celestial Wolf cavalry covered the heavens and earth as they charged toward the 5,000 Wushang cavalry with an unstoppable momentum. The distance between the two sides was closing. In front of the mighty celestial wolf cavalry, the 5,000 Wushang cavalry were like a tiny boat in the middle of a furious storm, ready to be torn apart at any moment. Celestial wolf, the Wushang cavalry. The battle between these two elite cavalry forces had attracted everyone's attention. Wang Chong, Daluan Ruozin, Dawusili, and countless other soldiers of the Tang dynasty, the Uzin, and the Western Turks were all paying close attention to this clash of elite warriors. 200 zhang, 100 zhang, 70 zhang. The distance between the two sides was closing, and when it was only 50 zhang, roar! In the blink of an eye, everyone heard an earth-shattering roar. 10 charges, 10 victories, open! Boom! With a heaven-shaking rumble, the ground quaked. Without any hesitation, Li Sai took out the 10 charges, 10 victories formation, a surging energy containing boundless, baleful energy and killing intent soared into the sky. In a flash, the energy exuded by the 5,000 Wushang cavalry increased tenfold. Whether it was in terms of strength, speed, or dexterity, all of them had swelled. Not only that, an invisible energy began to rise from the bodies of the 5,000 Wushang cavalry. Space began to blur as 1, 2, 3, for 49 phantoms appeared above the Wushang cavalry. In the blink of an eye, these illusory shadows materialized into 49 giant golden spears. The 5,000 Wushang cavalry had been training day after day for several months, and the 10 charges, 10 victories formation was far more powerful than it had been in the past. Not only had the number of golden spears increased from 10 to 49, but the effect on the Wushang cavalry had also greatly increased. Rumble! Thunderous booms came from the sky as dark clouds began to gather above the 5,000 Wushang cavalry, casting down their shadows and shrouding the 5,000 Wushang cavalry. On the ground, the auras of Li Sai and the others also began to swell. In just a few moments, they had reached a level where they could stand on equal footing with the 8,000 celestial wolf cavalry. Not only that, the aura of the 5,000 Wushang cavalry was still rising, surpassing the celestial wolf cavalry to an astonishing level. And this was not the end. In the distance, beneath the fluttering banner of the Qishi commander, Wang Chong had been paying close attention to Li Sai's movements this entire time. The moment Li Sai used the 10 charges, 10 victories formation, Li Sai had the white hoof shadow connect with its master's mind, and the horse suddenly raised its hoof and stomped down. Rumble! There was a metallic clatter as 3 black and red war halos with peerless sharpness shot out from where Wang Chong was standing, swiftly engulfing the entire battlefield. In a flash, the power of these halos had caught up to the distant 5,000 Wushang cavalry, and one halo of dusk stallion after another appeared beneath the feet of the Wushang cavalry. The already powerful Wushang cavalry were bolstered by the power of Wang Chong's halos, and their strength swelled once more, their energy completely incomparable to before. The dark clouds in the sky grew even thicker and more ferocious. Buzz! Hidden in the celestial wolf illusory formation, Shamshak paled at this sight. This is impossible. Shamshak's pupils constricted and his body trembled as he lost his composure for the first time. This Wushang cavalry was completely different from the information he had gathered. At the very least, Uzin's Qinghai soldiers and white braves were not this powerful. Get ready to fight at any moment. Shamshak was not the only one who was shocked. Huba Senji, 5,000 zhang away, was also shocked. The moment Li Sai used the 10 charges, 10 victories formation, Huba Senji's body trembled, and he sat up straight on his horse. As he stared at the distant Wushang cavalry, his eyes exploded with a sharp light and his expression turned grave. The transformation of the Wushang cavalry had completely surpassed his expectations. He had originally believed that the celestial wolf cavalry of the Western Turks could easily defeat the Tang dynasty, but it now appeared that everything was full of variables and that things were no longer so simple. Whether or not the celestial wolf cavalry could defeat the Wushang cavalry was still a question. Impossible, since when did the Central Plains have such a powerful formation? On the distant hills, the Uzin and Western Turkic commanders stared at the dark clouds over the Wushang cavalry and felt a massive shock. The celestial wolf great general Dewussili, standing beneath the banner of the Western Turkic commander, was especially shaken, his entire body trembling in unprecedented shock. Formation phenomena. According to the legends, when a formation fused with the energy of the world, it could cause the heavens and earth to respond. This phenomenon would not cover a very large area and would not last for very long, but it meant that the formation was extremely powerful. Dewussili had only heard of this sort of formation from the shaman priests of the previous generation of the Western Turks, but this sort of formation was only a legend. Dewussili had traversed the world and encountered all sorts of experts, so he knew all the famous experts of the Tang dynasty like the back of his hand. Even the formation used by the Tang dynasty's war god Wangjongsi had been a hair's breadth from reaching this level of formation phenomena, and when he used it, all sorts of phenomena were on the verge of appearing. Apart from Wangjongsi, no one else could reach this level of formation phenomena. It was rumored that when one comprehended the celestial wolf illusory formation and used it to its peak, one could also cause formation phenomena. But Dewussili had made no progress after all these years, nor had he been able to figure out how to improve it. He had never imagined that in the distant foreign land of Talas, in the body of a boy of the Tang dynasty called Wang Chong, he would see the ultimate power of this formation. Chapter 918. No matter what, I have to find a way to get this thing. In a place where no one could see, Dewussili's fists were tightly clenched, an intense ambition in his heart. In the distance, as Li Sai and his 5,000 Wushang cavalry pushed the 10 charges 10 victories formation to its limits, the most crucial moment had arrived. Kaiyil! Awu! Ah! Ah! Not only did Shamshak not retreat in the face of the Wushang cavalry's formation phenomena, he was even more determined to kill them. Although Li Sai's 10 charges 10 victories formation seemed extremely powerful, the Western Turks' celestial wolf illusory formation was no slouch. He was confident that he could lead the celestial wolf cavalry behind him to destroy the Tang dynasty's Wushang cavalry as he had destroyed his enemies in the past. Nay, war horses neighed. In an instant, dust billowed from the ground as the 16,000 celestial wolf cavalry clashed with the black steel cavalry without any fanciful movements. Rumble! The entire eastern battlefield shook and swayed, the earth rocking like a deck in the ocean. At that moment, the collision of two of the world's finest cavalry seemed to tear the earth apart. The sound of the collision drowned out all the fighting on the battlefield, including the rumble of ballista bolts and the clatter of metal. Buzz! After what seemed like an instant, but also like countless eons, everything returned to normal. Gales howled, war horses neighed, and dust rose tensamjiang into the air, filling the air like a sandstorm. In the midst of the roiling dust, the golden wolf head above the celestial wolf cavalry was the first to vanish, but the formation had not been broken. The number of golden spears above the Wushang cavalry had dropped from 49 to 23. However, the intensity of the battle between the two sides did not decrease. Instead, it increased by a level. On the battlefield, the 8,000 celestial wolf cavalry and the 5,000 Wushang cavalry clashed against each other. Swords clashed against swords. Armors clashed against armors. Stellar energy vibrated against stellar energy. In a short period of time, all sorts of noises could be heard. The explosions of stellar energy, the scraping sounds of metal, the slashing sounds. There were thousands upon thousands of them, enough for anyone to clearly distinguish them, and it would even cause an intense piercing pain in their eardrums. The heavy muffled sound of the war horses colliding with each other was enough to make everyone's heart palpitate. They felt a fear and uneasiness that came from the depths of their souls. The war between 13,000 people was even more intense and vast than the war between 100,000 people. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the roiling dust, cold light flashed and war horses neighed. One of the Wushang horsemen gripped his invincible Wuzi steel sword and charged at a celestial wolf horseman. But as his sword slashed down, the savage celestial wolf horseman twisted and vanished like a bubble. Illusion. The Wushang horseman immediately understood, but it was too late. Clang! A powerful force came from behind him, and the moment the Wushang horseman lost his grip, a strange Turkic sword slashed at his back. Die. The horseman had a savage expression on his face. The celestial wolf illusory formation could distinguish between real and fake. If one could not distinguish the real target, it would be extremely fatal in a battle like this. Countless foes had fallen to the swords of the celestial wolf cavalry because of their illusions. The celestial wolf cavalry had relied on this strange illusion ability to defeat one powerful foe after another and create their own legends. However, when the long sword swung down, it was a weapon that could easily split an excellent weapon in half. This time, however, it felt as if the long sword had collided with a tough iron wall. Not only did it fail to slice through the other party's armor, but it was also repelled by a powerful force. How could something like this happen? An intense shock appeared on the celestial wolf horseman's face. The celestial wolf cavalry was one of the 3 legendary cavalry forces of the Western Turkic Khaganate. Their armor, weapons, and horses were all of the best quality. There had never been a case where one could not cleave through the armor of an opponent. Humph! A sneer came from the side. Even though the 2 horsemen did not speak the same language, there were some things that could be understood without words. Clang! Sparks flew as the Wushang horseman swung his sword to cut off the sharp spikes on the armor of the celestial wolf cavalryman. But when his sword reached his arm, he suddenly felt a powerful resistance. The sharp Wuzi steel sword only managed to cut through half of the armor, causing blood to spurt out. But it did not succeed in cutting off his arm. What a powerful armor! With this thought, the sword-wielding Wushang horseman understood what was going on. The armor of the celestial wolf cavalry might not be as strong as the meteoric metal armor, but it was still far superior to ordinary armor. Even the sharpness of the Wuzi steel sword would find it very difficult to cleave the celestial wolf cavalry armor in 2. Gallop! The warhorse rumbled, stirring up billowing smoke and dust. In that short moment of contact, the 2 of them immediately intersected and separated into 2. Cavalry never stopped fighting. All battles of life and death took place in that brief moment. But even so, the battle was not over. Just as that celestial wolf cavalryman managed to escape death, another Wushang cavalryman galloped forward, his sword rising and falling. In a flash of cold light, the cavalryman's arm fell to the ground with a thud. This strike was extremely precise, landing exactly where the first Wushang cavalryman had struck. The 2 seemed to be one. Aya! As the celestial wolf horseman screamed in pain, a 3rd Wushang horseman charged up from the rear. With a slash of his sword, blood spurted out as the celestial wolf horseman's head was separated from his body, and he fell from his horse. The entire process had taken less than a second. Of the 3 Wushang cavalry, 2 had slashed at the head while 1 had slashed at the neck. Their timing and teamwork had reached the pinnacle of perfection. By the time the other celestial wolf cavalry had reacted, the celestial wolf cavalryman had already been beheaded, his headless body dragged into the distance by his warhorse. But the battle was far from over. Clang, clang, clang. One Wushang cavalryman after another continued to clash with the celestial wolf cavalry. The weapons and armor of the Wushang cavalry far surpassed that of the celestial wolf cavalry, and the 10 charges, 10 battles formation had also allowed them to suppress the celestial wolf cavalry. But the massive number of illusions of the celestial wolf cavalry was still effective. 16,000 real and fake Celestial Wolf cavalry far outnumbered the Wushang cavalry. Most frightening of all was that even though some of the illusions had been destroyed in the fierce clash, the Celestial Wolf illusory formation was still producing new illusions, albeit at a much slower rate. Boom, boom, boom. The Western Turkic Celestial Wolf blades slashed down from all sides. Even though the powerful defense of the meteoric metal had reduced the power of the Celestial Wolf blades to the bare minimum, preventing the Celestial Wolf blades from falling to the blades, the stellar energy within them still managed to pierce through the armor. Squelch! One of the Wushang cavalrymen trembled and vomited blood. In the next moment, stimulated by the fresh blood, 7 to 8 giant green wolves howled and pounced from all directions. One of the wolves even bared its teeth and leaped into the air, its body even more muscular than an adult man's as it leaped onto the back of its horse. Beast! The Wushang cavalryman extended his meteoric metal armor into the wolf's mouth and then chopped off its massive head. Even in the moment of its death, the wolf was still baring its fangs, its face vicious as it bit down on the Wushang cavalryman's arm. And with this delay, even more Celestial Wolf cavalry were charging in from all directions. Clang, clang, clang. Boom, boom, boom. One Celestial Wolf cavalry after another fiercely clashed with the Wushang cavalry, the elite cavalry of the two continents constantly clashing and clashing. The power of the two formations was also fiercely clashing, and the intensity of the battle was far greater than anyone had imagined. There was no question that this was the most difficult battle the Wushang cavalry had ever fought. The illusions of the Celestial Wolf cavalry had a massive effect on the Wushang cavalry. At every moment, there were Wushang cavalry that were distracted by the illusions of the Celestial Wolf cavalry, losing the initiative and falling behind. But the Wushang cavalry still displayed their formidable fighting power. The moment any Celestial Wolf cavalry was discovered, countless Wushang cavalry would immediately charge forward. In these circumstances, even with their illusions, the Celestial Wolf cavalry could not gain much of an advantage. Marquis, what do we do? Will General Li Sai and the Wushang cavalry be in danger? In the distance, Xue Qianjun watched the fierce battle with deep concern in his eyes. There were quite a few around him who shared the same concern. This battle was far more terrifying than anyone had imagined. In previous battles, the Wushang cavalry had been virtually invincible and unstoppable. No one had ever seen a battle last for so long. Furthermore, the most worrying thing was that the battle between the two armies of cavalry had stirred up a storm of dust. As far as the eye could see, there was billowing smoke and dust everywhere, rising dozens of feet into the air. Furthermore, the howling winds on the battlefield had also affected the dust to the extreme. Chapter 919. Don't panic. Wang Chang's voice was flat and indifferent, but it was imbued with a calming strength. His eyes were unperturbed as he looked forward. Believe in General Li Sai and the Wushang cavalry. There is no force on this continent stronger than them. With their invincible woozy steel swords, their tough meteorite armor, the 3 layers of the halo of Dusk Stallion, and the 10 charges, 10 victories formation at its peak, the Wushang cavalry had reached an unprecedented level in both offense, defense, and dexterity. It was very unlikely that there would be an existence on this continent stronger than the Wushang cavalry. At the very least, it could not be the Celestial Wolf cavalry. The moment Wang Chong spoke, the area around the massive banner became much quieter and more composed. "My lord, should we go and help? Shamshak's situation doesn't seem very good." The Western Turkic generals on the distant hills were also watching this battle with unease. One of Dewussali's deputy generals took a few steps forward, a worried look on his face as he saw the churning dust. "There's no need to worry. I believe in Shamshak's abilities. The Celestial Wolf cavalry will not lose to anyone," Dewussali confidently said. The Wushang cavalry's formation phenomena truly were formidable, but Dewussali believed in Shamshak's abilities even more. This trust was based on his past accomplishments. No matter how powerful a cavalry formation was, In the end, it was still a contest between people. Although the enemy's formation was formidable, it had a massive and irreparable flaw. It only had a single commander at the peak of the imperial martial realm. As long as the imperial martial Wushang commander was killed, the formation would collapse on its own. Shamshak, it's time for you to go. Dewusili held his hands behind his back and looked into the distance, a sharp light in his eyes. In the distance, the battle between the Wushang cavalry and the Celestial Wolf cavalry had reached a fever pitch. Everyone, charge with me! Li Sai wielded his massive Wuzi steel sword as he charged through the battlefield, his rough and resounding voice like a peal of thunder, serving as a guide for all the Wushang cavalry. The 5,000 Wushang cavalry were divided into several dozen hundred-man teams that followed behind Li Sai. In front of Li Sai's mountainous body, there was almost no one who could block his edge. Every time that iconic giant sword struck, slashed, or whipped, a Celestial Wolf cavalry would be sent flying along with their horses. Some of the Celestial Wolf cavalry were even cut in two by Li Sai. Not even the finest Celestial Wolf armor of the Western Turks could withstand a full-strength blow from Li Sai. When Wang Chong forged Li Sai's sword, he had used several June of Hyderabad ore. Whether in weight or sharpness, it surpassed other Wuzi steel swords. Combined with Li Sai's strength, he was the only one capable of killing the Celestial Wolf cavalry with a single blow. As for the Celestial Wolf illusions, Li Sai had used the most primitive method. Roar! Li Sai raised his head to the sky and roared. Stellar energy surged from his body, sweeping out in all directions. All the illusions of the Celestial Wolf cavalry were shaken by the stellar energy and disappeared like bubbles, leaving behind only the real Celestial Wolf cavalry. Through this simple tactic, Li Sai was able to inflict grievous casualties on all the Celestial Wolf cavalry. Li Sai's intense battle style was shocking even to the seasoned Celestial Wolf cavalry, making them shudder with fear. Kill him! Roars came from all around as hundreds of Western Turkic Celestial Wolf cavalry surged forward. Even though Li Sai appeared fierce, the Celestial Wolf cavalry had the absolute advantage in numbers. Perfect timing! Li Sai's eyes were filled with disdain as his aura surged. He urged the Fergana horse beneath him, kicking up a trail of dust as he charged towards the Celestial Wolf cavalry without any hesitation. Boom! Li Sai's sword swept down like a mountain toward the Celestial Wolf cavalry. The Celestial Wolf cavalry were on a completely different level from the Imperial Marshal Li Sai. No matter how many Celestial Wolf cavalry there were, they were no match for Li Sai. Buzz! Just as Li Sai was about to kill the 5 or 6 Celestial Wolf cavalry around him, something happened without any warning. Li Sai's body trembled as an intense sense of danger welled up in his heart. At almost the same time, a low and sinister voice rang out in Li Sai's ears like the buzz of a mosquito. Haha, I'll borrow your head. Although this voice was low, it was extremely clear, and it was tinged with the complacency of someone who had succeeded in their scheme. Boom! His voice hadn't even finished echoing in the air when a violent gale sprang up, and a storm of destructive energy that had been hidden for an unknown period of time suddenly appeared out of thin air within Li Sai's perception. Moreover, it struck toward Li Sai with the force of a thunderbolt. Li Sai couldn't see it, but he could hear the clattering of metal, the sound of a blade cutting through the air, causing Li Sai's body to tremble. Not good. I've been ambushed. Li Sai grimaced. He hadn't been able to sense this person's presence earlier. It was clear that this person had been intentionally concealing his aura, only revealing it now. Even more frightening was that this person had far surpassed the Imperial Martial realm. This was a Saint Martial expert, and a brigadier general at that. A thought flashed through Li Sai's mind. Li Sai immediately recalled the commander of the Celestial Wolf cavalry, but it was too late for him to react. In order to kill him, this person had disguised himself as an ordinary Celestial Wolf cavalry and had only revealed himself now. It was clear that he had no intention of giving Li Sai a chance to retaliate. Huang Batian. Kong Zongan. Hong Yochi. Li Sai yelled. At the same time, the stellar energy in his body exploded as he did the only thing he could do. Skanda's strength. Li Sai spread his arms, his back to Shamshak. His entire body seemed to swell, and under the influence of an invisible energy, all the Wushang cavalry within a 50 zhang radius of Li Sai began to gather their energy into Li Sai's body. Under the shocked gazes of the countless celestial wolf cavalrymen, light gathered behind Li Sai. In the blink of an eye, a pitch-black divine spirit appeared, fusing with Li Sai's body. Bang! Behind Li Sai, the black halo beneath Shamshak's feet vibrated. He gathered all the energy in his body and fiercely slashed at Li Sai's back. With a heaven-shaking boom, Li Sai and his horse were sent flying by Shamshak. Still in the air, Li Sai vomited a mouthful of blood. Boom! Li Sai landed in a cloud of dust. Although Shamshak had put all his strength into this attack, he had not been able to kill Li Sai. How could there be such a thing? Shamshak's pupils constricted and his entire body paled. With his cultivation level, dealing with a peak imperial martial expert was as easy as flipping his hand. But Shamshak had not expected that this commander of the Wushang cavalry would be able to instantly explode in strength, directly breaking through from the imperial martial realm to the saint martial realm. Not only that, the armor on his body was made of some unknown material. His treasured sword could cut through hair and metal like it was metal, but when it struck the armor on his back, it didn't even leave a mark. Even with Shamshak's temperament and cultivation level, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Cutting formation. On the other side, Li Sai did not stop. Shamshak's sneak attack had dealt him massive damage. If not for the armor that Wang Chong had given him, which was made of pure meteoric metal and was imbued with a large number of toughening inscriptions that reduced the damage to a minimum and the halo of Dusk Stallion, Li Sai would already be dead. Bang! Without the slightest hesitation, the moment Li Sai gave the order, the 5,000 Wushang cavalry split into 50 groups of 100 and scattered in every direction. Where do you think you're going? Shamshak paled and immediately urged his horse to give chase. All soldiers, hear my order. Stop them. Although he didn't know what the Wushang cavalry were doing or why they had suddenly scattered, his long experience still made Shamshak instinctively feel that something was wrong. He paid no attention to the other Wushang cavalry, instead following closely behind Li Sai's group. But the current Li Sai was completely different from before. Bang! The woozy steel sword in Li Sai's hand slashed out horizontally, and Nei's horse neighed. 2 or 3 celestial wolf cavalry and their horses were sent flying by Li Sai like broken kites. Before their bodies even hit the ground, a fierce and tyrannical stellar energy, brimming with destructive and scorching energy, had already slammed into their bodies. Before these celestial wolf cavalry could even hit the ground, they had already been killed in the air. The Skanda Halo. At this moment, Li Sai finally used the supreme technique that Wang Chong had taught him. When the calamity had erupted, Wang Chong, as the apocalyptic war saint, had led the 10 generals under his command into a rampage. The Skanda Halo was the unique technique of Wang Chong's #1 general. The Skanda Halo was somewhat similar to the Death God Scythe, but it was much more powerful than the Death God Scythe that Wang Chong had used in the southwest. Only by learning the Skanda Halo and possessing the power of the Skanda could one use the Skanda formation and borrow the power of others to greatly increase one's own strength. This was somewhat similar to the mighty miracle God formation used by Wang Chong's father, but it was far less powerful. When the Battle of Talas broke out, Wang Chong had spent 2 months preparing in Wushang's City of Steel. During these 2 months, Li Sai had cultivated the Skanda Halo. Chapter 920. Lord Protector General, do you need me to go? As the Wushang cavalry and the Celestial Wolf cavalry battled, a dignified voice came from Wang Chong's ear, accompanied by the galloping of hooves. Vice Protector General Cheng Qianli of the Anqi Protectorate Army had walked over to stand next to Wang Chong and look into the distance. This battle between elite cavalry had attracted the attention of many people, including the soldiers of the Anqi Protectorate Army. The commander under de Wusely should be called Shamshak. I have some understanding of him, and he should be a brigadier general. That commander of yours is probably no match for him. If necessary, I can go and help your Wushang cavalry. General Cheng, many thanks. Wang Chong finally turned his head and smiled, but the rejection in his eyes was clear. But there's no need. The battle has already begun, and it's too late to rush over. And I believe in Li Sai's strength. No one can kill him in this battle. In a battle between experts, every second counted. Qianli knew nothing about the Wushang cavalry, nor did he understand the tactics of the Wushang cavalry. But Wang Chong knew that this battle was about to reach a conclusion. Moreover, the Arab assault on the first defense line was extremely fierce. Wang Chong needed a brigadier general like Chang Qianli to hold down the fort and reinforce the first defense line. As for Li Sai, Wang Chong had absolute confidence in this future, invincible, great general. No matter what, as one of the best great generals of the Tang dynasty, he should not die in a battle of this level. Shui Qianjun, go and get ready. Wang Chong quickly turned his gaze back to the front. Yes, Marquis. Shui Qianjun quickly withdrew. In the distance, the battle between Li Sai and Shamshak had finally reached its climax. Rumble. The sound of hooves thundering could be heard, kicking up a cloud of dust. Shamshak's order quickly took effect. Thousands of Celestial Wolf cavalry closed in from all directions, constantly squeezing the Wushang cavalry space and blocking their path of attack. However, Shamshak had underestimated the strength of the Wushang cavalry. The 10 charges, 10 victories formation was the crystallization of countless people's blood, sweat, and tears. It was one of the 10 most powerful formations in the entire Central Plains, and it was a peak-level formation for charging war horses. Not only had it considered the needs of an army's charge, but it had also taken into account the battlefield and the battles between top generals. All unexpected situations were integrated into the formation. No matter what the opponent did, the formation would have a corresponding response. Shamask stubbornly pursued Li Sai, constantly getting closer and closer, hoping to use this method to avoid any potential dangers. But against the cutting formation, this was of no use. In the distance, the 5,000 Wushang cavalry did not charge as far as they usually did. After around 50 zhang, all the Wushang cavalry immediately charged back at full speed. The 5,000 Wushang cavalry retracted their iron claws and charged at Shamshak at Li Sai's side. At the same time, the auras of Li Sai, Huang Batian, Kong Xian, Hong Youqi, and the other 100 great generals fused into one, transforming into an enormous black Skanda Buddha. After charging several hundred zhang, it suddenly charged back at Shamshak. Kill! Li Sai roared, and the entire sky seemed to explode. As Shamshak got closer and closer, Li Sai, in a way that defied all common sense and was completely unaffected by inertia, turned around at the same speed as Shamshak. Mountain and river reincarnation slash. Li Sai dragged his sword with both hands, becoming one with his steed as he soared into the air. He spun around, mustering all the strength in his body to slash at Shamshak behind him. Rumble. A black storm surged into the sky, and within it, a beam of sword chi shot straight up, stretching more than 200 zhang into the air as it slashed down. Under the effect of the Skanda halo, Li Sai had gathered the strength of the others to unleash his most powerful technique, the mountain and river reincarnation slash. It was completely different from before, and its power was incredible. Stone General fights the heavens. At almost the same time, the earth quaked. To Li Sai's right, Huang Batian had unhesitatingly used the most powerful technique of the Stone General. The earth split open, and countless boulders flew out. As if summoned, they gathered toward Huang Batian, instantly transforming into a 34-meter-long stone arm that smashed toward Shamshak with the weight of Mount Tai. Earth-shaking dragon! Cloud wave, ghost weep. At the same time, Kong Xian, Hongyochi, and the others also used their most powerful techniques, man and horse becoming one as they charged at Shamask amidst the neighing of horses. Bastard! Shamshak's pupils constricted, and his entire body exploded with rage. He hadn't expected Li Sai to be so bold. He clearly knew that he was a Saint Martial Brigadier General, far stronger than him, and was clearly injured, but he still dared to turn around and oppose him. You're seeking death. Celestial Wolf, Ghost Dragon Art. Without the slightest hesitation, Shamshak used the strongest technique of his life. BZZZ. The earth quaked as black energy exploded from Shamshak's body. With a shrill howl, the black energy from Shamshak's body transformed into the head of a massive black wolf with savage fangs. Boom! The wolf head split open, revealing an even larger ghost dragon wreathed in black smoke that shot toward Li Sai, Huang Batian, and Kong Xian. The celestial wolf, ghost dragon art. This was a supreme technique that only the vice commanders of the celestial wolf cavalry could learn. It had been created several hundred years ago by the most mysterious shaman priests of the Western Turkic Khaganate. After obtaining this technique, Shamshak had devoted himself to studying it. He had already cultivated it to the highest level, the ghost dragon piercing the wolf, allowing him to receive the support of the world's energy. By relying on this technique, Shamshak had killed many formidable foes. Li Sai was only a peak imperial martial expert. Even if he borrowed the power of the Skanda to reach tier 4 or 5 of the Saint Martial realm, he was still nothing to worry about. But as Shamshak was concentrating all his energy on killing Li Sai, Huang Batian, and Kong Xian, he seemed to hear the thundering of hooves. It wasn't just one or two, but tens of thousands of people charging at him. Shamshak's heart thumped and he glanced around. This glance immediately caused Shamshak to pale in fright. This is impossible. Shamshak had believed that his order could disrupt the tactics of the Wushan cavalry, but he now realized that he was wrong. The Wushan cavalry had been completely unaffected by his order to stop them. The 5,000 cavalry had returned, forming 50 long ropes that were charging at him, and he was the center of these 5,000 cavalry's assault. Shamshak wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Li Sai and the others had suddenly turned around and charged at him precisely to attract his attention. Moreover, once the ultimate technique of the celestial wolf, ghost dragon, was used, it couldn't be withdrawn. Kill! Battle cries shook the heavens as the 5,000 Wushan cavalry charged toward a single person like a river flowing in reverse. Translated by Hypersheep 325, edited by Mike here. Using the power of an army to kill a single person on the battlefield was something that had never happened before. Although this could be done in theory, in reality, the difficulty was unimaginably high, bordering on impossible. This was the first time anyone had ever seen cavalry accomplish such an impossible task. Boom! In a flash of light, the first wave of several hundred Wushan cavalry was sent flying back, slamming into the enormous ghost dragon. The horses neighed, and even time seemed to stop. Under the barrage of several hundred Wushan cavalry, the enormous ghost dragon rapidly dimmed. However, this was only the beginning. Following closely behind, the second wave, the third wave, the fourth wave. They continued to charge forward, and the intense collisions were as dense as rain, resounding throughout the entire battlefield. At the same time, Li Sai, Huang Batian, and Kong Xian attacked with their strongest techniques. No one could clearly see what had happened in that instant. The rolling yellow sand reached its peak as the 5,000 warhorses charged back. It was boiling and completely covered the sky, as well as everyone's vision. In that instant, everyone heard an earth-shattering roar, followed by a shrill scream. "General! Milord!" Behind the second defense line on the distant hills on the walls of Talas, and even farther away, Everyone noticed this sight, their hearts in their throats. Duwusali, Daluan Ruozin, Dusong Mengpoj, Huishu Wizong, Chung Qianli, and even the usually indifferent Wang Chong imperceptibly creased his sword-like brows. Although he had been maintaining his composure and believed that it was impossible for Li Sai to die here, how could he not be affected in the slightest at such a critical juncture of life and death? Bang! The dust over the battlefield had not yet settled, so the outcome of this battle was still unknown. But everyone could see that the invisible barrier enveloping the 8,000 celestial wolf cavalry had completely vanished. On the ground, the illusory figures of the celestial wolf cavalry covering the entire battlefield suddenly became clear. At this moment, at least 7,000 or 8,000 celestial wolf cavalry phantoms had disappeared. All of the celestial wolf cavalry had been revealed, scattered in various places. Kill! Don't let him get away! Over there! The familiar voices of the Tang dynasty came from the distance, accompanied by the galloping of hooves. The Tang dynasty camp exploded with cheers. Even though the dust obscured the details of the battle, the destruction of the celestial wolf illusory formation was enough to show that the great Tang had emerged victorious. Chapter 9:21. Congratulations to user. You have obtained 30 points of destiny energy. Congratulations to user. You have obtained 30 points of destiny energy. Congratulations to user. You have obtained 30 points of destiny energy. Congratulations to user. You have obtained 30 points of destiny energy. Congratulations to user. You have obtained 30 points of destiny energy. The warnings of the Stone of Destiny surged through his mind like a waterfall. 600, 800, 1,000, 2,000. In a short period of time, Wang Chong had obtained destiny energy as a reward, and the number was still rising. In this clash of top-class cavalry, Wang Chong obtained 30 points of destiny energy for each fallen celestial wolf cavalry member. The stalemate had finally come to reap the harvest. Li Sai activated the Skanda Halo and used the cutting formation to heavily wound Shamshak and destroy the formation of the celestial wolf cavalry. Without the support of the formation, the celestial wolf cavalry, whether it was speed, strength, or dexterity, were all greatly reduced. The celestial wolf cavalry of this level of strength simply could not compare to the Wushang cavalry. Under the pursuit of the 5,000 Wushang cavalry, the celestial wolf cavalry were immediately routed, and they suffered massive casualties. Squelch, squelch! The high efficiency and tacit cooperation of the Wushang cavalry were fully displayed at this moment. The Wushang cavalry, under the support of the halo of Dusk Stallion, continued to pursue their invincible Wuzi steel swords, slashing at one spot after another. Blood spurted as one celestial wolf cavalry after another fell to the hooves of the horses. At the very front of the celestial wolf cavalry was a figure, his hands hanging by his sides and his body bent over the back of his horse. He was fleeing like a wolf. It was Shamshak. His face was pale, and his eyes were suffused with deep fear. If one looked carefully, one would discover that under the charge of Li Sai's Skanda Halo and the 5,000 Wushang cavalry, Shamshak's aura had fallen from the brigadier general level all the way to the imperial marshal realm, all the way to tier 7 or 8. He was even weaker than Li Sai. One could imagine Shamshak's situation. In Shamshak's entire life, he had never encountered such a crushing defeat. He wasn't defeated by Li Sai, nor was he defeated by Kong Xian or Hong Youqi. He was defeated by 5,000 people. In the past, Shamshak didn't even dare to think about it. He no longer dared to look back. It was already a fluke that he was able to escape with his life. It was thanks to his quick reflexes that he managed to forcefully interrupt the celestial wolf demon god technique despite the backlash. In the current situation, as long as Li Sai and the others caught up and attacked, Shamshak would definitely die. That's impossible, that's impossible. How could there be such a formation in this world? Shamshak was terrified and uneasy. That strike had completely crushed his confidence. That bizarre 5,000-man battle formation had plunged Shamshak into a huge nightmare. But the crushing defeat of the Celestial Wolf Cavalry had a far greater impact and shock on another person than Shamshak or anyone else. Although he had not taken part in the battle, this battle had completely represented him, represented his honor, and represented the entire Western Turkic Khaganate. Bastard! On the high hills, Dewussili was dumbstruck by this sight, his body trembling in rage. The Celestial Wolf Cavalry were one of the 3 elite cavalry forces of the Khaganate, and they had never suffered a defeat before. Dewussili found it impossible to believe that his Celestial Wolf Cavalry would lose to the Tang dynasty. Shamshak, you useless thing! You couldn't even kill a puny imperial martial expert. Dewussili clenched his fists, his eyes exploding with rage. Checkenbenba, go down and tell Shamshak that if he can't defeat the Wushan cavalry, he shouldn't come back. Dewussili coldly said, Yes, General. The moment Dewussili gave the order, a Western Turkic officer at Tier 6 or 7 of the Saint Martial realm immediately left to carry out the order. A few moments later, he rode off on a war horse, leaving a cloud of dust behind him. On the side, Hwashu Wazong and Dusong Mangpoj couldn't help but glance at Dewussili, a hint of surprise in their eyes. The Celestial Wolf Cavalry had suffered a crushing defeat, and Shamshak had been heavily injured. The 2 of them had believed that Dewussili would personally enter the fray, or at least summon the Celestial Wolf Cavalry back. They had never imagined that Dewussili would not do such a thing, and would instead give the order to fight to the death. For the first time, the 2 of them sensed the tough side of the Celestial Wolf Great General, and they also understood why he had been able to sweep through the Western Turkic steppe, sweeping through all obstacles and rarely suffering defeat. Only Dalu and Ruozin remained calm on the side. Long before they had begun working together, Dalu and Ruozin had thoroughly investigated and understood Dewussili. This Dewussili was the true Dewussili. Prime Minister, should I send an order to Hwaba Senji? There's no need. He's already moved out. Dalu and Ruozin looked forward, a faint smile on his face. Rumble. The moment Shamask and the Celestial Wolf Cavalry were defeated, the Mutri Great Cavalry that had been watching from the edge of Dalu and Ruozin's field of vision finally began to charge toward the Wushan Cavalry. In Hwaba Senji's view, the moment the Celestial Wolf Cavalry were defeated, they had lost the right to challenge the Wushan Cavalry. Everyone, hear my order. Kill. Charge. The wind was howling. Hwaba Senji sat on his tall divine chariot and leaned forward slightly. His eyes were filled with a strong desire to fight. Behind him, the 7,000 Mutri Great Cavalry followed, closely behind him in a mighty wave of heat and dust. Uzin and the Tang dynasty, the Mutri Great Cavalry, and the Wushan Cavalry. This decisive battle that had been decided by fate should have taken place long ago. Rumble. The 7,000 Mutri Great Cavalry charged in unison, their aura even more powerful than the 8,000 Celestial Wolf Cavalry. At this moment, the eyes of all 7,000 people shot out sparks of hatred, as well as an intense desire to fight. Get ready. At the same time, on the other side, Li Sai, Huang Batian, Kong Xian, and the other Wushan cavalry commanders immediately sensed the 7,000 Mutri Great Cavalry. Without the slightest hesitation, Li Sai gave the order to recall his troops. The Mutri Great Cavalry. Li Sai's eyes narrowed as he looked at the cavalrymen charging over from afar. They were like balls of fire burning in the air. He immediately recognized them. The Mutri Great Cavalry, the strongest cavalry of the Uzin Empire, the only cavalry to be crowned with the title of Great Cavalry. The word great signified that they were the undisputed number 1. Although Li Sai had never encountered the Mutri Great Cavalry, Li Sai had fought with Uzin's white braves. All the Wushan cavalry knew just how powerful Dian Mangban's white braves were. At the time, the two sides had been locked in a fierce battle and had almost been completely wiped out by the ritual tools of the Bond sect. The Mutri Great Cavalry ranked even higher than the White Braves in Uzin, and if the White Braves were so powerful, then the Mutri Great Cavalry was even more powerful. Everyone get ready. Arrow formation. Li Sai's voice resounded over the battlefield. All the Wushang cavalry swiftly gathered, and the 10 charges, 10 victories formation began to vibrate once more. 1 spear, 2 spears, 3 spears. For spears, a total of 49 golden spears took shape over the Wushang cavalry, and a fierce and murderous aura surged out of them like a storm. The Skanda halo could only last for an hour. After that, Li Sai's cultivation would fall back to the imperial martial realm. Li Sai had to hurry and defeat the Mutri Great Cavalry and Celestial Wolf Cavalry so that the tens of thousands of Chishi reinforcements behind him wouldn't be routed by these 2 top-class cavalry forces. Rumble. Under the light of the rising sun, the earth trembled as the 7,000 Mutri Great Cavalry charged forward faster and faster. Great Crimson Sun Formation. Without the slightest hesitation, Hoba instantly unleashed the Mutri Great Cavalry's most powerful technique. In an instant, an invisible power pierced through the air and enveloped the 7,000 Mutri Great Cavalry. Under the gazes of countless people, waves of invisible flame energy gathered from the rising sun and condensed in the air above the 7,000 Mutri Great Cavalry. These streams of fire were tangible and tangible, instantly transforming into a massive ball of fire that engulfed all the Mutri Great Cavalry. From a distance, it looked like a moving sun had appeared over the earth, rapidly approaching. Cries of alarm came from all over the battlefield. Everyone who saw this sight dumbfounded. Even the distant Celestial Wolf Great General, Du Sili, revealed a hint of shock. Very few people had not heard of the Mutri Great Cavalry, but this force of cavalry had never left the royal capital of the Uzin Empire, so almost no one in the world had ever experienced their true power. When Hoba Senji's Great Crimson Sun Formation appeared, all the Mutri Great Cavalry were shrouded in a dazzling light that made it impossible to open one's eyes. This was a power completely different from the Western Turks' Celestial Wolf Illusory Formation. It was tyrannical, blazing, and powerful. Damn it! I can't open my eyes at all. Li Sai, what do we do now? Huang Batian shouted from the side. Even his imperial martial cultivation had been affected, and he couldn't even open his eyes, much less distinguish between the Mutri Great Cavalry, let alone the others. The situation was extremely unfavorable for them. That's right. The light around them is too intense. If we can't see them, we won't be able to attack them. Kong Xian's voice came from the side, tinged with worry. Chapter 922. Ready. Everyone listen to my orders. The Uzin's formation is similar to the Western Turks, only affecting our eyes, not our strength. In a little while, listen to my whistle. No matter how many people there are, charge straight ahead. If your eyes are affected, close your eyes and use your ears to listen. A look of determination flashed through Li Sai's eyes as he clenched his teeth and made up his mind. When enemies met on a narrow path, only the courageous would emerge victorious. The Tang dynasty had no path of retreat. If not even the Wushang cavalry could stop the Uzin Mutri Great Cavalry, then if they were allowed to smoothly charge through, it would be a disaster for the entire Tang dynasty army. Li Sai had no other choice but to fight. Rumble. War horses rumbled. On the ground, 2 groups of cavalry charged at each other, constantly approaching each other. My lord, what do we do? Should we join in? Work with the Mutri Great Cavalry to deal with the Tang dynasty? In the distance, a group of Celestial Wolf Cavalry had stopped and turned to their leader. With the help of the Mutri Great Cavalry, the Celestial Wolf Cavalry had obtained a rare moment to catch their breath and seize the opportunity. If the Celestial Wolf cavalry turned around and worked with the Mutri Great Cavalry, they would definitely be able to defeat the Tang people. No. The eyes of the deputy commander of the Celestial Wolf cavalry flashed, but he quickly shook his head and refused without the slightest hesitation. The Uzin's formation halo doesn't just affect the Tang people, it affects us as well. After all, we're different from the Uzin, and we're using a different formation. If we force our way in, not only will we be of no help, we might even end up fighting the Uzin, because we won't be able to tell the target apart. At the start, he had been rather confused as to why the Uzin had stopped and watched from the sidelines, but now he understood. It wasn't that they were unwilling to help, but that their formation was too special. The energy of this formation was too domineering and incompatible with the Celestial Wolf illusory formation, making it impossible for the two to work together. Whoosh! Putting aside the hesitation of the Celestial Wolf cavalry, the clear and melodious roar of a dragon resounded in the distance, drawing everyone's attention. Li Sai took the lead. Guided by the whistle, he led the thousands of Wushang cavalry toward the Mutri Great Cavalry like a blazing sun with an unstoppable momentum. Of the entire Wushang cavalry, the only one who wasn't affected by the light of the Great Scarlet Sun formation was Li Sai, who had borrowed the power of the Skanda to advance to the Saint Martial realm. 10 meters, 8 meters, 5 meters at this moment. Even time seemed to slow down. Boom! No one could see the situation on the battlefield clearly. The great red sun formation of Uzin's army was too dazzling. Everyone could only see an army of thousands colliding with a dazzling, huge sun on the ground. In that instant, the heavens shook and the earth trembled. The force of the collision was so great that even the second line of defense in the distance trembled slightly. In the chaos, countless war horses neighed in fright. Meanwhile, the heat waves from the battle between the two top-notch cavalrymen spread out to a radius of several thousand zhang. Within this region, all of the vegetation on the ground was scorched. Even the war horses of the Uzin and Western Turks neighed, their eyes wide as they fled. Thud, thud, thud. After a short period of silence, everyone heard a continuous series of collisions that were as dense as rain. Countless war horses collided violently in the dazzling sunlight, constantly weaving in and out of the way. Everyone keep up. Don't get separated. Close your eyes and follow Lord General's whistle. Maintain the formation. Kill. The fierce battlefield was in complete chaos. The power of the Great Scarlet Sun formation of the Mutri Great Cavalry was on full display by borrowing the power of the sunlight. Although more than half of the battlefield was blinded by the blinding light, the Mutri Great Cavalry within the Great Scarlet Sun formation were not affected in the slightest. Boom, boom, boom. Massive and long scimitars were constantly raised, leaving black afterimages in the air as they accurately hacked at the bodies of the Wushang cavalry. The weapons of the Mutri Great Cavalry were completely different from those of the ordinary Uzin cavalry. Although they were both scimitars, these scimitars were on a completely different level in terms of size, sharpness, and weight. Every strike of this gigantic scarlet scimitar was incomparably heavy and weighed more than 10,000 caddies. Even more frightening was that each slash of these scimitars carried a scorching energy that could burn meridians through the scimitars and into the enemy's body. Not even the white braves could endure this burning energy. This was one of the reasons why the Mutri Great Cavalry had become the strongest cavalry force of the Uzin Empire. Boom, boom, boom. Again and again, the sounds of collisions rang out from the void and resounded throughout the entire battlefield. Careful! There's something strange about their scimitars. Ah, what tough armor! General, our woozy steel, swords can't cut through their armor. Ah! The Mutri Great Cavalry were not only difficult to deal with because of the scorching energy on their scimitars, but also because of their golden red armor. The woozy steel swords that the Wushang cavalry were equipped with were so sharp that they could even cut through steel several feet thick. The Celestial Wolf cavalry were made of the finest steel materials and were imbued with a large number of toughening runes. But a single swing of the Wuzi steel swords could still cut through half their armor. But this time, the Mutri Great Cavalry were completely different. The sharp Wuzi steel swords could only leave shallow indentations of about half an inch. This was completely different from the previous battles. The armor of the Mutri Great Cavalry was much sturdier than he had imagined. I didn't think that Prime Minister would be able to forge such powerful equipment on the Uzun Plateau. On the distant hills, Duusili narrowed his eyes and suddenly spoke. Although the Uzun's great scarlet sun formation was dazzling, it didn't have much of an effect on a top-class general like Duusili. What surprised Duusili the most was the armor the Uzun were wearing. Duusili's Celestial Wolf Cavalry had already clashed with the Tang dynasty, so Duusili had a deep understanding of how sharp their weapons were. General is too kind. It's just a few sets of armor, not worth mentioning. Daluin Ruozin faintly smiled, offering no explanation. For this war, Daluin Ruozin had made far more preparations than anyone had imagined. The Wuzi steel swords were made of Hyderabad or from the distant Sindhu. They were incomparably sharp and could cut through metal like mud, displaying their terrifying might in the War of the Southwest. Since Daluin Ruozin was prepared to use Wang Chong, how could he not have included the Wuzi steel swords in his calculations? The Uzun Plateau was barren and lacking in resources. In this aspect, it could not compare to the Tang dynasty. Even so, the Uzun Plateau had an advantage that no one else could compare to. In the long history of the Uzun Plateau, a large number of meteorites had fallen from the sky, landing in various parts of the Uzun Plateau. For a very long time, no one had ever paid any attention to the meteoric metal that had fallen from the sky, and no one had ever excavated it. Only when Daluin Ruozin had ordered that all the meteoric metals scattered across the plateau be gathered up. The meteorites on the Uzun Plateau might not have been as much as Wang Chong's cousin Wang Liang, but it was more than enough to equip a force of 7,000 Mutri Great Cavalry. Daluin Ruozin had expended a great deal of energy to fuse the meteoric metal into the armor of the Mutri Great Cavalry and reforge them to achieve this result. This was a surprise to Duusili's Celestial Wolf Cavalry, but to Daluin Ruozin, it was within his expectations. Rumble! In the distance, with a heaven-shaking roar, two groups of cavalry charged forward. This decisive battle between top-class cavalry had finally come to a conclusion. The 10 charges, 10 victories formation that the Tang dynasty had summoned shuddered violently. The 49 golden spears above the army had been halved, leaving only 20-some spears. The dark clouds in the sky had also vanished, but the Mutri Great Cavalry was not in a good state either. The dazzling red light around the 7,000 Mutri Great Cavalry had been halved. Although it was still dazzling, it was no longer as dazzling. In this battle, both sides were actually evenly matched. Not only were the formations of both sides not broken, but the number of casualties was also extremely few. Li Sai, how do we fight now? On the other end of the battlefield, Huang Batian turned and shouted. In this battle, the several thousand Wushang cavalry had adopted the arrow formation and successfully pierced through the Mutri Great Cavalry. The meteorite metal armor that Wang Chong had equipped them with had played an important role. Just like how the Wuzi steel swords were ineffective against the Mutri Great Cavalry, the Mutri Great Cavalry's attacks were similarly incapable of breaking through their meteorite metal armor. The situation isn't good. Their stellar energy contains a scorching flame energy. We have to find a way to break their core. Kong Xian shouted. This was not the first time they had fought against the elite Uzun cavalry, so they were no stranger to the scorching flame energy that the Mutri Great Cavalry had sent into their bodies. This was no ordinary stellar energy, but the result of using other artifacts. At the Triangular Gap, the White Braves, led by Dian Mangpoj, had used a similar method. Don't worry about that for now. Let's charge a few more times and break their formation. Their weapons and armor aren't as strong as ours. With each charge, their armor will be damaged a little. As long as we keep charging, we'll be able to defeat them. Chapter 9:23. The Mutri Great Cavalry were much stronger and more valiant than the White Braves and Celestial Wolf Cavalry, but the Wushang Great Cavalry were no longer the same. If the Wushang Great Cavalry had had their current equipment and weapons at the Battle of the Triangular Gap, they would have been able to deal with the Uzin White Braves without so much trouble, not even with the heart of the Great Bon. Buzz! Following Li Sai's order, the 5,000 Wushang Great Cavalry turned around and charged back at the Mutri Great Cavalry, leaving a trail of dust in their wake. But this time, with their backs to the sun, the feeling was completely different. Although the 7,000 Mutri Great Cavalry were still covered in dazzling red light, they were no longer so blinded that they couldn't even open their eyes. Moreover, with their backs to the sun, each Mutri Great Cavalry could be clearly seen in the red light. Bang! All the Wushang Great Cavalry were invigorated by this sight, and they let out heaven-shaking cheers. Kail! Kill! Armor clattering and horses neighing, the thousands of Wushang Great Cavalry turned around and once more charged at the 7,000 Mutri Great Cavalry. Kill them! At the same time within the formation, Hoba Senji's eyes were bloodshot, and a vicious glint shone in his eyes. With a roar, he led all of the Mutri Great Cavalry toward Li Sai and the others. In the clash, just now, Hoba Senji had already gotten a feel for the strength of the Wushang Great Cavalry. The Great Tang Cavalry was indeed ferocious, but they were not invincible. Everyone, hear my order. Gather the army. Work with the Uzin Great Cavalry and kill them. At the same time, in a place that no one was paying attention to, Chekin Benba unsheathed his sword and pointed it at the sky. The weakening of the Great Scarlet Sun formation of the Mutri Great Cavalry had not only given the Wushang Great Cavalry a chance, but also gave the defeated Celestial Wolf Cavalry a chance to join forces with the Mutri Great Cavalry. The Tang Dynasty Cavalry were far too powerful. If one had not seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed that the Tang Dynasty, a kingdom of infantry, would have possessed such powerful cavalry. The nomadic Western Turks and the Uzin Empire were incapable of defeating them. In this situation, working together was the best course of action. Rumble! Countless Celestial Wolf cavalry gathered and charged at the Wushang cavalry under Chekin Benba's order. A chaotic battle had begun. Pass on my order. Carry out the plan. While this three-way melee of top-class cavalry had attracted everyone's attention, behind the second defense line, Wang Chong slowly drew back his gaze and waved his arm, issuing an order. There was no way to determine the outcome of the battle between the top three cavalry forces in a short period of time, and now was the time to carry out his plan. Boom! The earth-shattering sound of war drums, with a unique metallic texture, suddenly rang out on the eastern battlefield. The sudden sound of the war drum quickly attracted the attention of all parties. On a hill in the distance, Dalu and Ruozin stood under the white yak war banner of the Ngari royal lineage and looked over almost instinctively. Mounted on the white hoof shadow, Wang Chong faced Dalu and Ruozin across more than half the battlefield, a meaningful smile on his lips. Wang, seeing the smile at the corner of Wang Chong's mouth, Dalu and Ruozin's eyelids twitched violently, and a bad feeling arose in his heart. He had fought with Wang Chong many times in the southwest, so he had a deep understanding of this 17 or 18-year-old youth. He would never do something without rhyme or reason, much less speak without thinking. However, Dalu and Ruozin still didn't understand what went wrong. What did Wang Chong's smile mean? Attack! Wang Chong paid no attention to Dalu and Ruozin, his woozy steel sword swinging down at the tens of thousands of Uzin and Turkic cavalry. In the next moment, the earth cracked and the mountains collapsed. The tens of thousands of soldiers stationed behind the second line of defense suddenly took the initiative to charge forward. It was to the extent where even the ballista army, led by Su Kei, took the initiative to leave the steel defensive line. Under the protection of a group of heavily armored shield soldiers, they advanced towards the eastern battlefield at full speed. Pang! Pang! The ballista bolts boomed over the battlefield, and wave after wave of black ballista bolts left a trail of death in the air as they shot toward Uzun and the Turkic cavalry. Squish, 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 squish. Kill! The countless mercenaries of the western regions charged forward like tigers descending a mountain, brandishing their sabers, spears, swords, and halberds. And this was not the only change on the battlefield. 1,000 zhang from the second defense line, Sun Jiming, Zhuang Zhengping, Qi Weisi, Gao Feng, Nian, and the others had originally been leading the tens of thousands of soldiers on the battlefield, but they had unwittingly distributed themselves to the eastern, central, and western sides. However, the moment the earth-shattering sound of the war drums rang out, a sudden change occurred. The group of people seemed to have received some sort of signal and began to move in unison. Marquis sent the signal, "Hurry!" Haha, Daluan Ruozhen still fell for it. He still can't beat Marquis. Hurry! Don't delay Marquis's operation. Lord Li Sai has already completed his mission. It's our turn now. Their eyes were bright and their spirits were roused. Daluan Ruozhen believed that he had a deep understanding of Marquis, but alas, Marquis was far more formidable than Daluan Ruozhen had imagined. In terms of strategy and tactics, Daluan Ruozhen had always been on a different level from Marquis. Rumble. On the eastern, central, and western sides of the battlefield, the great Tang armies began to spread out. If one looked down from the sky, one would see that these three armies were converging, forming a massive arc that split the more than 100,000 Uzun and Turkic cavalry in two. The tens of thousands of Chishi reinforcements behind the second defense line had formed a massive trap, surrounding the 50 to 60,000 Uzun and Turkic cavalry. An army of nearly 100,000 against 50 to 60,000 Uzun and Turkic cavalry, and with the threat of the ballista army, one could easily imagine the fate of this divided army. Not good. On the hill, Daluan Ruozhen paled at the sight. All of these changes happened too quickly, too quickly. He had divided Wang Chang's 40,000 cavalry into three areas, and Daluan Ruozhen had completely suppressed them. In Daluan Ruozhen's plan, he would soon be able to defeat them one by one. But now Daluan Ruozhen suddenly realized that these three groups of cavalry had not been forced apart by his army at all. From the start of the battle until now, they had been consciously dividing themselves into these three areas. Pass on my order. All the front wings withdraw. Pass on my order to the left, right, and rear wings to attack. Do everything in your power to tear apart the Tang people's blockade. Tell Huoba Senji to abandon the Wushan cavalry and advance at full speed to scatter the three Tang dynasty armies. In a few short moments, Daluan Ruozhen had issued several orders. The winds howled over the hills, causing Daluan Ruozhen's robe and hair to flutter in the wind. Daluan Ruozhen looked forward, and though he appeared calm, there was a hint of anxiety in the depths of his eyes. Daluan Ruozhen had been famous for many years, and he had not felt the slightest ripple in his heart when fighting against a veteran like Zhangqiu Jinqiu. But when facing Wang Chong, Daluan Ruozhen had to focus and put all his strength into it. Wang Chong's art of war was completely different from that of any other general of this era. His tactics were unconstrained and unconstrained, impossible to follow. The Celestial Wolf Cavalry, the Wushan Cavalry, and the Mutri Great Cavalry were three of the strongest cavalry forces in the world. They should have been the main characters of this battle, the crux to victory. But in Wang Chong's case, they had become bait to draw the attention of the army. As for the battle between the Uzun, the Western Turks, and the Tang dynasty cavalry, they had become the true main characters. A second ago, Daluan Ruozhen had the absolute advantage. But a moment later, the situation had reversed. His army of more than 100,000 had been cut in two, and his 50 to 60,000 soldiers were at an absolute disadvantage. facing the fate of complete annihilation. This sort of thing could only happen when facing Wang Chong. Rumble. Following Daluan Ruozen's order, the entire army began to move. In the eastern part of the battlefield, the Celestial Wolf Cavalry, the Wushan Cavalry, and the Mutri Great Cavalry were engaged in a fierce battle. But upon hearing Daluan Ruozen's order, Hoba Senji only hesitated for a moment before charging forward. "Everyone, hear my order! Ignore the Wushan Cavalry and follow me!" The armor of the Wushan Cavalry was far too tough and covered in toughening inscriptions. Its defensive capabilities were so great that the weapons of the Mutri Great Cavalry were incapable of cutting through it. This battle would not end in a short time. Moreover, there was still a chance in the decisive battle with the Wushan Cavalry, but if the army was routed, there would be no chance at all. "Hiya!" Hoba Senji roared and immediately led the thousands of Mutri Great Cavalry to charge into the distance like a ball of raging fire. "Great General has ordered us to go as well." At almost the same time, Chechen Benba received Dewusili's order. Dewusili and Daluan Ruozen, these two great generals, were bound together in glory and bound together in defeat. If the army collapsed and suffered too many casualties, there would be no point in fighting this war. The 40,000-some Western Turkic cavalry would not be able to accomplish anything. Moreover, many of the 50,000 to 60,000 trap soldiers were Western Turkic cavalry. Gallop! It took only a few moments for Chechen Benba and his several thousand Celestial Wolf cavalry to leave a trail of dust in their wake. In such a short time, 2 cavalry forces had abandoned their opponents. This would have been unimaginable on the battlefield, but it was happening right now. Chapter 924. General, Marquis has succeeded. Cheers of joy resounded through the battlefield as the Celestial Wolf Cavalry and Mutri Great Cavalry received their orders and galloped toward the distant battlefield. Kong Xian couldn't contain his joy, his face brimming with excitement. The Marquis would not easily act, but when he did, it was the moment that decided the outcome of the battle. Just by looking at the anxious expressions on the faces of the Celestial Wolf Cavalry and the Mutri Great Cavalry, it was clear that their lord's plan had worked. Li Sai nodded. Only he had a rough idea of Wang Chong's plan. The others knew nothing at all. Now that the plan was complete, it was time for the Wushan Cavalry to retreat. "Everyone, hear my order. Immediately retreat. Stop the Celestial Wolf Cavalry and Mutri Great Cavalry. Don't let them ruin Marquis' plan." A harsh light flashed through Li Sai's eyes. Without the slightest hesitation, he took the lead and chased after the 2 groups of cavalry. "Let's go!" Huang Batian, Kong Xian, and the others followed closely behind, kicking up a cloud of dust as they galloped forward. The 3 halos of Dusk Stallion moved with incredible speed. The Celestial Wolf Cavalry had only traveled a short distance when the galloping of hooves could be heard. Li Sai was already leading the Wushan Cavalry in pursuit. "Stop them!" Up ahead, Chechen Benba quickly turned the Celestial Wolf Cavalry around. The several thousand Celestial Wolf Cavalry turned and charged toward Li Sai's group. But this time, Chechen Benba had miscalculated. Li Sai charged at full speed, and when he was several dozen zhang away, he made a sharp turn. Completely unaffected by inertia, he drew a massive arc across the earth and left the Celestial Wolf Cavalry in the dust. In the entire world, only the Wushan Cavalry could do such a thing. Boom! Before Chechen Benba's group could catch up, the several thousand Wushan Cavalry had already left them in the dust, galloping toward the Mutri Great Cavalry. Damn it! After them! Chechen Benba was furious. Shamshak's strength had been greatly reduced. With his cultivation at the Imperial Martial Realm, it was simply impossible for him to use the Celestial Wolf illusory formation, while Chechen Benba was not even a brigadier general. In these circumstances, it was simply impossible for him to catch up to the 3 layers of the halo of Dusk Stallion and the 10 charges, 10 victories formation of the Wushan Cavalry. Nay, almost at the same time that Che Kuenbenba and the others were left behind by Wushang's cavalry on a distant hill. Before Dalu and Ruozin and the others could react, a war horse suddenly neighed, and a figure as imposing as a mountain leaped into the sky. Like a bolt of silk, it crossed over a distance of more than 10 zhang, landed on the ground outside the hill, and headed towards the entire battlefield. Duwusili! Recognizing that figure, Dalu and Ruozin could not help but frown. Prime Minister, what should we do? Duwusili has already moved out. This is completely at odds with our original plan. Huishu, Huaitsong rode forward 2 paces on his horse and looked ahead, a voice in his ear. Let him do as he pleases, Dalu and Ruozin said after a few moments of silence. In his plan, the Imperial Great General would only move out at the last moment. It was not that Dalu and Ruozin was being cautious, but that the Imperial Great General had an extraordinary status. If one side moved out, the other side would inevitably do the same, ultimately leading to a battle between 2 Imperial Great Generals. Not only would this not be of much help to the battle, it would also affect many ordinary soldiers and increase the number of casualties on both sides. Thus, in a major battle, an Imperial Great General would not easily move out unless absolutely necessary. But the situation was urgent, so it was understandable that Duwusili could not sit still. Huishu Wizong, Dusong Mangpoj, the 2 of you should go as well to avoid any accidents, Daluin Ruozin said. Behind him, Huishu Wizong and Dusong Mangpoj grunted in agreement. The 2 of them clamped their horses' bellies, and with a shrill neigh, they shot out of the hills and charged toward the battlefield, like dragons emerging from the sea. At this moment, the entire battlefield began to tremble. Duwusili, Huishu Wizong, and Dusong Mangpoj had unleashed a storm of energy that instantly attracted the attention of everyone on the battlefield, including the distant Abu Muslim. The Uzin and the Western Turks have moved out, so it's about time for us to move out. Pass on my order. All soldiers attack. Abu Muslim's hands pressed against the armrests of his throne as he slowly stood up from a golden throne in the rear of the army, an intense desire to fight exploding from his body. Rumble. At almost the same time, a powerful energy appeared on the high walls of the distant city of Talaz and also exploded with fighting intent. As countless Arabs watched, a slender figure wielding a sword in both hands and clad in black heavy armor stood like a god in the southeast corner of the city of Talaz, his deep eyes erupting with a light more dazzling than the sun. At this moment, the tens of thousands of Arab soldiers on the battlefield seemed to pale in comparison to this enormous energy, like fireflies before the bright moon. Gao Xinji, Abu Muslim's body trembled, and his body, which had been preparing to step forward, suddenly came to a stop. After more than 2 months of fierce battle, Abu Muslim was already very familiar with this commander of the Anqi Protectorate Army. This was the first person of the Tang dynasty that he had ever admired. Even though they were enemies, Abu Muslim still respected this commander of the Anqi Protectorate Army, whether it was in terms of strength or willpower. Lord Governor, a muscular Arab general, stared at the governor of iron and blood, waiting for his decision. Inform Ziad and have him take command. All soldiers continue the attack, Abu Muslim said as he sat down. He had clashed with Gao Xinji more than once, and it was impossible to determine a victor in a short period of time. Moreover, although he seemed to have the upper hand on the battlefield, Abu Muslim had never been able to do anything to Gao Xinji. If Gao Xinji took the field, there would be no need to continue this battle between great generals, because there was no meaning to it. Duwusili. Meanwhile, on the eastern battlefield, behind the second defense line, Wang Chong and his white-hoofed shadow watched as the celestial wolf great general Duwusili charged forward, like a storm. With a faint smile, Wang Chong urged his horse forward. The celestial wolf great general. This was one of the best great generals of the Western Turkic Khaganate. Although Wang Chong had never met him before, he had heard many legends about him. The celestial wolf great general was one of the formidable foes around the Tang dynasty. Even his martial arts and fighting style had been analyzed in the apocalyptic era, used as material for Wang Chong's promotion to war saint. I'm really looking forward to it. Wang Chong smiled as he continued to push forward. To his left and right, Su Kai and his ballista army were rapidly advancing. Volley after volley of arrows blotted out the sky. Wang Chong's strategy was quickly showing its effects. The encircled Uzin and Western Turkic cavalry were thrown into chaos, and the more than 100,000 Chishi reinforcements were rapidly killing the Uzin and Turkic cavalry. Swish, swish, swish. Wherever the ballista bolts passed, thousands of Uzin and Western Turkic cavalry would fall to the ground, their blood pooling and the air becoming a bloody mist. Broken weapons and halberds littered the ground. In the distance, the Wushang cavalry led by Li Sai were also actively blocking the Mutri Great Cavalry. Li Sai did not directly attack the Mutri Great Cavalry, instead relying on the 3 layers of the halo of Dusk Stallion to reach the center of the battlefield first. Scatter them, Li Sai harshly shouted. Swinging his massive sword, he charged at the dense ranks of Uzin and Western Turkic cavalry, the rest of his army following closely behind him. Kaiyel! Kill! Nay! Countless warhorses neighed as Li Sai led the 5,000 Wushang cavalry in a charge, using their advantage in speed to charge back and forth. Not even the Celestial Wolf cavalry were a match for the Wushang cavalry, much less these ordinary cavalry. Screams and the rumbling of horses toppling to the ground filled the air. In just a few moments, all the Tibetan and Turkic cavalry near the dividing line had been routed. Ah, it's the Wushang cavalry. Let's go. They're too strong. We're no match for them. Get out of the way. Don't block the way. Ah. In the face of the 5,000 Wushang cavalry in the 10 charges, 10 victories formation, the area around the dividing line fell into chaos. All of the cavalry formations were gone. In the face of the powerful attacks of the Wushang cavalry, many of the Uzin and Western Turkic cavalry panicked and wanted to flee, but they were blocked by the endless stream of soldiers behind them. Bastard! These scoundrels are too despicable. At this moment, the most enraged were the Mutri Great Cavalry that had been obstructed by the chaotic army. The Mutri Great Cavalry commanders were fuming. They had been a little slower than the Wushang cavalry, but this little bit had caused the Mutri Great Cavalry to lose the initiative. With at least 5 or 6 armies in front of them, the Mutri Great Cavalry would not be able to break through the encirclement of the Tang dynasty unless they killed the people in front of them. Strike! No matter who it is, kill anyone who gets in our way. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. It was Hoba Senji, who was sitting on his horse, leaning forward. His eyes flickered with a cold light. He had finally spoken at this moment. Bang! His voice was still ringing in everyone's ears when an enormous black silhouette shot forward like a bolt of lightning, slamming into a Western Turkic horseman in front of it. With a massive boom and the neighing of Ney's horse, the Turkic horseman and his horse were thrown 10-some meters into the air. Boom, boom, boom. Without the slightest hesitation, Hoba Senji's stellar energy surged as he and his horse charged forward. In a hail of collisions and screams, Hoba Senji threw another 5 or 6 horsemen in front of him into the air, sending them flying more than 100 feet into the air. Everyone was dumbfounded by this sudden development. Chapter 9:25. Bang! After a momentary silence, the panicked horseman finally realized that Hoba Senji was not joking. He even dared to kill his own people, much less the Western Turks. Everyone's faces were filled with terror as they screamed and fled in all directions. All of you, get out of the way. Anyone who disobeys will be executed. Hoba Senji's callous voice resounded over the sky. As one of the imperial guards of the Uzin Empire, Hoba Senji had a strict command over imperial great generals like Dusong Mangpoj and Hushu Wuzong. Dusong Mangpoj and Hushu Wuzong would never kill their own people, but the imperial guards were different. However, the royal city guards were different. One of the important duties of the royal city guards was to slaughter rebels and deal with the disloyal and ill-intentioned royal warriors. Throughout history, as the four great royal lineages of the Uzun Empire grew stronger, many people had begun to covet the authority of the Tsenpo. In order to protect the Tsenpo and the royal authority, the imperial guards had killed many Uzun people. In this aspect, Hoba Senji was fundamentally different from Dusong Mangpoj and the others. Buzz. Hoba Senji's strategy quickly began to show results. The Uzun and Western Turkic cavalry that had formed an invisible wall in front of the Mutri Great Cavalry began to flee in fear, opening a path for the Mutri Great Cavalry. This Hoba Senji truly is formidable. In the rear, Li Sai swung his sword like the wind, sending an Uzun horseman and his horse flying. He couldn't help but widen his eyes at this sight, finding the situation rather troublesome. This Hoba Senji was far more formidable than he had imagined. His methods seemed callous, but in reality he had only killed a few people. But the effect was immediate. The thousands of soldiers who had fallen into chaos immediately opened up a path for him. "Everyone, follow me." However, in just a moment, a cold light flashed in Li Sai's eyes. His entire body burst forth with an intense desire to fight. He slapped the back of the horse with his left hand and immediately urged the Fergana horse to charge in Hoba Senji's direction. The Skanda halo could still last for a while. With the support of the halo, Li Sai and Hoba Senji could still fight. "Go!" Everyone followed generally. Huang Boshin's furious howl echoed throughout the battlefield. This Wushang village's martial arts fanatic loved martial arts as much as his own life. A fierce and powerful general like Li Sai was exactly what he admired the most. Boom! Huang Batian fiercely punched at the rock erupting from the ground and sent 2 charging Tibetan officers flying. Then he led his subordinates forward. Kong Xian and Hong Yuchi also waved their hands and led their troops forward. The Mutri Great Cavalry was extremely powerful. If they were allowed to charge over, Sun Jiming's group would surely suffer heavy casualties. Other than the Wushang Great Cavalry, no one could deal with them. There's no need. Li Sai, Huang Batian, Kong Xian, the 3 of you withdraw for now. Just as the 3 of them were charging forward, preparing to engage in another battle with the Uzun Great Cavalry, a familiar, calm voice suddenly resounded in their ears. At the same time, everyone heard the clattering of hooves. This clattering was different from everyone else's. It was light yet powerful. It was loose yet rhythmic. Moreover, the interval between the clattering of hooves was very long. Such a long gap meant that the warhorse's strides were extremely long. This was definitely not something an ordinary warhorse could do. Swish! The wind whistled, and a young, determined, and dignified figure, riding on a warhorse with snow-white hooves, galloped past the corner of everyone's eyes, catching up to Li Sai, who was in front of him. "Marquis!" Li Sai, Huang Batian, Kong Xian, and the others' eyebrows shot up as they recognized the figure. "Leave this Hoba Senji to me. The rest of you deal with the others." Wang Chang's nonchalant voice resounded in their ears. Before Li Sai and the others could react, Wang Chong had already shot past them like a bolt of lightning, leaving behind a majestic, resolute, and not particularly muscular figure in their eyes. He charged forward with unstoppable momentum toward the blazing Mutri Great Cavalry. "You're courting death." Hoba Senji's eyes narrowed when he saw that the one charging at him was not Li Sai, but the commander-in-chief of the Chishi Protectorate, Wang Chong. His eyes blazed with killing intent and fighting spirit. It was common knowledge that Wang Chong's greatest strength lay in his military prowess, not his martial arts. For Wang Chong to charge forward at this moment, he had come at the right time. If he could kill Wang Chong, the Tang dynasty would collapse without a fight. Roar! Hoba Senji's eyes turned crimson as he roared and swung his scarlet scimitar, stirring up waves of heat. In an instant, he turned into a blazing fireball and led the Mutri Great Cavalry in a charge at Wang Chong. When all the Mutri Great Cavalry charged together like a giant wave, their momentum covered the heavens and earth, unstoppable and unstoppable. On the other side, Wang Chong drew his woozy steel longsword with a clang and charged at the Mutri Great Cavalry with an unstoppable momentum. Flame Elephant Rainbow. Great yin-yang art. Vast universe art. In the blink of an eye, both Wang Chong and Hoba Senji used their most powerful techniques. The two collided fiercely in the air like two shooting stars. In front of countless eyes, a 10-meter-tall flaming elephant collided heavily with the phantoms of the sun and moon, one yin and one yang. Rumble. An earth-shattering explosion was heard, and a boundless heat wave burst out in all directions. Ah! With an earth-shattering scream, Hoba Senji and the 20 to 30 Mutri, great cavalry soldiers around him, seemed to have run into an invisible and sturdy dam. Under the influence of a powerful force, they were all sent flying in all directions. Boundless flames shot through the air, but Wang Chong's clothes flapped in the wind as he remained unmoved. None of the explosions had been able to harm him in the slightest. Countless pairs of eyes that saw this scene were filled with extreme shock. Even Daluan Ruozen was so shocked that he couldn't speak. In the War of the Southwest, he had only witnessed Wang Chong's military prowess. He had never known that his martial arts had reached such a level that not even a brigadier general like Hoba Senji was a match for him. Kill! A series of earth-shattering battle cries came from his ears. Hoba Senji's defeat had not only failed to force the Mutri Great Cavalry to retreat, but it had also stimulated the killing intent and fighting spirit of this most powerful of the Uzun cavalry. Rumble. Tens of thousands of the Mutri Great Cavalry charged at Wang Chong like a massive wave, waving their scarlet scimitars. This was a battle between several thousand of the strongest cavalry and a single person. No one could simultaneously deal with several thousand top-class cavalry of this level. Even Shak Shak had been knocked out of the Saint Martial realm with a single blow and was running around like a stray dog. But Wang Chong only smiled in the face of this massive wave of Mutri Great Cavalry. Buzz! With a flick of his wrist, Wang Chong caused winds to howl in a radius of 50 zhang around him. All the cavalry in this area neighed in fear as an invisible attractive force swept through the air, taking control of these war horses and forcefully changing their trajectory. Bang! 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 A series of heavy collisions resounded through the battlefield. Before everyone's eyes, before the Mutri Great Cavalry could even get within 50 zhang of Wang Chong, they seemed to be controlled by invisible threads and crashed into each other. The war horses whinnied and collapsed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. In the blink of an eye, the area in front of Wang Chong was littered with corpses of the Mutri Great Cavalry. This scene was so sudden that the Mutri Great Cavalry in the rear were unable to stop in time and crashed into each other with muffled thuds. For a moment, the area 50 zhang in front of Wang Chong was in complete chaos, with almost no Mutri Great Cavalry standing. The great yin-yang heaven creation art, after absorbing all of Wanha Pelo's energy and advancing to Tier 7 of the Saint Martial realm, Wang Chong's control over this supreme art had also deepened. In the entire world, only Wang Chong could control the charge of all the cavalry in a radius of several dozen zhang and manipulate them like toys in the palm of his hand. The battle between one person and several thousand elite cavalry had been resolved by Wang Chong's great yin-yang heaven creation art. Wang Chong was completely calm and composed, not even panting for breath. But even though he had achieved this inconceivable feat, Wang Chong did not strike while the iron was hot and kill the Mutri Great Cavalry. His eyes flashed as he turned in another direction. There, a godlike figure mounted on a divine steed, his body exuding a fiery storm of energy as he shot toward him. Brat, I didn't think you had this kind of ability. But no matter how high your martial arts are, Talas will be your burial ground today." Dewusseli's voice rumbled like thunder, suffused with a lofty and domineering aura. "Nay." Dewusseli's steed neighed and reared up, charging at Wang Chong from several dozen zhang away in an inconceivable manner. In the light of the morning sun, it was impossible to see Dewusseli's face, only the black silhouette of Dewusseli and his steed. Chapter 9:26. Celestial Wolf, Great General Dewusseli. His fighting power was so terrifying that it surpassed biting Protector General and Sishun. Even amongst all the great generals of the world, Dewusseli was considered one of the strongest experts. In his life, he had killed countless experts, and there were few great generals in Talas who could match him. Even Anqi Protector General Gao Xianji would have to fight him with all his might. In the face of Dewusseli's full-strength attack, everyone on the battlefield paled. "Marquis! Careful!" In the rear, Li Sai, Huang Batian, Kong Xian, Hong Youqi, and the others all cried out in alarm. Even farther away, Wang Yan, Wang Fu, Zhang Ke, Cheng Qianli, and Gao Xianji all grimaced. "Not good. Dewusseli isn't Wanha Peiluo. Wang Chong is no match for him." Standing on the high walls of Talas, Gao Xianji's heart sank as he saw this sight. Although Gao Xianji had not interacted much with Celestial Wolf Great General Dewusseli, he was well aware that this was one of the top 3 great generals of the Western Turkic Khaganate, and few people could surpass him. Although Wang Chong appeared to be so powerful that even a brigadier general like Wanha Peiluo was no match, he was still not a great general. There was a fundamental difference between great generals and martial artists below the great general level. Gao Xianji had not expected Wang Chong to attack Dewusseli at a time like this. Even if he wanted to stop him, it was too late. "It's over." Gao Xianji's heart sank. Wang Chong's military prowess was far more outstanding than his martial prowess. This could be seen from how he had discreetly laid down a massive encirclement right in front of Daluan Ruozin, trapping the 60,000 Uzin and Western Turkic cavalry. Wang Chong's military skills were extremely valuable to the Battle of Talas, and they were exactly what everyone needed. If Wang Chong was killed, it would be a huge blow to everyone. Buzz! Just when most of the battlefield's attention was focused on Wang Chong and Dewusseli, and everyone believed that Wang Chong's life was at stake, suddenly everyone heard a burst of laughter. "Dewusseli, it's still too early for you to say that." Boom! There was a massive boom that caused the world to sway. In the distance, Wang Chong stood motionless in the face of the rising sun, his black back exuding a storm of energy that was completely different from his thin and small body. Beneath his feet, massive war halos began to vibrate, resonating with the halos of Li Sai, Huang Batian, Kong Xian, Hong Youqi, and the 5,000 Wushang cavalry. All of these halos showing signs of fusing together. BZZZ! A massive boom resounded in everyone's ears, and in the blink of an eye, a 4-armed, black-armored god more than 40 meters tall rose from the ground, wielding a massive Vajra pestle made of stellar energy that he swung like a storm at Dewusseli. Bang! Dewusseli had put all his strength into this attack, but Wang Chong's pestle had sent him and his horse flying into the air. Boom! He crashed to the ground in a cloud of dust. Boom! Everyone was dumbstruck by this sight. Huishu Wizong, Dusong Mangpoj, and even the distant Daluan Ruozin were dumbstruck. They were no strangers to this supreme art that Wang Chong had used. In the southwest, Wang Chong's father, Wang Yan, had also used the supreme art to stop the hundreds of thousands of soldiers of the Mengshi Yusang army. No one had expected that Wang Chong would use the same supreme art, but the god Wang Chong had summoned was completely different from the one Wang Yan had used. The God King Yama formation. On the walls of the distant city of Talas, Gao Xianji's mind trembled as he stared at that massive 4-armed god, a thought flitting through his mind. The Central Plains had a total of 10 powerful God King formations, including the mighty Miracle God formation and the Vajra God formation that had already appeared in the southwest. The God King Yama formation was one of them. These 10 formations required the strength of everyone, and all of them were supreme arts that were extremely difficult to cultivate. Moreover, because it required a formation diagram, extreme coordination, the nature of the martial art, and all sorts of other harsh conditions, even the most formidable martial artists would find it very difficult to succeed in cultivating them. In terms of might, the God King Yama formation was ranked in the top 4 among the 10 great formations. However, the difficulty and requirements to cultivate it were also extremely high. In fact, it even surpassed the mighty miracle deity formation and the Vajra deity formation. When Gao Xianji had met the Holy Emperor when he had been promoted to General of the Right Imperial Guard, he had also asked about it. The information he had received was that the God King Yama formation and some other formations had been bestowed to some of the founding families in the early days of the current dynasty. Later, these families had declined, and there was no one in their families who was qualified to cultivate formations. Gradually, the formation was lost over the long years. Even the founding families did not know where the formation diagram had gone, let alone the imperial family. In the Tang dynasty, there were even rumors that the formation diagram of the God King Yama formation had rotted and crumbled over the long years. Gao Xianji had never imagined that this legendary lost technique would appear in Wang Chong's hands. What the hell is going on? Gao Xianji muttered to himself. It would be fine if Wang Chong had used his father's mighty miracle god formation, but he had used a completely different God King formation. This was not something that could be explained by a family of ministers and generals. But no matter what, Wang Chong's survival was the most important thing. Lu Shi, take over from me, Gao Xianji suddenly said. Yes, Your Excellency. A respectful voice came from behind him. Gao Xianji did not say much and strode down the tower. In the distance, in the center of the eastern battlefield, the battle between Wang Chong and Dewussili had shocked everyone. This was especially true for the massive, four-armed, black-armored celestial god. Everyone who saw it was dumbfounded and their minds were shaken. Under the feet of this gigantic, heavenly god Yama, all of the cavalrymen were as tiny as ants. Nay, the war horses neighed as if they had been given a huge fright. The charging Mutri great cavalry retreated in panic, their eyes filled with terror. Amidst the neigh, one of the Mutri great cavalry lost control of his horse and crashed into the God King Yama. Rumble! There was a flash of black light, and a huge foot stomped down from the sky. The Mutri great cavalry and his horse were instantly crushed into a bloody pulp. Even the indestructible armor forged from meteoric metal could not withstand the terrifying power of the God King Yama, and it was twisted and deformed by a single stomp. God King Yama really did it. At this moment, Wang Chong and his horse floated in the air. Rings of light vibrated and rotated around his body, resonating with the tens of thousands of Wushang cavalry's halos around him. There was another powerful and majestic power that contained the power of heaven and earth. With him as the center, it permeated the entire God King Yama. At this moment, Wang Chong was the God King Yama. The God King Yama was him. For the first time in this world, Wang Chong was using the power of an imperial great general. The God King Yama, even though this God King Yama was not complete. When the calamity of the Central Plains had descended, all martial arts had been gathered in one place. Otherwise, Wang Chong would never have been able to see the long-lost God King Yama formation. The formation diagram had been damaged at the time, and even though those seniors and countless martial arts experts had tried to patch it up, including Wang Chong himself, in the end, the God King Yama formation had only been restored to 60 to 70% of its original power. Wang Chong had chosen this damaged God King formation for a very simple reason. Although this incomplete Empyrean God Yama formation only had 60 to 70% of its power, compared to the mighty miracle deity formation and the Vajra deity formation, which required tens of thousands of people to use and required a high level of familiarity and practice over a long period of time. This simplified version of the Empyrean God-Yama formation had much lower requirements. It only required 4,000 to 5,000 people to use, and the time required was also greatly reduced. Of the 10 God King formation diagrams, this was the one most suitable for Wang Chong to learn in time for the Battle of Talas. Bastard. On the other side, a cold and furious voice came from the ground. The celestial wolf Great General de Wusely landed 10 samjang away from Wang Chong, his face extremely gloomy. Wang Chong's pestle had been a powerful blow, but de Wusely appeared to be completely unharmed. But even so, that pestle had ignited de Wusely's rage. I truly underestimated you. I didn't think that you would also know a God King formation. Killing intent surged in de Wusely's eyes as he gripped the black halberd in his right hand, his knuckles crackling. But even so, you will still die. As he spoke, an azure stream of energy surged out of de Wusely's body and into the sky. Stellar energy condensed above de Wusely's head, transforming into 7 stars. The centermost star was shockingly the celestial wolf star. The moment these 7 stars appeared, the cape on de Wusely's back flapped in the wind, and his aura suddenly swelled, becoming incomparably powerful. Awoo! Chapter 928. Cloud movement in all directions. Heavenly wolf swallows the stars. De Wusely calmly sat on his horse and instantly attacked with his halberd. Rumble. Light and shadows intertwined in the void as clouds gathered in all directions. As de Wusely's halberd moved, it carried boundless destructive energy and shot towards Wang Chong like a bolt of lightning. In that instant, the void trembled as the shrill howl of a wolf resounded. De Wusely's halberd transformed into a gigantic wolf, head the size of a mountain. As it howled, it carried a torrent of destructive energy and ruthlessly smashed towards Wang Chong. In the face of this powerful attack from de Wusely, everyone couldn't help but feel as insignificant as ants. It was as if they were facing a gigantic mountain that pierced through the sky. This kind of feeling was enough to make every cavalry on the battlefield tremble in fear from the depths of their souls. It was as if they were ants facing the gods. Boom! Just as everyone was filled with fear, de Wusely had already become one with his horse. Like a flood dragon, he soared into the sky above everyone's heads and charged towards Wang Chong with lightning speed. Good timing! When Wang Chong saw this scene, he didn't dodge. Instead, his 4 steel-like giant arms converged and swept up 4 torrents of energy that blasted towards de Wusely from 4 different directions. Wherever the giant iron fist of the heavenly god passed, the air blurred. Even time and space distorted as black traces appeared. Under Wang Chong's control, this giant heavenly god Yama didn't seem clumsy at all. Instead, it was agile and nimble. Every single strand of energy within the giant heavenly god's body was controlled by Wang Chong with great precision. Without terrifying control and mental strength, it was impossible to achieve this. Boom! Under the shocked gazes of countless people, de Wusely became one with his horse and collided heavily with the heavenly god Yama that Wang Chong had transformed into. Kacha! An earth-shattering sound rang out. In that instant, even the sky seemed to have split open. Endless waves of energy swept out in all directions. Panicked shouts could be heard as some nearby Tibetan and Turkic horsemen were tossed into the air along with their horses by the fierce winds, tumbling through the air like fallen leaves. When the others saw this scene, their faces were filled with fear, and they all retreated. A battle between great generals was no trifling matter. Carelessly getting caught up in it would only result in death. In the sky, the battle between de Wusely and Wang Chong was still going on. Bang, bang, bang. Under countless, incredulous gazes, de Wusely rode on his warhorse. His 4 hooves did not touch the ground at all. He repeatedly turned around in the sky, attacking Wang Chong without stopping. Every time his body was about to fall, there would always be an invisible force that pulled his body up, so that Duwusilly could always attack Wang Cheng repeatedly. It was as if there was an invisible chain that linked him to the god King Yama that Wang Cheng had transformed into. The Celestial Wolf's divine procession. This was one of the 3 supreme divine arts of the Western Turkic Khaganate. It was rumored that it had been created by a legendary Turkic shaman. When this supreme art was used to its peak, one could be like Duwusilly, soaring into the air with their horse. Their hooves did not even need to touch the ground, as if they could fly. Too powerful. He can actually fly. How could this be? This is the strength of a top-class great general of the Western Turkic Khaganate. The abilities Duwusilly displayed left Li Sai, Huang Batian, Kongxian, Han Youqi, and all the other generals of the Tang dynasty deeply stunned. They had heard that Duwusilly was the Celestial Wolf, great general of the Western Turks, ranked 3rd in the Western Turkic Khaganate, and had even defeated in Sishan. But only now did they understand just how terrifying his strength was. It was like the laws of space didn't exist at all. This sort of terrifying fighting power was enough to make even great generals of the same level feel the aura of death. At this moment, everyone suddenly understood why even someone as powerful as Biting Protector General in Sishan had lost to him. He might not have the intelligence and schemes of Dalu and Ruozin, but his fighting power was enough to disregard many of them. This was a formidable existence who could rely on his own strength to alter the course of an entire battlefield. Boom! 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 Explosions resounded in everyone's ears. Only by truly facing him would one be able to sense just how powerful Duwusilly's pressure was. Duwusilly and Wang Cheng's god King Yama were of different sizes, but the result of this battle was that Wang Cheng's god King Yama was being forced back again and again. The Celestial Wolf, great general truly, is powerful. Wang Cheng was using all his skills to fiercely battle with Duwusilly. Duwusilly's strength was something that even the elders of the Tang dynasty had praised and deeply acknowledged. In terms of pure strength, he was probably even more formidable than the Big Dipper, great general Geshu Han. He was publicly acknowledged as one of the top-class great generals of the continent. There were very few great generals who could stand on equal footing with him, but Wang Cheng showed no fear in this battle. On the contrary, he was extremely excited. To personally exchange blows with the Celestial Wolf, great General Duwusilly, was something that Wang Cheng had never even dared to dream of in his last life, nor had he ever had the chance to do so. To any martial artist who had survived the calamity, exchanging blows with such a dangerous great general was something to be deeply proud of. Duwusilly's fighting style was fierce, swift, straightforward, and lethal. Each move exuded the aura of a fatal blow. There were only a handful of people on the battlefield who could stop the Celestial Wolf great general. This was also why Wang Cheng had personally come to stop Duwusilly. Boom, boom, boom. Wang Cheng did not use any of his supreme techniques, nor did he use the great yin-yang art or the vast heaven-earth art. Instead, he used the techniques and theories he had learned in his last life to deal with Duwusilly. 70% of the god King Yama's strength was only enough to push Wang Cheng from Saint Martial Tier 7 to the level of a low-level great general. There was still a considerable gap between him and a veteran great general like Duwusilly. But Wang Cheng's moves were simple and ingenious, each of them perfectly nullifying Duwusilly's earth-shattering strength and techniques. Before Duwusilly had even attacked, Wang Cheng had already predicted what his next move would be. Thus, while the battle appeared to be fraught with danger, and Wang Cheng seemed like he could be heavily injured by Duwusilly at any moment, in reality, Wang Cheng was as steady as Mount Tai, not in the slightest danger. The battle between the two seemed intense, but it was impossible to determine a victor in a short period of time. Rumble! As Wang Cheng and Duwusilly fiercely battled, on the eastern side of the battlefield, the neighing of war horses could be heard as two powerful energies rapidly approached. Dusong Mangpoj and Huishu Wizong, two Uzun great generals, had also arrived on their divine steeds. Their gaze is quickly locked onto Wang Chong. Both Dusong Mangpoj and Huishu Wuzong had suffered major losses at the hands of Wang Chong, so they had a deep understanding of his terrifying skill in the art of war. Forget about the others. Kill him first, Huishu Wuzong fiercely said. Before his voice faded away, the earth rumbled and the sky collapsed. A huge golden Buddha rose from the ground and appeared on the battlefield. Vairocana Buddha Golden Body Mantra. Without the slightest hesitation, Huishu Wuzong used his strongest technique. Although he was an imperial great general, Huishu Wuzong's desire to kill Wang Chong far surpassed anything else. As long as he could kill Wang Chong, Huishu Wuzong didn't care about his status. Boom! The moment Huishu Wuzong transformed into his Vairocana Buddha, he charged at Wang Chong with incredible speed. At almost the same time, Dusong Mangpoj transformed into a massive black Buddha and charged at Wang Chong. 3 illustrious imperial great generals had disregarded their status and chosen to kill Wang Chong at the same time. This was an unprecedented situation, and it was enough to show just how much the Uzin and the Western Turks wanted to kill Wang Chong. Buzz. Just when it seemed like Wang Chong was about to fall into a perilous situation and be surrounded, the earth quaked and an enormous energy erupted from behind Wang Chong. Huishu Wuzong, your opponent is me. You're an imperial great general, but you're using numbers to bully me. 3 against 1. Don't you think that this is an unfair victory? Anchi Vice Protector General Cheng Qianli's voice came from behind Wang Chong, and before his resounding voice could fade away, a mountainous figure brushed past Wang Chong's shoulder, blocking Huishu Wuzong's path. The Supreme Desolation God. In front of Wang Chong stood an enormous god, its body exuding a hazy azure energy. Its muscles bulged like dragons, brimming with power. But the most eye-catching thing was the thick black chains on his body. Those chains were wrapped around the ancient armor, making the horned Supreme Desolation, celestial god, look extremely mighty and powerful. Not even Wang Chong had imagined that this Vice Protector General of the Anchi Protectorate could use this powerful god formation. Boom, boom, boom. In the blink of an eye, Cheng Qianli's Supreme Desolation God and Huishu Wuzong's Vairocana Buddha began to fiercely battle. Great General Dusong, long time no see. Your opponent is me. At almost the same time, a harsh and dignified voice came from Wang Chong's other side. There was no earth-shaking momentum or the appearance of an enormous god, only a slender figure shooting forward. With a single slash of his sword, he forced Dusong Mangpoj's Black Buddha back several steps and blocked his path. Gao Xianji. Chapter 9:29. You've come at the perfect time. Let us decide the victor this time. Dusong Mangpoj's cold and firm voice quickly resounded over the battlefield. Gao Xianji said nothing, only used his actions to answer. Boom! Bolts of energy shot out as Gao Xianji cleaved through the air, the vast sword Qi pushing Dusong Mangpoj's Black Buddha Tensum Zhang back. But with a howl and a boom, Dusong Mangpoj once more lunged forward. For a moment, the battlefield was filled with booms and shockwaves. Wang Chong against Dewusili, Cheng Qianli against Huishu Wuzong, Gao Xianji against Dusong Mangpoj. The battlefield of Talas was instantly embroiled in a chaotic battle between 6 great generals, rarely seen on the continent. The battlefield was flooded with destructive torrents of energy, but it was still far from over. Roar! In the distance, a 3rd golden-armored god appeared on the first defense line with a heaven-shaking roar. Its massive body caused the countless Arabs behind the first defense line to retreat in fright. Countless war horses whinnied, their eyes wide in fear, some of them even throwing off their riders. But Wang Yan, in his mighty miracle god form, did not take action. He only stared at the distant Abu Muslim, intimidating the Arab soldiers. In this battle, there were only 4 people on the Tang dynasty's side who could raise their strength to the great general level, and Wang Yan was one of them. A battle between great generals was no trifling matter. Intimidation was far more important than actual combat. This was why Wang Yan did not take action. The battle on the battlefield was getting more and more intense. While Wang Chong and Dewusilly were battling, Li Sai and the others were also battling with the Mutri great cavalry. All the Uzin and Turkic cavalry had circled around the area, where the 6 great generals were fighting and were charging at the line that Sun Jiming and Zhuang Jinping had formed. Meanwhile, Xue, Qianjun, and Suke were leading an army of nearly 100,000 soldiers in tightening the encirclement and reaping the lives of the Uzin and Western Turks. Boom! 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 Thick ballista bolts rumbled through the air, and countless Uzin and Turkic soldiers howled as they fell in droves in front of Suke's ballista army. In a few short moments, 20 to 30,000 Uzin and Turkic soldiers had fallen on the battlefield, their blood flowing like rivers. Brat, I don't believe that I can't kill you today. In the sky, Dewusilly's furious voice thundered over the battlefield. His massive black steed whinnied through the air like a bolt of lightning, attacking Wang Chong's God King Yama from every angle. Countless thunderclouds, formed of stellar energy, shrouded the sky and accompanied the divine steed. Dewusilly sat astride his black steed amidst the thunderclouds, the black halberd in his hand thrusting and thrusting. It seemed as light as a feather, but each strike carried with it a mountain-shattering force. As a top-class great general, Dewusilly's every move was extremely refined, without the slightest excess, and each strike was lethal. But no matter how fast Dewusilly was, how crafty the angles of his attacks were, or how powerful his attacks were, they were all blocked by Wang Chong's 4 God King Yama arms. Dewusilly had never encountered such a thing in his life. Wang Chong clearly only had the strength of a great general, the most elementary level, and was still quite a distance away from him. Dewusilly had even defeated biting Protector General in Sishan, let alone an elementary great general like him. But even though Dewusilly had used all of his techniques, he was still unable to defeat this up-and-coming youngster. Wang Chong's strength was not very high, but each of his attacks was perfectly timed, striking at Dewusilly's weakest points. There were times when Wang Chong would seal off a single attack before he could even use it. Dewusilly was known as the Celestial Wolf Great General, one of the top 3 great generals of the Western Turkic Khaganate, a powerful existence that even Ishbara Khagan relied on. But in this small battle, he felt like he was being suppressed and unable to use his full strength. Boom, boom, boom. Destructive energy exploded in the air. Dewusilly was like a human-shaped behemoth, his fighting techniques so superb that they could make an ordinary great general collapse. But time and time again, Wang Chong was able to easily neutralize them. Dewusilly, it's not that I'm looking down on you, but you don't have the ability. Wang Chong's soft laughter rang out in Dewusilly's ears. In his battle with Dewusilly, Wang Chong had always been at ease. Brat, you're truly seeking death by provoking me. Dewusilly was even more furious at Wang Chong's words. Whether it was age, seniority, or experience, Dewusilly was not someone that a rising star of the Tang dynasty like Wang Chong could compare to. Dewusilly had made a name for himself very early on, and his strength was publicly acknowledged to be formidable. He had long since been able to suppress many great generals. Whether it was the Tang dynasty's tiger of the empire, Zhangqiu Jianqiong, the Big Dipper, great General Geshu Han, or biting Protector General in Sishan, they were all a little lacking. In the entire Tang dynasty, the only people who could suppress him were Anong Protector General Zhang Shogui and the Crown Prince's junior guardian, the former Tang dynasty war god Wang Zhongxi. If Wang Chong had not defeated Dalu and Ruozhen in the southwest, defeated Dusong Mengpoj at the Triangular Gap, and killed the Western Turks' Black Wolf Yabgu Agudalan, Dewusilly's seniority would have never placed Wang Chong in his eyes. To Dewusilly, Wang Chong was a true nameless pawn. Haha, then go ahead and show me your true strength. Wang Chang's loud voice resounded over the battlefield. Rumble. Wang Chang's God King Yama swung one of its massive black arms to block Dewusilli's heaven-shattering halberd. At the same time, the God King Yama's other arm swung the Vajra pestle horizontally, stirring up a flood of energy that smashed into Dewusilli's Turkic steed. The God King Yama's 4 arms, which could be used for both offense and defense, were on full display at this moment. Of the 10 gods, the God King Yama was the most suitable to deal with Dewusilli. Buzz. Although Dewusilli was furious, he was forced to retreat by Wang Chong, his horse and man sliding more than 20 zhang through the air. Even Wang Chong couldn't help but inwardly praise the Western Turks' celestial wolf's divine procession. Truly was profound and profound. This ability to allow a man and horse to hover in the air was almost divine. Even Wang Chong felt a little envious, let alone the others. Alas, when the calamity had come, many martial arts had been gathered together, but the celestial wolf's divine procession art was not one of them. The celestial wolf's divine procession art did not actually allow one to fly through the air. It only allowed one to soar higher and stay in the air for a longer period of time. It was more suited for battle, and part of the ability to soar through the air relied on borrowing the opponent's strength. But even so, the celestial wolf's divine procession art was still marvelous and extremely powerful. The unpredictable changes of the celestial wolf's divine procession art, coupled with Dewusilli's valiant strength and supreme fighting skills, were enough to make any great general feel a deep apprehension. If Wang Chong had not gone to block the celestial wolf great General Dewusilli, anyone else would have already been heavily injured or killed by Dewusilli. The new waves of the Yangtze River push on the old. To think that I thought that the imperial court didn't have enough strength to send him, but now it seems that it was a good thing that they sent him. Anyone else would have found it very difficult to stop Dewusilli, even if their military prowess was on par with his. Although Gao Xinji was fiercely battling with Dusong Mangpoj, his eyes had been focused on Wang Chong the entire time. Wang Chong's military prowess was like the noon sun, but very few people knew of his martial prowess. Gao Xinji had originally believed that Wang Chong was no match for Dewusilli and that fighting him would be fraught with danger, but now he had completely calmed down. His military prowess was formidable, and so was his martial prowess. Gao Xinji, if you have time to worry about that new Qixi Protector General, you should worry about yourself. In this battle, the Tang dynasty's defeat is assured. From now on, from Longxi to the Song Mountains, everything will belong to our Uzun. Just as these thoughts flashed through Gao Xinji's mind, a slightly angry voice came from up ahead. As the voice spoke, Dusong Mangpoj's Black Buddha form swung a massive palm at Gao Xinji's head with the momentum of a thunderbolt. Even though this was not his first time clashing with Gao Xinji was still paying attention to Wang Chong. This infuriated Dusong Mangpoj, who was also an imperial great general, to no end. Haha, fool's ravings. After this battle, I'd like to know if the Uzun still has the strength to fight in the north. Of the 4 royal lineages of the Uzun Empire, only 2 will remain. Gao Xinji faintly smiled. You. Dusong Mangpoj was infuriated. The Black Buddha palm suddenly sped up and slashed at Gao Xinji. Buzz. In the face of Dusong Mangpoj's astonishing attack, Gao Xinji's face was as calm as an ancient well. He slightly raised his sword, and the air rumbled as a majestic bolt of sword qi slashed through the air, as heavy as a mountain. Boom! The air exploded, sending shockwaves of energy in all directions, throwing the corpses on the ground into the air. But in the center of the storm, Gao Xinji stood unmoving while Dusong Mangpoj's Black Buddha took 2 steps back. Dusong Mangpoj's pupils constricted at this sight. Without another word, he lunged forward once more. At the same time, Huishu Wuzong also lunged forward. Huishu Wuzong's Vairocana Buddha glowed with a blinding light, its moves bold and unyielding, each palm leaving a massive hole in the ground. Huishu Wizong was quite experienced in dealing with the supreme techniques of the god formation. In battle, each move was calm and unhurried, but each step was pressing. But the supreme desolation god of the Anchi Protectorate Army's garrison formation was a completely different experience. Chapter 930. A massive chain of stellar energy slithered through the air, wrapping around the ankle of the Vairocana Buddha, but Huishu Wizong snapped it with a palm. In the blink of an eye, a second chain of stellar energy wrapped around Huishu Wizong's wrist, and then a fourth. Huishu Wizong's fists were like lightning bolts, exploding and burning these chains one by one, and then he stepped forward, pressing toward the supreme desolation god. Vairocana burning body mantra. Get out of my way. Huishu Wizong's Vairocana Buddha brought his palms together, and a blazing golden flame exploded between his palms like the sun. Roiling waves of energy stirred up fierce gales that swept through the world. But this blazing attack was forcefully scattered by several punches from the supreme desolation god. Great General Huishu, with me here, you should give up on your wishful thinking. No matter what, I won't let you cross the line. Cheng Qianli's righteous voice resounded through the world. From the very start, Huishu Wizong had been steadily pressing in on Wang Chong, and Cheng Qianli naturally knew what he was planning. Wang Chong was probably a thorn in the side of all the great generals of the Uzan Empire. Whether it was Huishu Wizong or Dusong Mengpoj, both of them were doing everything they could to work with Dewusili to kill Wang Chong. But no matter what, Cheng Qianli would never let them get what they wanted. Wang Chong had led more than 100,000 soldiers from Qixi to reinforce the Anchi Protectorate Army. If Wang Chong was surrounded and killed in front of their eyes, it would be a disgrace to the Anchi Protectorate Army. Thus, even though there was a slight gap between him and Huishu Wizong, Cheng Qianli had never retreated a single step, doing his utmost to stop Huishu Wizong. Boom! 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 In the blink of an eye, the two of them were once again locked in a fierce battle. At the same time, in the middle of the battlefield, the battle between Wang Chong and Dewusili had reached its climax. In midair in all directions, Dewusili's attacks were exploding. Sun devouring heavenly wolf. Heavenly wolf swallows stars. Sky wolf collapsing mountain. Dewusili and his horse became one, constantly changing in the sky. All kinds of powerful secret arts were displayed to the extreme by him. But no matter what secret art he used, Wang Chong was always able to predict his movements and block his attacks. Dewusili had descended from the hills and personally entered the battlefield. His original goal had been to stop Wang Chong's ambush and rescue the 50 to 60,000 Uzan and Western Turkic cavalry. But now, Dewusili had forgotten his original goal. There was only one thought in his mind: kill Wang Chong. Bastard, I don't believe that I can't kill you today. Celestial wolf strikes the moon. Dewusili's furious laughter resounded through the sky. As countless people watched, Dewusili's divine steed shot forward, like a shooting star, toward the god King Yama. But there was a massive boom. Boom! Dewusili's full power attack was nullified by Wang Chong. Dewusili had only managed to use 70% of his attack's power before it dissipated. Dewusili, it's not that I don't believe you, but you don't have time. Wang Chong smiled, his expression relaxed. As he spoke, he swung the Vajra pestle at Dewusili. Buzz! In the blink of an eye, Dewusili's body moved to the side, easily dodging Wang Chong's attack. Although his strength was greatly reduced against Wang Chong, Dewusili's strength was still there. Wang Chong's attacks were still very difficult to threaten the celestial wolf great general, who was ranked third among the Western Turks. Brat, what do you mean by this? In the sky, Dewusili's pupils constricted as he glared at Wang Chong, said, "Huh." Wang Chong only chuckled, offering no explanation. His gaze swept past Dewusili and toward the distant hills. In the next moment, as if responding to his gaze, a resounding yak horn sound broke the silence and resounded throughout the battlefield. The sound of the horn caused Dewusseli's face to freeze, an indescribably strange expression on his face. Nearby, Huishu Wizong and Dusong Mangpoj also showed subtle changes on their faces. This was the horn for the army to retreat. Although the Uzinyak horn sounded the same to others, it sounded completely different to Huishu Wizong and Dusong Mangpoj. This was a signal for them to retreat, and had been issued by Daluin Ruozen. Great General, let's retreat for now and fight with them in the future. Huishu Wizong said to the celestial wolf Great General Dewusseli in the sky. Dewusseli said nothing, his face constantly shifting. He had not expected Uzin's horn to retreat at all. But while Dewusseli was still hesitating, the thousands of Uzin and Western Turkic soldiers below him had already begun to react. Easy. For a few moments, the entire battlefield was eerily still, and then everyone began to retreat like a tide to the east of Talas. Boom! Boom! 2 explosions rang out as Huishu Wizong and Dusong Mangpoj on Dewusseli's left and right sides simultaneously pushed back their opponents, forcing them out of the battle and covering the retreat of the army. Great waves immediately appeared in Dewusseli's mind. Although he was extremely unwilling, Dewusseli could only choose to retreat at a time like this. One Wang Chong was nothing in his eyes, but with Cheng, Qianli, and Gao Xianji, 3 great generals of the Tang dynasty working together, he would not be able to deal with them. Without Huishu Wizong and Dusong Mangpoj's cooperation, he would never be able to deal with Wang Chong with peace of mind. Retreat! Floating in the air, Dewusseli waved his hand and finally gave the order to retreat. Rumble! The hesitant Western Turkic cavalry immediately began to retreat. Wang Chong, should we continue the pursuit? Gao Xianji had not pursued Dusong Mangpoj after he had retreated. Instead, his body swayed and he appeared at Wang Chong's side, looking into the distance as he spoke. Gao Xianji's status and seniority in the army were far greater than Wang Chong's. By asking Wang Chong this question at a time like this meant that in terms of strategy, tactics, and strategy, Wang Chong had won Gao Xianji's acknowledgement. There's no need. Wang Chong faintly smiled, unconcerned. Let them go. They haven't lost yet, and with Dewusseli's trio in the rear, we won't be able to get much of an advantage. Moreover, strategically speaking, we've more or less achieved our goal. Let them retreat. Daluin Ruozen truly was formidable. While Wang Chong was fighting with Dewusseli, he was still commanding his army, and he had even succeeded in tearing apart Wang Chong's trap and rescuing the Uzin and Western Turkic cavalry. But even so, Wang Chong's Qishi reinforcements had killed more than 40,000 elite Tibetan and Turkic cavalry, and the howls of wolves could be heard all over the battlefield. The corpses of vultures rained down from the sky like a torrential rain. To the Uzin and Western Turkic army of 120,000, this was undoubtedly a massive loss, and they only had 70,000 some soldiers left. Even if Daluin Ruozen was a man of great learning and wisdom, this army of 70,000 would have very little room to maneuver. In terms of strategy, Wang Chong had achieved his goal. His retreat was truly timely. Otherwise, we would have been able to kill even more Uzin and Western Turks and deal them a heavy blow. Qianli walked over at this moment, his heart filled with regret as he watched the retreating Uzin and Western Turkic army. If he doesn't want to retreat, it's not up to him. Wang Chong indifferently said, not bothering to explain. Wang Chong's bane of the battlefield halo had been working this entire time, consuming the strength of Dewusseli and Huishu Wizong. If they did not retreat now, they would find it very difficult to do so after a while. Let's go. The only ones left are the Arabs. Without another word, Wang Chong, in his God King Yama form, immediately headed for the first defense line while issuing another order. Li Sai, order the army to retreat and return to the second defense line. At the same time, coordinate with the other armies in attacking the Arabs. This general will go. Li Sai's voice quickly resounded over the battlefield. The first to react was the ballista army led by Sukai. He had been in the rear with more than 1,000 ballista teams, so he had been the first to reach the first defense line. When the two ballista armies joined together, the power of nearly 3,000 ballistae was on a completely different level. Boom, boom, boom. Wave after wave of ballista bolts flew through the air like locusts, their plopping echoing over the battlefield. In the blink of an eye, 6,000 to 7,000 Arabs had fallen. One wave, 2 waves, 3 waves. Once the numbers reached a certain level, the ballista army's lethality skyrocketed. The appearance of Wang Chong, Cheng Qianli, and Gao Xianji instilled fear in the hearts of the Arabs. Countless war horses neighed and began to flee. Bong, bong, bong. The beating of war drums came from the rear of the Arab army. Before Wang Chong's forces had even officially arrived on the battlefield, Abu Muslim had already given the order to retreat, and countless Arab soldiers began to retreat like a receding tide. If Uzun and the 3 elite great generals of the Western Turks could not defeat the Tang dynasty, the Arabs were even less likely to do so. All soldiers attack. Wang Chong did not let this chance go. The massive God King Yama swung its 4 arms down. Boom, boom, boom. For explosions resounded over the battlefield, and screams filled the air as hundreds of Arab cavalry were pulverized by the God King Yama's immense power. Bloody mist filled the air, and countless severed limbs and limbs were scattered across a radius of several hundred zhang. On the path of martial arts, the strength of a great general was completely different from that of a brigadier general. With the power of the God King Yama formation, Wang Chong's every attack had the power to sunder the heavens. Boom! Chapter 931. Enough! Let them do as they please. As Wang Chong and Cheng Qianli were continuing to press their advantage, Gao Xianji's voice stopped them. His eyes were fixed forward, and his voice was tinged with a unique ripple of emotion. Wang Chong raised his head and followed Gao Xianji's gaze. He immediately saw 2 majestic figures riding atop 2 divine steeds in the middle of the vast Arab army, towering over the Arabs like a vast ocean. Even the hundreds of thousands of Arab cavalry around them could not suppress their sharpness. The 2 of them didn't attack. They simply stood there quietly, and yet 2 enormous streams of essence energy exploded out from them, piercing through heaven and earth. Even at this distance, Wang Chong could sense the boundless energy exuding from their bodies. Moreover, they were even stronger than his God King Yama. Abu Muslim. This thought flitted through Wang Chong's mind as he gazed at that stalwart Arab commander in the black cloak, his entire body exuding a steely aura. Wang Chong had never seen Abu Muslim before, but the moment he saw him, Wang Chong immediately recognized him. Abu Muslim's eyes were cold, valiant, and devoid of emotion. They were like cold steel, and his aura was like the undulating tide, vast and boundless. Wang Chong felt that he was even stronger than the celestial wolf great General Dewussili, one of the top 3 experts of the Western Turkic Khaganate. At this moment, Wang Chong suddenly understood why Gao Xianji, the Western region's war god of Gao Xianji, had been so heavily injured upon his arrival at Talas that even his armor had been shattered. This person was extremely powerful, even stronger than Gao Xianji. Next to him is Arab vice governor Zid. Abu Muslim and him are both extremely powerful. If we continue to advance, Abu Muslim and Ziyad will have to enter the field. In our current situation, both sides will be heavily injured, and we won't have much of an advantage. If Hushu Wizong and the others return at this time, they will really fall into an extremely passive situation. Gao Xianji said. When speaking of Abu Muslim, Gao Xianji's voice was tinged with extreme apprehension. It was obvious that Gao Xianji viewed this Arab governor, whom he had been fighting with for the last 2 months, as a formidable foe. The entire battlefield was silent, with only the sound of both armies retreating like the tide. Wang Chong's group and the 2 highest Arab commanders stared at each other from a distance, all of them silently restraining themselves. Daluin Ruozin, what's going on? Why did they give the order to retreat at this time? If I had a little more time, I might have been able to kill that brat for you. At the same time as the vast sea of Arab soldiers retreated, Duusili rode his Turkic steed back to the hills behind the battlefield. At the most intense moment of his battle with Wang Chong, Daluin Ruozin's horn had put an end to it, forcing him to retreat. This left Duusili very dissatisfied. Great General, don't be in such a rush. Wang Chong is still trapped in Talas. If Great General wishes to fight and kill him, there will still be a chance in the future. But if this battle continues, it will be extremely disadvantageous to us. Daluin Ruozin indifferently said, his expression relaxed and carefree. Duusili's harsh tone had not the slightest effect on him. Disadvantageous? What disadvantageous? Daluin Ruozin's words finally brought Duusili to his senses. Daluin Ruozin was a civil minister. His martial arts were not very high, but he had a unique temperament that could calm even the most irascible of people. This was something that only Daluin Ruozin possessed. Even Duusili had been unwittingly influenced by it. This one can understand that Great General wishes to avenge a Gudalan, and this one can also understand that you wish to quell the rage of those 200,000 warhorses for Ishbarakagan. But now is far from the time to fight to the death with the Tang dynasty. Has Great General forgotten who the main force fighting against the Tang people is? Daluin Ruozin faintly smiled. With a wave of his sleeve, he placed his hands behind his back. His entire being exuded a scholarly and dashing aura that seemed to be able to guide the world. Buzz! Duusili's mind trembled at these words, and he finally came back to his senses. His eyes, which had been agitated by rage, gradually regained their clarity. Haha, it seems like Great General has already understood. No matter what, we are not the main force fighting against the Tang dynasty, and with our few people, we would never have been able to defeat the Tang dynasty. Has Great General not realized? Even now, the Arabs have not succeeded in breaking through the Tang people's first steel defense line. As Daluin Ruozin spoke, he waved his sleeve and took 2 steps forward, his gaze fixed on the receding tide of Arab cavalry. In this battle, Huishu Wizang, Dusong Mangpoj, and Duusili had all been in the center of the battlefield, so they had not been paying attention to the other sides of the battlefield. But Daluin Ruozin had been overseeing the entire situation, paying attention to all the changes taking place in the various areas of the battlefield. This battle had originally been extremely simple. The Uzin, the Western Turks, and the Arabs had joined forces, relying on their superior numbers and top-class fighting power to utterly crush the Tang dynasty. The Arabs had used their main force of several 100,000 to delay the Tang dynasty, and the Uzin and the Western Turks had supported them from the side. In just a few hours, the battle had ended. But this ordinary and simple battle that didn't require much strategy or tactics had. Because of Wang Chong's 2 steel walls and Wang Chong's special tactics, the Arabs had supported the Tang dynasty, while the Uzin and the Western Turks had become the main force of the decisive battle. This was a completely different version of Daluin Ruozin's and Duusili's plans. You mean that the Arabs are using our strength to wear down the Tang dynasty? Duusili suddenly said, That's not necessarily true. The Tang dynasty has placed all its heavily armored shield men, spearmen, and other defensive forces behind the first steel defense line so that they can use their main force to deal with us. This has always been the result that they want to create. But we can't rule out the possibility that this is the first time we've allied with the Arabs, and we're still far from having a deep alliance. If we can use our strength to weaken the Tang dynasty, I'm sure that Abu Muslim would be happy to do so. Daluin Ruozin indifferently said, If the main force of this battle became the Uzin and the Western Turks, he would have completely lost. In the end, the only ones who would benefit would be the Arabs or the Tang dynasty. I understand. Duusili was quiet for a few moments, the anger on his brow finally beginning to fade. Wang Chong truly needed to be killed, but Daluin Ruozin's words were not without reason. This battle of Talas was far too special, far different from any battle that Dewussely had experienced in the past. A tiny Talas had gathered far too many great generals, far too many soldiers, and far too many factions. Pulling one hair could affect the entire body. This was something that both sides needed to carefully consider. You understand the Tang dynasty better than I do, so I'll leave this battle to you, Dewussely said. From the very beginning, Daluin Ruozin had finally obtained his approval. Buzz! But at this moment, a massive disturbance came from the western side of Talas. Daluin Ruozin, Dewussely Huishu Wizong, and Dusong Mangpoj all turned in that direction. It's him. Daluin Ruozin's pupils constricted, his mind in shock. Just what is this brat up to? At almost the same time, Dewussely Huishu Wizong and the others also noticed that thin figure in front of the first defense line, but brimming with boundless power. Abu Muslim. In front of the first defense line, Wang Chong rode the white-hoofed shadow out of the army and toward Abu Muslim's location under the shocked and respectful gazes of countless soldiers. Wang Chong had not said this name in the language of the Tang dynasty, but in the somewhat choppy Arabic. His voice immediately attracted the attention of almost all the Arab cavalry in the distance. This was the first time they had heard the name of their own commander from the mouth of the Tang people's commander. Wang Chong. Nearby, Gao Xianji's face flickered as he stared in shock at Wang Chong. He was not proficient in Arabic, but from Wang Chong's pronunciation, he could tell that it was a familiar name. Whether it was Gao Xianji or Cheng Qianli, these two commanders of the Anqi Protectorate Army, none of them knew what Wang Chong wanted to do by walking out at a time like this. Wang Chong did not turn his head, only made a reassuring gesture with his back to the pair. In the distance, the retreating Arab army was in an uproar. Abu Muslim and Ziyad stood side by side, their steely eyes showing a hint of emotion for the first time. It was not common for a Tang dynasty commander to be able to speak Arabic. The Abbasid Caliphate's governor of the East, Abu Muslim, is here. Who is speaking on the other side? Report your name. Abu Muslim lightly patted his black Sasanian steed as he slowly rode against the retreating army. His speed was neither fast nor slow, but it exuded an extremely powerful aura. It was like an enormous mountain was slowly moving toward them. Everyone who saw his body would feel a powerful, ocean-like pressure pouncing on them. Empire of the Tang dynasty. Chishi, Protector General Wang Chong. Wang Chong's eyes flashed as his body exploded with a powerful aura. Even though he had not reached Abu Muslim's level, Wang Chong's aura was as vast as the sun, moon, and stars in the sky, not one bit inferior to Abu Muslim's. At this moment, Wang Chong had finally exploded with the aura of the war saint of the Central Plains. One was the strongest war saint of the Central Plains, while the other was the most iron-fisted governor of the West. The most outstanding and important figures of the empires of the East and West were like meteors crashing into the earth, meeting for the first time in this tiny city of Talas. Chapter 932. Wang Chong. A glimmer of light flashed through Abu Muslim's eyes, but his chiseled face, brimming with blood and callousness, did not show much emotion. Speak, Tang people. What do you want to do? As he spoke, he stared straight at Wang Chong. His body did not make any movements, but a powerful aura erupted from him. As the governor of the east of the Arabian Empire, he was the most powerful existence east of Khorasan. Other than the Caliph, he was the most influential person in the East. Countless empires in the East had been flattened by his horse, and countless generals of Arabia followed his lead. In the entire world, there were very few people that a general of Abu Muslim's level cared about. In the entire Tang dynasty, only Anqi, Protector General Gao Xianji, was worthy of his attention. Everyone else was nothing to worry about. Abu Muslim would never speak to anyone on the front lines, and he had only responded to Wang Chong because Wang Chong, a Tang people, could speak the noble Arabian language. This was already an additional favor. Abu Muslim, as the Chishi Protector General of the Tang dynasty, I will give you one final warning. Wang Chang's resounding voice resounded over the battlefield, his expression solemn and serene. His aura was like an unsheathed sword, so sharp that no powerful existence could ignore him. Take your army and leave this place. No matter how many countries Arabia has conquered, the last thing you should do is encroach on the western regions and make an enemy of the Tang dynasty. The battlefield was eerily still, with only Wang Chang's booming voice echoing through the air. At this moment, even Gao Xianji and Cheng Qianli were silent. Tang people, this is impossible. Abu Muslim's reply was concise and decisive. No country on this continent can stop the iron hooves of Arabia from conquering, not even the Tang dynasty. Abu Muslim's reply was as cold as steel. All was quiet. Although many people didn't understand Arabic, they could still understand a great deal from Abu Muslim's cold and hard face. The atmosphere suddenly became more and more tense. Hearing Abu Muslim's words, Wang Chong suddenly laughed. Clang! In an instant, everyone heard a sword cry that was clear and melodious like a dragon. As the Arabs, the Tang dynasty, and even the distant Uzan and the Western Turks watched, Wang Chong unsheathed his sword, the cold and dazzling woozy steel, sword covered in flowing water, and pointed it at the heavens, its radiance reflecting off of it. If that's the case, then listen carefully to every word I'm about to say. This war is far from the end, but only the beginning. The locations of its conquests are not limited to Talas or the western regions. Starting from this moment, with Talas as the starting point, all of Samarkand, Khorasan in the rear, the capital of the Abbasid Caliphate, Baghdad, and the distant west will all be within the scope of this war. This is not just a war between you and me, nor is it just a war in the western regions, but a war between the empires of the East and the West. Starting from this moment, no matter what, if Arabia cannot conquer the Tang dynasty will conquer the Tang dynasty. All Arabia will speak the language of the Tang people, and all of Arabia will submit to the rule of the Tang dynasty. Li Sai, please repeat what I just said in the language of the Tang dynasty. Boom! The first to react to Wang Chang's words were the Arab army, and all of them fell into an uproar. Then, when Li Sai repeated Wang Chang's words in the language of the Tang people, even the distant Daluan Ruozan, Dawusili, Hwashu Wazong, and Daluan Ruozan paled. This scoundrel, he really dares to speak. A strange look flitted through Dawusili's eyes. The Turks were a nomadic people whose footprints had spread throughout the western regions, even to Arabia and Karak Spazinu. He was deeply aware of just how powerful an empire Arabia was. If not for this, he would not have brought 40,000 soldiers with him. It was precisely because he was well aware that not even a celestial wolf great general like Dawusili dared to lightly say such words. I'm afraid that he's not just talking. Daluan Ruozan indifferently said, a strange light in his eyes, but he said no more. In the entire world, if anyone said such words, the Arabs would not need to care. Only that youth, no one could ignore his words. Just like in the Southwest back then, no one could believe that a teenager leading several thousand soldiers had managed to change the outcome of a clearly lost battle, defeating the 400,000 soldiers under his command. This 17-year-old protector general had never been just talking. In the distance, Wang Chong paid no attention to the reactions of the crowd. With these final words, Wang Chong immediately turned his horse around and began to slowly make his way back to his camp. You're too arrogant. Abu Muslim finally spoke in the middle of the army. The first sentence that came out of his mouth shocked everyone, because he was speaking the language of the Tang dynasty. How could this be? At this moment, even Gao Xianji and Cheng Qianli were dumbfounded. The two of them had battled with Abu Muslim for so long, but this was the first time they had heard that Abu Muslim could speak the language of the Tang dynasty. But after a moment's thought, their hearts sank. Arabia and the Tang dynasty were two completely different countries, and the two countries had not had much interaction before this. Abu Muslim was a pure soldier, the Abbasid Caliphate's governor of the East, so there was no need for him to learn the language of the Tang dynasty. It was clear that Abu Muslim had long since harbored ambitions for the Tang dynasty. In the crowd, Wang Chong stopped, but he did not turn his head. "Tang people, you have no idea just how ignorant and foolish your words were." Abu Muslim stared at Wang Chong's back. His face twisted into a nasty grimace. Wang Chong's words had thoroughly infuriated him. This was the first time in the history of Arabia that a great general of an enemy state had threatened to conquer all of Arabia. In our Arabian Empire, there is a saying, even though knowledge is far away in China, it should still be sought after. If you knew just how powerful the true Arabia is, you would not have said such arrogant and ignorant words. Do you see the vast army behind me? The army that you've been fighting with for several months is just one of the armies of the empire in the east. What you see is only the tip of the iceberg. There are at least 1 million more armies like this in the empire. Abu Muslim slowly spread open his arms, his entire body exploding with a tidal wave of energy that caused the surrounding space to twist and distort, black spatial fissures appearing in the air. "Tang people, you will pay a price for those words you said just now. Not just you, but the entire Tang dynasty." "Then let's fight." Wang Chong only faintly smiled. "Humph, as you wish." At Wang Chong's words, Abu Muslim's expression finally turned gloomy and cold. Turning his horse around, he began to gallop toward the western side of the city of Talas. "Retreat!" With a wave of Abu Muslim's arm, the tens of thousands of Arab cavalry immediately retreated like the receding tide. With this, the second day of battle came to an end. In the future, the Arabs won't rest until they're dead. The galloping of hooves could be heard as Gao Xianji and Cheng Qianli slowly rode out from the rear on his divine steed bestowed by the emperor. As they looked at Wang Chong, the two of them were filled with admiration. The more they interacted with Wang Chong, the deeper their understanding of him became, and the more they sensed the charm hidden within his body. "Hasn't it always been like this?" Wang Chong faintly smiled. "The Tang dynasty has never lacked for opponents, nor has it lacked for Arabia. No one has been able to defeat us in the past, and no one in the present or in the future will be able to defeat my Tang dynasty." "That's right. No one can defeat the Tang dynasty." Gao Xinji and Cheng Qianli glanced at Wang Chong in surprise, and then the three of them smiled at each other. "Retreat." With this order, the army retreated to the two steel defense lines, officially ending the battle. The battlefield was littered with corpses of humans, horses, wolves, and vultures. The air was thick with the pungent stench of blood. From the time the sun rose to noon, although the battle had ended, the cleanup work after the battle was far from over. "Zhang Ke, have you calculated the casualties?" Outside Talas, Wang Chong held his hands behind his back as he spoke without turning his head. Replying to Marquis, the statistics have been completed. In the last 2 days of battle, we lost more than 30,000 men and another 10,000 were wounded. The vast majority of the casualties were the mercenaries of the western regions. Our equipment was better, so our losses were not very high. Zhang Ke's voice came from behind him, his back bowed and his expression respectful. "In other words, we only have around 100,000 soldiers left?" Wang Chong slightly creased his brow. "Yes. Then what about the losses of the Western Turks, Uzin, and Arabs?" Wang Chong asked. "We don't have a concrete count, but based on the estimates of the scouts, the Western Turks and Uzin lost around 40,000 elites and nearly 30,000 wolf corpses. The giant wolves brought by the Western Turks had a major impact on our attacks. Many of the ballista bolts were blocked by these wolf corpses, and the cavalry had to prioritize dealing with these Turkic wolves. As for the Arabs, they lost nearly 80,000 soldiers yesterday. Today, our main force was focused on dealing with the Western Turks and Uzin, while the Arabs focused on defense. But even so, Chun Bin's ballista army and General Wang Yan's infantry had managed to kill a large number of Arabs, more than 30,000 of them. In addition, a large number of people are injured. I estimate the number to be close to 40,000. Zhang Ke sincerely said. Wang Chong fell silent at Zhang Ke's words. Both Daluan Ruozan and Abu Muslim had made ample preparations for this battle. The enormous number of giant wolves Dewussili had brought, the Arab Iron Beast army, and the hundreds of catapults had not been able to inflict as much damage as Wang Chong's ballista army had expected. Understood. Pass on my order. All the wounded are to be bandaged and moved into Talas to recover. In addition, call Sir Zhang over. Yes, Marquis. Zhang Ke quickly departed. Chapter 933. Marquis, you were looking for me? Zhang Shouji respectfully bowed in front of Wang Chong. In the 2 days of battle, the busiest member of the Tang army had been Zhang Shouji. In the 2 days of battle, the busiest member of the Tang army had been Zhang Shouji. As the highest civil engineer of Talas and one of the most formidable civil engineers of the Tang dynasty, Zhang Shouji had personally built the 2 steel defense lines and the several hundred steel catapults on the walls of Talas. From the southwest to the northwest, Zhang Shouji's role was only getting more and more important. One could say that, though he didn't know any martial arts in all of Qixi, his importance was probably second only to Wang Chong. This is for you. Modify and strengthen the 2 defense lines. As Wang Chong spoke, he took out a blueprint and handed it over. This was a blueprint that he had redesigned after the conclusion of the battle, based on the current situation and the characteristics of the 3 sides. Other than Wang Chong, Zhang Shouji, and a few of his core disciples, no one else could understand these blueprints. Relax. Leave this matter to me. Zhang Shouji glanced at the blueprint and quickly nodded. The situation was urgent, and the lives of more than 100,000 soldiers were at stake. Zhang Shouji did not dare to tarry. He took the blueprint and hurriedly left. Li Sai, I'll leave the matters here to you. Strengthen the defenses and keep an eye on the movements of Uzin, the Western Turks, and the Arabs. If anything happens, inform me at any time. Once Zhang Shouji had left, Wang Chong continued to issue orders. This general will go. Li Sai sternly said, Sukhi Chinbin, hurry up and repair the ballistae. Prepare for battle at any moment. Yes, Marquis, the pair loudly replied. After taking care of everything, Wang Chong passed through the gates of Talas with a wave of his sleeve. Talas had sentries every few steps and all kinds of military fortresses, bazaars, and halls, all constructed of massive stone. Although it was not as luxurious or beautiful as the great Tang of the Central Plains, it had its own grandeur. Moreover, from the layout of the city, one could faintly see that this strategic, economic, and military center on the Silk Road of the western regions had once been a prosperous city. Lord Protector General, this way, please. Milord and General Wang are already waiting inside. Upon seeing Wang Chong, an officer of the Anqi Protectorate Army respectfully greeted him. Wang Chong nodded. Lead the way. After passing through the corridors, Wang Chong saw the armored Gao Xianji in the main hall of Talas. At his side were Cheng Qianli, Shi Yuanqing, Wang Chong's father Wang Yan, his big brother Wang Fu, and the new Karluk chiefs Guli and Ferganan. The moment they saw Wang Chong enter, everyone turned to look at him. Haha, Wang Chong, you've come. We were in the middle of our calculations, and everyone else is here except for you. Gao Xinji had been in the middle of a discussion with his generals, but when he saw Wang Chong, he immediately walked around the model of Talas and went to welcome him, a relaxed smile on his lips. The others didn't react when they saw this scene, but a brown-bearded man with a powerful aura beside Cheng Qianli had a shocked expression on his face. Gao Xianji had a proud personality, and in the western regions, he was known as the Anqi war god. All the tribal chiefs had to lower their heads in front of Gao Xianji. He had followed Gao Xianji for 10-some years, but he had never seen him so courteous to anyone. No, this was no longer just being courteous. From the fact that Go Xianji was willing to personally welcome that young man in front of everyone, it was clear that in his heart that young man's status and importance was enough to be on equal footing with him, an existence that Go Xianji viewed as an equal. "I've kept you waiting." Wang Chong paid no attention to anything else. After returning a bow to Gao Xianji and exchanging some pleasantries, he strode up to the model of Tala's in the center of the hall and began to examine it. This model was completely different from the one Wang Chong had used in Qixi. The details were much more detailed and complete. Building a model was a basic ability of a general. Sometimes it was possible to see through a sandbox and see a general's abilities. The Anxi Protectorate Army's battle model has been meticulously planned out, from the terrain around Talas, the hills and valleys, to the small ravines of the battlefield. Everything has been taken into account. From this point of view, Gao Xinji truly lives up to his reputation as the wall of the Tang dynasty, the Anxi war god. Wang Chong pensively gazed at the model. "My lord, I'm too polite." As Wang Chong was examining the model, he suddenly heard a soft voice in his ear. This voice was coarse and thick, and it was heavily accented, clearly belonging to the Hu. Wang Chong turned his head and immediately saw a boorish face with a particularly striking brown beard. Wang Chong said nothing, only gave him a questioning look. "This one is the leader of the Ferganan Banahan, paying respects to Lord Protector General. In the future, when Lord Protector General has the time, I hope that you will come to our Ferganan for a chat. Banahan will definitely be waiting for you." Banahan gave a slight bow, an extremely respectful expression on his face. "It's him." Wang Chong hadn't paid much attention at the start, but upon hearing the name Ferganan, a hint of surprise flashed through his eyes. Only with Wanha Peiluo and the Karluks as the vanguard could the loyalty of an ally of the Tang dynasty be even more apparent. In the entire history of the Tang dynasty, Ferganan and Banahan were extremely rare, loyal allies of the Tang dynasty. Whether in times of triumph or defeat, they would remain unswervingly loyal to the Tang dynasty. Even after the defeat at Talas, they had not wavered in the slightest. In a place like the western regions, where the culture of the Central Plains was uncivilized and the countries liked to sway left and right, this was an extremely rare and precious trait. Wang Chong instantly had a good impression of him. "Kagan is too polite." Wang Chong faintly smiled, a thought emerging in his mind. "Since this is our first meeting, this one just happens to have a gift for Kagan." Oh, Banahan's curiosity was piqued when he heard these words. "I heard that the Khan has a great flame crow technique, which is a secret technique passed down in the palace. But because of its long history, coupled with the internal strife of the palace and various other reasons, the technique is incomplete, so it is difficult for the Khan to make further progress. I have an incantation that may be able to help the Khan complete the Great Flame Crow technique and help the Khan break through the bottleneck and reach a higher level." Wang Chong smiled. "Lord Protector General, is this true?" Banahan's eyes widened at these words, his face filled with pleasant surprise, not daring to believe his ears. There was such a thing? At this moment, even Gao Xianji couldn't help but lean over. Wang Chong silently smiled. There was truly no need to doubt the Farahan's loyalty, but as the chief of the Farahan tribe, Banahan's strength was not very famous in the western regions. Even Wanha Peiluo was firmly above him. This could only be described as a pity. Wang Chong had read a few records, so he knew that the crux of the problem lay in the legendary Great Fire Crow art of the Farahan tribe. This legendary art had become incomplete due to a famous internal conflict within the Farahan tribe, resulting in the Farahan Kagan's accomplishments being extremely limited. This problem persisted until the future great calamity arrived, when all of the martial arts were gathered and mutually verified. Only after everyone's wisdom and experience were gathered was this problem solved. Wang Chong had only suddenly remembered this point when he saw Banahan's Farahan Kagan Banahan. Whether it's true or not, we'll know once we try. Wang Chong said, calling over a guard. Wang Chong brought over a brush, ink and paper. He quickly wrote down the mnemonic for the Great Fire Crow art on paper and gave it to Ferdinand. Bannahan treated it like a precious treasure. After this small interlude, everyone turned their attention back to the sand table. Although we've won the battles of the last 2 days, we still can't let our guard down. The first to speak was Cheng Qianli. As the Vice Protector General of the Anxi Protectorate Army, Cheng Qianli had a great deal of authority on the battlefield. Daluan Ruozin still hasn't retreated, and Abu Muslim still has his main force. Most importantly, he still hasn't personally entered the field. We don't know how many moves he has up his sleeves or how many soldiers he has in reserve. The word soldiers in reserve instantly caused the mood in the hall to turn heavy. Everyone knew that the Arabs loved to fight, and Talas was too close, allowing them to recruit soldiers from the rear at any time. In truth, the Arabs had been recruiting soldiers this entire time. This was why, in the 2 months that the Anxi Protectorate Army had been fighting with the Arabs, Abu Muslim soldiers had only been increasing, not decreasing. When Wang Chong had arrived at Talas, there were still more than 300,000 soldiers stationed outside the walls. The hall was quiet, but in the end it was Wang Chong's father, Wang Yan, who broke the silence. Although the Arabs have come with a ferocious momentum and the battlefield is closer to them, numbers are not the only things that matter in war. There is also overall strength, training, cooperation, strategy, tactics, logistics, and all other aspects. From these considerations, I believe that there is no need for everyone to worry too much. The urgent task at hand is to discuss how to deal with the alliance between the Uzin, Western Turks, and Arabs. My opinion is the same as Lord Father's. Abu Muslim has still not retreated. If we don't thoroughly defeat him, this war can't be considered over. Wang Chong's big brother, Wang Fu, also spoke up at this moment. Abu Muslim is not that easy to deal with. I've fought with him for more than 2 months, so I have some understanding of him. He likes to constantly test the waters, using high-intensity attacks to assault his opponents like a tide until his opponents will crumble, and he strikes fear into their hearts. And even if his opponent doesn't lose, he will gradually grasp your weakness through these constant attacks. In the end, he will personally strike and use his overwhelming advantage to deal a fatal blow to finish off his opponent. Gao Xianji suddenly interrupted. His expression was solemn, and there was a hint of warning in it. Moreover, the Arabs worship battle. No matter how many people they lose, as long as Abu Muslim does not give the order to retreat, they will never retreat, much less give up. To the Arabs, as long as they can defeat their opponents and conquer their country, they don't care about the price. In this aspect, they are completely different from the other opponents of the Tang dynasty. Chapter 934. In truth, I feel that the Tang dynasty is no weaker than the Arabs in terms of fighting power. Lord Gao Xinji only has 70,000 soldiers, but he was able to hold back the Arabs at Talas for more than 2 months. Not even Abu Muslim was able to do anything. To the best of our Ferganians' understanding of the Arabs, this sort of war has never been fought before. And there's also this, my lord. In yesterday's 2 battles, although the Arabs had the absolute advantage in numbers and even gained a new ally, they were still no match for this, my lord. In these 2 battles, more than 100,000 people died, while the Tang dynasty's losses were extremely limited. If this news were to get out, the countries conquered by Arabia would find it hard to imagine. Of all the countries on the continent, probably only the Tang dynasty can defeat the Arabs. In the eyes of us mercenaries, the Tang dynasty is the strongest country, which is why we are willing to fight alongside the Tang dynasty. The Ferganan chief Bannahan suddenly spoke, his expression one of utmost sincerity. The Anxi Protectorate Army had always had 2 major allies, the Karluks and the Ferganans. The Karluk leader Wanha Pelua was dead, so the only mercenary who could speak to Gao Xianji was Bannahan. Bannahan's word surprised everyone in the hall. No one had expected that this Ferganan chief would have such a strong faith in the Tang dynasty. The heavy mood in the hall instantly vanished, and even Wang Chong couldn't help but smile. The Ferganans truly were the most loyal allies of the Tang dynasty, but we're currently surrounded by enemies. No matter which side we attack, we'll be attacked by the other side. If we don't resolve this problem, we'll still lose. At this moment, a voice suddenly interrupted. Before his voice faded away, the atmosphere that was eased by Banahan instantly vanished. Everyone's gazes turned to look at Guli, who was deep in thought beside the sand table, unaware of the changes in his surroundings. Perhaps it was because the surroundings were unusually quiet, but Guli finally sensed something. He raised his head and realized that he had misspoken. His expression changed immediately. The Karluks had colluded with Arabia, and now that Wanha had been exposed and killed, the Karluks were in a crisis of trust. If they were to do anything out of line at this time and anger the Tang dynasty, the Karluks would truly be unable to recover from this setback. Guli is correct. Being attacked from the front and rear is a major taboo in the art of war. If we don't resolve this problem, we'll find it very difficult to concentrate on dealing with the Arabs. Just as Guli was feeling uneasy and full of despair, a sonorous voice suddenly rang out in the hall. Wang Chong suddenly spoke. Lord Protector General. At this moment, Guli felt like he had found a life-saving straw, and his entire body instantly calmed down. Those who didn't know Wang Chong's background would only see that he was 16 or 17, but those with some understanding would know that this young Protector General's status in Talas was not one bit inferior to Gao Xianji's, perhaps even higher. After all, he was the commander of the more than 100,000 soldiers outside the city. But this matter isn't too difficult to resolve. Although Abu Muslim can get an endless stream of soldiers from the Arabs, the same can't be said for the other side. As Wang Chong spoke, his eyes were as firm and unwavering as a boulder. It was like there was no difficulty in the world that could defeat him, and anyone who saw his eyes would be infected and filled with confidence in him. Uzin and the Western Turks have a total of 120,000 soldiers. In the first battle, they've already lost more than 40,000 soldiers, leaving only around 70,000. From now on, Daluin Ruozin will be extremely cautious. He won't take as many risks as he did before. With every soldier he loses a soldier. And if I remember correctly, the Mutri Great Cavalry are the force guarding the royal capital of Uzin. Nothing has happened to the royal capital, but the Mutri Great Cavalry have appeared in Talas. If my guess is correct, this is an army that Daluin Ruozin has privately gathered against the will of the Tsempo. It's impossible for him to recruit any more reinforcements from Uzin. Buzz! Everyone was stunned by Wang Chong's words. Even Gao Xianji's eyes widened, a pensive look on his face. In this war, many people were only paying attention to what was going on, not what was going on outside the war. Even Gao Xianji was no exception. The Anxi Protectorate Army had far too many matters that required his attention. It wasn't that he couldn't sense it, but Wang Chong was far more sensitive to strategic considerations than any of the other commanders here, including himself. You mean to say that this is a war started by one person? Gao Xianji said, a pensive look on his face. I can't be wrong, Wang Chong indifferently said, his profound gaze seemingly able to see through everything. Daluin Ruozin and Hushu Wuzong were defeated in the southwest, and Dusong Mangpoj was defeated at the Triangular Gap. The three of them had lost almost all of their troops. No matter how open-minded the Tsenpo is, he would never send more soldiers to them in such a short time. Moreover, if it really was the Tsempo's idea, it's definitely not just 70,000 soldiers. In addition, although Dewusili is known as the Celestial Wolf Great General and possesses great strength, he only has 40,000 soldiers under his command. But he only had 40,000 men under his command. The rest were the giant wolves that the Western Turks had brought from the steppe. I believe that Ishbara Khagan's probing has already made his intentions clear. The Western Turkic Khaganate won't send any reinforcements. The one with the most calculations in the temple would win, while the one with the least would lose. As a great general, One not only had to consider what was in front of them and what they could see on the battlefield, they also had to calculate what they could not see on the battlefield. This included logistics, soldiers, supplies, politics, and so on. In this battle, Wang Chong was not only paying attention to the battlefield, but also to those outside, whether Daluan Ruozhen was willing or not. Wang Chong had already obtained what he wanted from this battle. In this battle, Daluan Ruozhen had staked everything on one throw. His situation was far from being as glorious as it seemed. In a few sentences, Wang Chong had clearly analyzed the situation they were facing. For a moment, the hall was eerily silent, all of them having pensive looks on their faces. Wang Chong's explanation of the complicated situation, one that was extremely disadvantageous to them, gradually became clear in everyone's minds. As for Arabia, although Talas is closer to Arabia, don't forget that we are not fighting alone. Standing behind us is the entire Tang dynasty. As long as we can hold out for a while, our reinforcements will continue to come. In this aspect, we are completely different from the Western Turks and the Arabs. Wang Chong's voice was resounding and resounding. The moment Wang Chong spoke, the mood in the hall relaxed, and Banahan and Gully felt energized. It was true that Abu Muslim was backed by the massive Arabian Empire, but the Anshi Protectorate Army was also backed by the massive Tang dynasty. The power of the Tang dynasty was renowned throughout the western regions. This was also why so many mercenary tribes of the western regions were willing to fight alongside the Tang dynasty against Arabia. Lord Protector General speaks the truth. I am confident that no matter what, the Tang dynasty will win in the end. Our Karluk tribe will pledge our lives to follow. Gully gave Wang Chong a grateful glance and seized the opportunity to express his loyalty. If not for Wang Chong's words just now, he would have become the target of everyone's criticism. Gully was gradually gaining more and more admiration for this new Chishi Protector General. Okay, we can talk about these things later. Let's first discuss tonight's problem. If everything goes according to plan, Abu Muslim and Daluan Ruozhen will definitely move tonight. Wang Chong's eyes quickly focused on the model in the center of the hall. Ah. Gully froze for a moment, then asked in confusion, "My lord, we're not fighting in the afternoon." Wang Chong, Gao Xinji, and Chang Qianli immediately began to laugh. Although Gully had succeeded Wanha Peiluo as the new leader of the Karluk tribe, he was still very lacking in terms of military experience and strategy. Relax. If Abu Muslim planned to fight in the afternoon, he wouldn't have retreated in the morning. Wang Chong waved his hand and faintly smiled. In addition, he'll need to clean up the aftermath of the battle. He can't possibly start 2 battles in such a short time. Even if he's willing, Daluan Ruozhen will never agree. All his energy will be focused on the night raid. After losing a battle during the day, all generals would consider attacking at night. This was because, compared to the day, there were more advantages at night. For example, the opponent would not be constantly alert. The more intense the battle during the day, the more sleepy they would be at night. Moreover, the cover of the night would make it easier for the army to approach the enemy, and at the same time, it would greatly weaken the power of the archers and ballistae, making it even harder for them to aim. This truly is the case. Based on my understanding of Abu Muslim, he's an extremely aggressive person who will never let go of a chance at night. In addition, Daluan Ruozhen will definitely be prepared, so the risk at night is no less than that of the day. But this is also an opportunity for us. Anshi Protector General Gao Xinji also spoke up at this moment. All is fair in war. Although we don't have as many soldiers as the Arabs, the Western Turks, or the Yuzin, we have 2 major advantages: the steel walls and the city of Talas, which Abu Muslim doesn't have. The Arabs can attack us at night, but we can do the same to them. In addition, we can use this opportunity to gather some information. A faint smile appeared on Wang Chong's lips at these words. Many people knew that Gao Xinji was a godly strategist, that his attacks were swift and fierce, and that he would often appear in places his enemies would not expect, But few people knew that Gao Xinji had another trait. All was fair in war. He had used this move to conquer countless countries in the western regions. Chapter 935. I've exchanged blows with Daluin Ruozen. Based on my understanding of him, they're probably already discussing tonight's operation. If my guess is correct, their target tonight should be here. As Wang Chong spoke, he suddenly extended a finger and pointed at a point on the model. This finger instantly attracted the attention of everyone in the hall, countless gazes turning to the point Wang Chong was pointing at. The day part of our war with the Tang dynasty has ended, but the night part is still far from beginning. Meanwhile, on the eastern side of the battlefield of Talas, behind the high hills, in a typical Western Turkic golden tent, Daluin Ruozen, Dewusili Hushu Wizang Duso Mangpoj, and the other Western Turkic and Uzin commanders were gathered around Daluin Ruozen. Unlike Wang Chong and the others, they were not facing a model of Talas, but the precious map of the Uzin Empire. On the surface, the leader of the Tang dynasty is Gao Xinji, but in reality, the commander behind the scenes is that youngest son of the Wang clan that we're familiar with. Based on my understanding of him, he'll definitely make his move tonight. In the southwest, he already used this move. This time, he definitely won't let go of this opportunity. Just as Wang Chong had made the same judgment about Daluin Ruozen, Daluin Ruozen was making the same judgment about Wang Chong. These two old foes understood each other far too well. In addition, in the battle during the day, we've already lost many soldiers. Unlike the Tang dynasty, we don't have Tang Li to replenish our forces. So I'm sure that Wang Chong will make us the focus of his attacks in the future. He will continue to use all effective methods to nibble away at our forces bit by bit until we are completely exhausted. If Wang Chong were here, he would definitely be shocked because Daluin Ruozen had accurately described the strategy he had analyzed to the crowd in the Lord's Hall of Talas. Gong Jujeb, how are the fences and outposts I ordered you to build going? Daluin Ruozen turned his head and looked at an Uzin commander behind him. Replying to Prime Minister, we have already unloaded the goods from the accompanying vehicles and ordered the soldiers to start the construction. It should be completed in about 4 hours. His name was Ganju Jebu, and he had a rough face and a scimitar hanging from his waist. He looked extremely sturdy, and he was an Uzin general. Very good. Instruct all the soldiers to arrange the signal for patrol. In addition, try to light a large number of torches outside the defensive line. Anyone who approaches, be it the enemy or their own people, must be strictly guarded. If you run into your own people, you must be more vigilant than if you run into an enemy. Daluin Ruozen said, Isn't Prime Minister making a mountain out of a molehill? Isn't it a little too cautious to pass by at night? At this moment, a voice rang out in the tent. Dewusili had his hands behind his back. At the beginning, he had been listening silently, but as he listened, his wild, thick brows gradually furrowed. Daluin Ruozen was Uzin's prime minister. After a brief interaction, Dewusili had deeply acknowledged this fact. But Daluin Ruozen's solemn appearance, as if he was facing a great enemy, was something that Dewusili found hard to agree with. Perhaps not even Daluin Ruozen had been like this in the early morning battle. Haha, Supreme General has never dealt with that person, so it's normal that you don't know. That person's art of war is different from anyone else's. In the War of the Southwest, that person even used the tactic of having the Tang people disguise themselves as our Uzin and Mengshi Zhao people several times. It was raining at the time, so he ruined our encirclement several times. What should have been an absolute advantage was slowly destroyed by him, leading to our final defeat. Daluin Ruozen, on the other hand, faintly smiled, not angry. Buzz. Hearing Daluin Ruozen's words, Dewusili, Shamshak, Chekenbenba, and the other Turkic Khaganate generals all grimaced. They knew a little about the War of the Southwest, but they had never heard of such specific details. That's too despicable. Chekenbenba viciously said. The Western Turks were used to a head-on clash of swords and spears. If the enemy disguised themselves as Western Turks and launched a sneak attack, it would truly be impossible to defend against. Great General, please do not blame me. Prime Minister is just being a little cautious, and there's nothing wrong with being careful. I say this out of consideration for the entire army. Moreover, the battlefield is littered with corpses. The Tang dynasty has probably already taken measures to remove the armor from those corpses. In total, we lost nearly 40,000 men in this battle. If the Tang dynasty sends 40,000 men disguised as us to launch a sneak attack in the darkness, we simply won't be able to hold out and will suffer grievous losses. Huishu Wuzong sternly said. Both Daluin Ruozin and Huishu Wuzong were well aware of Wang Chong's habit of pretending to be his opponents, and were extremely wary of it. Duwusili might not understand, but Daluin Ruozin and Huishu Wuzong could not possibly not be on guard. Duwusili said nothing, but his brows creased. A small number of disguised soldiers wouldn't be a problem, but a large number was a different matter. If that brat from the Tang dynasty really was so crafty, they truly would have to be on guard. We'll do as you say. I will have my subordinates do their best to cooperate. But if the Tang dynasty can ambush us, why can't we attack them? Rather than sitting around and waiting for death, it's better to attack instead of defending. Duwusili sternly said, Haha, I agree with the great general on this point. Daluin Ruozin faintly smiled and lightly waved his sleeve, turning his eyes back to the map of the continent on the hollowed-out table in the tent. Although the Tang dynasty is powerful and skilled in the art of war, more than half of them are mercenaries. The true Tang dynasty doesn't have many soldiers. Besides that, they also have a massive weakness. If we can grasp this weakness, we can cut off an arm. Even if the Tang dynasty still has 100,000 soldiers, there's nothing to fear. What weakness? Daluin Ruozin's words immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the tent. Duwusili, Hubasenji, Chekenbenba, and Shamshak all turned to look. Ballisti. Daluin Ruozin faintly smiled as he spat out these two words. Ballisti. Daluin Ruozin had no idea that in the Lord Hall of the city of Talas, Wang Chong was confidently saying these two words to all his generals. Ballisti are the cornerstone weapons of the Tang dynasty, and the imperial court has always been extremely strict in this aspect. In our 1,000-li raid to reinforce Talas, a significant number of Arabs, Western Turks, and Uzun soldiers died to ballista bolts. As a wise minister, Daluin Ruozin couldn't have missed this point. If Daluin Ruozin launches a night raid, his target will definitely be the ballisti. Wang Chong's words were powerful and resonant. He understood Daluin Ruozin far too well. Unless it was a large-scale battle, a night raid would only be able to inflict very limited damage. Thus, strategic targets were usually chosen for sneak attacks, so Daluin Ruozin would never miss out on this chance. Lord Protector General, ballisti are no small matter. If the Uzun and Western Turks choose ballisti as their targets, should we consider withdrawing the ballisti into Talas to avoid too many losses? Qianli probed. Ballisti were not unique to Wang Chong. The Anchi Protectorate Army was equipped with many ballisti, but ballisti had always played a supporting role. They had never been an independent army like Wang Chong's, and they had never been able to divide up the work. On the battlefield, the power displayed by Wang Chong's ballisti army and the ballisti of the Anchi Protectorate Army were like the difference between the heavens and the earth. If Daluin Ruozin chose Wang Chong's ballista army as his target, it would definitely have a massive effect on the army of the Tang dynasty in the city of Talas. However, the ballista army was still an army under Wang Chong's command. Even though Qianli was the vice protector general of the Anchi Protectorate Army, he had no right to interfere. He could only offer suggestions. In the army, overstepping one's authority was a major taboo. There's no need. Wang Chong chuckled, unconcerned. The steel defense line needs to be coordinated with the ballista army to intimidate the enemy. Moreover, We can't rule out the possibility that Abu Muslim and Dalun Rosen will launch a large-scale attack at night. Only with the ballistae can we launch a timely counterattack. And without the ballistae, how can we lure out Dalun Rosen? The eyes of everyone in the hall brightened at these last words. It seems like Lord Protector General already has plans. Gao Xianji stroked his beard as he realized something and smiled at Wang Chong. Preparedness ensures success, and unpreparedness ensures failure. Since we know that Dalu and Rosen will attack the ballistae, we can't possibly not be on guard. In addition, the Uzin can attack us and we can attack them, Wang Chong calmly said. Gao Xianji inwardly nodded at Wang Chong's words. Heroes cherished heroes. Although Wang Chong was much younger than him, he was a top-class great general in terms of strategic thinking. Many of his ideas and countermeasures were in line with Gao Xianji's. This was something that Gao Xianji could not sense from any of the other Anqi Protectorate Army officers. Lord Protector General and I are of the same mind. Strike first to gain the initiative, and then strike later to restrain the enemy. Attacking is the best way to solve this problem. Gao Xianji's eyes brightened. Gao Xianji had never been a great general who defended cities. Proactively attacking had always been his style, and this was also why Gao Xianji had been so sympathetic to Wang Chong's idea of attacking. However, there's one more thing that Lord Protector General must guard against. Based on what I know, Daluin Rosen has exchanged blows with you before and has a deep understanding of your techniques. Moreover, he has always been an intelligent person, so he must have predicted that you would attack and prepared for it. If Lord Protector General wishes to attack, you must think carefully. Gao Xianji said. Haha, my lord is overthinking things. The art of war is deceitful, and Daluin Rosen only knows of my past strategies, not my present ones. The path of a general is based on the local conditions, and it is unpredictable as well as unpredictable. If I don't have a set style, how can my opponent defend against it? No matter how Daluin Rosen prepares, it's useless. Chapter 936. Oh, not just Gao Xianji, but all the Anqi generals in the hall brightened at Wang Chong's words. No one had ever heard Wang Chong's theory of war before, and even Gao Xianji found it refreshing, let alone the others. Only Wang Yan and Wang Fu, who had long since grown accustomed to it, showed little reaction. Lord Protector General speaks wisely. Water is impermanent, momentum is impermanent. I didn't think that my lord would be able to comprehend the principles of the art of war from the everyday sights and sounds of nature. Qianli praised Wang Chong, his heart filled with sincere admiration. Wang Chong's understanding of the art of war was completely different from any of the generals of the Tang dynasty. It was very difficult to believe that a 17-year-old youth could possess such a high level of understanding of the art of war. Vice Protector General's praise is too much. Wang Chong only faintly smiled, not the slightest bit proud, nor was he overly humble. As the publicly acknowledged war saint of the Central Plains, although he had still not recovered his cultivation level, there were very few people in the world who could compare to him in terms of the art of war. Even Daluin Rosen was actually imitating the art of war he had used in the Southwestern War. Leave Daluin Rosen to me, but there's still Abu Muslim. If Daluin Rosen plans to move at night, Abu Muslim will definitely not let go of this chance. Not only that, based on my understanding of Daluin Rosen, he will definitely send a letter to Abu Muslim warning him to be careful of us. Wang Chong said, "Leave this matter to me." Gao Xianji took it without hesitation. He had a smile on his face and looked very calm. After all, he's been fighting with Abu Muslim for so long. No matter what he wants to do, the Anqi Protectorate Army can make him return empty-handed. In addition, we can use this opportunity to probe the Arabs and understand what they have up their sleeves. As the god of war of the Western region, Gao Xianji had his own pride. Perhaps Gao Xianji was still lacking in strategic planning, But when it came to leading troops into battle, Gao Xianji was not inferior to anyone. The two commanders of the Tang dynasty quickly came to an agreement. Wang Chong would deal with Daluan Ruozhen, while Gao Xianji would deal with Abu Muslim. Following that, the two commander-in-chief of the Tang dynasty, together with the generals in the hall, discussed the specific actions and details for a long time. After the discussion was done and there were no problems, they quickly made a decision. All that was left was to wait for nightfall. As time slowly passed, the Western Turks, the Arabs, the Uzan, and the Tang dynasty maintained absolute restraint after the battle. At some point, the sky had darkened. Ziyad, what did Baghdad say? Hadn't the Caliph already agreed to dispatch the Mamelukes? Why have the Mamelukes that should have appeared a month ago still not appeared? To the west of the city of Talas, in the brightly lit Arab camp, the governor of Iron and Blood, Abu Muslim, was seated on an enormous throne forged from gold and black iron, looking at Deputy Governor Ziyad. Lord Governor, I've already sent letters several times. Based on the news from the rear, it seems like another uprising has broken out in Khorasan. Those rebels have colluded with the Sassanid nobles and are stirring up trouble there. The Caliph places great importance on this matter, so he has sent the Mamelukes to suppress the uprising. Ziyad bowed. Abu Muslim's thick brow imperceptibly creased at these words. The Sassanid dynasty was an empire that Arabia had once conquered, and it was also the strongest foe the Arabian Empire had encountered in its expansion. Khorasan was the eastern territory of the former Sassanid dynasty. Although Arabia had already conquered the Sassanid dynasty, there were still many remnants of the Sassanid dynasty that had escaped, occasionally staging revolts against Arabia. Of these, Khorasan was the fiercest region of resistance. This had always been a sore point for the Caliph, so he had always fiercely suppressed it. When Abu Muslim had become governor of the East, he had also harshly suppressed that region, but he hadn't expected for long before another uprising had broken out. Have we still not captured those Sassanid nobles? Abu Muslim frowned, a sharp light flashing through the depths of his eyes. Not yet. Those fleeing Sassanid nobles are very cautious, and they have a large number of Khorasani helping them. It's very difficult for us to capture them. The Caliph has already sent Governor Hayro to oversee this matter, and Khorasan has been plastered with posters, but as usual it will be very difficult for us to capture them. In addition, Ziyad hesitated for a moment, then glanced at Abu Muslim. I just received word from the Caliph that His Majesty is extremely dissatisfied with our progress at Talas. Baz! Ziyad's words immediately silenced the tent, all the Arab officers lowering their heads in an oppressive atmosphere. In Arabia, the Caliph's decree was the decree of God, and no one dared to defy the Caliph. The Caliph had never cared about the losses suffered by the governors in battle, nor did he care about how many of their subordinates had died. The Caliph only cared about the results. The failure to take Talas in more than 2 months had already incurred the Caliph's displeasure. If this situation could not be changed, Abu Muslim would soon be replaced. Before this, many governors of the East had been replaced because of this reason. Talas will be taken. The Tang dynasty will surely be defeated. After some time, when the atmosphere in the tent was so heavy that it was almost suffocating, Abu Muslim finally spoke. His voice was like steel, suffused with an unshakable will. Write a letter for me. Tell the Caliph that Abu Muslim will end this battle in 2 months and offer up the western territories of the Tang dynasty as a gift to the Caliph. In addition, once the battle is over, I will start a bloody massacre and use the corpses of 100,000 Tang dynasty soldiers to dispel His Majesty's dissatisfaction. After this battle, not a single one of them will return to the Tang dynasty alive. Abu Muslim's words immediately caused the atmosphere in the tent to become strange and scorching. Any warrior of the Arabian Empire who understood the name Abu Muslim would understand what the word bloody butcher signified. Although this was a boundless terror to the enemies of the Arabian Empire, to the Arabs whose mission was to kill and conquer, This was a source of excitement, stimulating the morale and fighting power of the entire army. "Your subordinate will go," Ziad sincerely said. "That's right, there's one more thing. Although His Majesty has temporarily mobilized the Mamelukes to suppress the Sassanid rebel army, His Majesty has already agreed to 2 of Lord Governor's other requests. Those 2 special armies will appear at Talas tomorrow at the latest and await Lord Governor's orders." Okay. At these words, Abu Muslim's eyes exploded with light, and his entire body was invigorated. "Ziad, I leave this matter to you. Tomorrow we will end this battle once and for all. This general will go." Flap, flap. As the group was in the middle of their discussion, there was the flapping of wings. Dish! In the blink of an eye, a nimble and thin azure eagle closed its wings and shot out of the tent toward Abu Muslim, who was seated on his throne of gold and black iron. This abrupt sight instantly attracted everyone's attention. Seated on his throne, Abu Muslim's eyes flashed as he calmly extended a hand. That thin and small green eagle landed lightly on his extended index finger, motionless. Everyone could see a thin piece of snow-white paper on its leg. "It's from Uzun." A hint of confusion flashed through Abu Muslim's eyes as he quickly removed the paper from the azure eagle's leg and began to examine it. As Abu Muslim examined it, the tent was quiet. No one spoke, not even Ziad. Interesting. The Uzun actually sent a letter warning us to be careful of the Tang people's disguises and sneak attacks. After reading the letter, Abu Muslim grinned and carelessly handed the paper to a swarthy Arab general. "Although I don't think that anyone can ambush us, the Uzun have good intentions. Nerman, take care of this and reply to them. Your subordinate will go." The Arab general, called Nerman, sternly said, "In addition, the Uzun and the Western Turks hope that we will work together to attack the Tang dynasty at night. This matter is indisputable and in line with the interests of our Arabs. Nerman, gather your subordinates and get ready." Abu Muslim said, "This general will go." Nerman excitedly replied, his eyes glimmering with killing intent as he quickly departed. No one in the Eastern Arab army was more adept at night raids than him. This was going to be a grand and bloody banquet. The sky hung low, and this seemed to be the last sunrise and sunset that all of Talas would see before the end of the year. As the sun sank below the horizon, the sky quickly darkened. Several hours later, the sky over Talas had completely darkened. Plush, plush, plush. As the sky darkened, flames soared into the sky, illuminating the entire city of steel on the eastern front. Everything within a radius of 50 zhang was illuminated. Soon after, the other city of steel on the western front began to spit fire into the sky. 2 long streaks of fire pushed the warning line around the 2 steel defense lines forward. At almost the same time, in the hills to the east, massive bonfires soared into the sky, their light even brighter and brighter than the 2 steel walls. These blazing bonfires created a wide defensive perimeter for the Uzun and the Western Turks, and right behind them were the Arabs of the West. One blaze after another, blazing and dazzling, illuminated the ice-cold city of Talas like a resplendent night sky. 3 forces for empires. In the instant that night fell, they simultaneously made full preparations. Dalu and Ruozin really did come prepared. Standing on the northeast corner of the city of Talas, Wang Chong held his hands behind his back and smiled as he gazed at the countless Uzun and Western Turks in the distant hills. Chapter 937. As the winds howled, Wang Chong stood on the walls, his robes flapping in the wind. From a distance, he exuded a carefree and confident demeanor. "Light the torches." Wang Chong made a gesture, and the torches on the walls began to light along the edges of the walls. Clang, clang, clang. Chains connected to oil lamps hung down from the walls, lighting up the last dark corner of Talas. Whether it was the Arabs or Uzun who wanted to launch a sneak attack on the steel defense line or climb into the city of Talas in the dark, there were no longer any blind spots to speak of. Time slowly passed. Whether it was the Uzun, the Tang people, or the Arab camps, all of them were quiet. The three parties all seemed to be extremely restrained, and they were all living in harmony. From the first night until the hour of the Z period, there were no attacks. But even so, the mood in the city of Talas did not relax in the slightest. On the contrary, it only grew more tense. The guards of the eastern, western, and central city of Talas were all on high alert, even more careful than before. As the Z period passed, the darkness deepened and the drowsiness deepened. Everyone knew that night raids would often take place at this time. On the edge of the eastern battlefield, bonfires blazed and the cries of vultures could be heard in the night sky. At least 5,000 or 6,000 Uzun soldiers were patrolling the perimeter formed by the bonfires. The places they patrolled were newly built fences and towering sentry posts. It was very difficult to imagine that the Uzun, who were not known for their agricultural culture, would be able to learn the tactics of the Central Plains in such a short time. Keep your spirits up. That general of the Tang dynasty loves sneak attacks the most. Keep your eyes open. Don't let the Tang people take advantage of any loopholes. Outside the sentry post, an Uzun general with a long saber at his waist loudly rebuked the soldiers. Yes, at the sentry post, groups of Uzun soldiers responded one after another. Their gazes were vigilant, like night falcons, sizing up the surroundings. Under such circumstances, no one could break through Uzun's defenses without being discovered. Gallop, clop, clop, clop. Smoke and dust billowed as teams of Uzun cavalry patrolled in the night. The dense blockade of cavalry and sentry posts formed a tight barrier that tightly guarded the camps of the Uzun and Western Turks. Time passed slowly. Dark clouds covered the moon, and the surroundings grew darker and darker. After some time, da-da-da, just outside the southern defensive line of the Uzun camp, there was a sudden rush of horse hooves. In an instant, the Uzun people were on high alert. Who are you? On the sentry tower, a Tibetan narrowed his eyes and turned his head, his eyes bright. He instantly drew his bow, the sharp arrowhead aimed at the area beyond the defense line, where the hooves were coming from. At almost the same time, in a radius of several hundred jong, countless patrolling soldiers and even the Tibetans garrisoned elsewhere began to rush toward this area. Countless eyes in the darkness followed the sound of the sentry's voice and looked in the direction of the hooves. By relying on the light of the bonfires, one could see countless figures rapidly approaching. Don't fight. We're on the same side. A hurried Uzun voice could be heard in the darkness. But the soldiers on the sentry tower did not relax in the slightest at this familiar voice. On the contrary, they became even more nervous. Their entire bodies seemed to be facing a powerful foe. Dish! With a shrill whistle, a sharp arrow landed on the ground in front of those figures. Stop right there. All of you, dismount and take off your helmets. I want to see your true faces. This is the Prime Minister's order. Anyone who disobeys will die. The Uzun soldier on the sentry tower shouted. As he spoke, he grabbed a torch from the sentry tower and threw it over. The flames streaked across the sky and instantly lit up the night sky. But the next moment, an arrow streaked across the sky and hit the torch in the air. Ha ha ha, Daluan Ruozin is indeed powerful. He's prepared for this. Brothers, retreat. A loud laughter in Uzun came from the darkness. Before the figures could get close to the bonfires, they waved their hands and led a group of soldiers to retreat into the darkness. Chase! Hearing the laughter, the Uzun did not know what was going on. They roared angrily and urged their horses to give chase. Stop! All of you, come back! The Prime Minister has ordered us not to chase a cornered enemy. Be careful of their ambush. A Tibetan officer rode out on a sturdy Highland steed, his eyes gleaming as he hurried out to stop the group. The neighing of Ney's steed came to an abrupt halt, and the Uzun cavalry that had been giving chase immediately retreated. These Uzun are truly formidable. They didn't fall for our trick at all. Deep in the night, Sun Jiming watched the retreating Uzun soldiers a hint of interest in his eyes. Daluin Ruozin truly is formidable. In the end, he's the wise minister of the Uzin. Even Marquis has nothing but praise for him, and he's already seen Marquis's ambush methods in the War of the Southwest, so he's probably prepared for it. This move of ours is practically useless against him. Behind Sun Jiming, a Tang dynasty horseman who had participated in the War of the Southwest said, "Haha, it's more fun to be on guard. Let's retreat for now. In any case, we still have an entire night to play with the Uzin." Sun Jiming chuckled nonchalantly and led the group away, disappearing into the depths of the night. At almost the same time, the news that the Tang people had disguised themselves as Uzin soldiers to launch a sneak attack had reached the army camp behind the hills. The camp was brightly lit, and the precious map of the continent was spread out on a pitch-black metal table. Sitting next to it were Daluin Ruozin, Huishu Wizong, Dusong Mangpoj, and Dawusili. Just as Prime Minister predicted, that brat is up to his old tricks again. Huishu Wizong coldly snorted at the messenger's words. "Haha, he's using the same method twice. It seems like I overestimated him." Daluin Ruozin grinned, unconcerned. In his view, Wang Chang's methods had been nothing more than a child's game, utterly meaningless. If this is all he has up his sleeve tonight, I'm afraid everyone will be able to rest easy. Could it be that this was all he had and that Prime Minister overestimated him a little? Could a teenager have started learning the art of war in his mother's womb? Dawusili finally spoke, his voice tinged with resentment. Although he was unwilling to admit it, Dawusili Celestial Wolf's divine procession had run into an undefeatable opponent for the first time, and this opponent's cultivation and strength were both lower than his. This was something that Dawusili had never encountered before. To do this in front of Huishu, Wizong, Dusong Mangpoj, and the other great generals had utterly humiliated Dawusili. On the side, Dusong Mangpoj slightly creased his brow at these words, but he said nothing. "Haha, General's words are reasonable, but there's no harm in being careful. We should still be on our guard and be a little cautious." Daluin Ruozin only faintly smiled, offering no retort. Daluin Ruozin would never underestimate an opponent who had once defeated him, but there was no need to explain this to Dawusili. "Prime Minister, do you need me to join the patrol?" Dusong Mangpoj, who had been silent this entire time, suddenly spoke. "This way, if the Tang people make a move, I can come to their aid at any time and make sure that they never return. There's no need." Daluin Ruozin's smile faded into a frown, and he quickly rejected Dusong Mangpoj's proposal. In the Battle of the Triangular Gap, Dayan Mangpoj had died in battle, and Dusong Mangpoj's tens of thousands of soldiers had been almost completely wiped out. Ever since that battle, Dusong Mangpoj had been in a rush to get revenge, even kneeling in front of the great snow mountain temple. How could Daluin Ruozin not understand what he was thinking? But now was not the time to let his emotions affect his decisions. As a general, you have to oversee the center of the army. You can't do everything yourself. You can just leave these minor matters to your subordinates. Moreover, the Tang people are crafty. Whether it's that Wang Chong or Gao Xianji, they're both experts at scheming. If they learn that you're participating in the patrol, they can use tactics to tire you out, making you constantly on the run without any time to rest. If a major battle breaks out, our defeat will be assured. With these final words, Daluin Ruozin's expression became extremely solemn. Dusong Mangpoj was quiet for a few moments, and then he finally nodded. The night was getting darker, and the faint moonlight from before had completely dimmed. 15 minutes later, while Daluin Ruozin and the others were still discussing countermeasures in the tent, the panting of hooves came from the center of the Uzin defense line. "Who goes there?" In the dark night, countless arrowheads were aimed in the direction of the sound of the horses' hooves. The Uzin had been prepared, and anyone approaching would immediately trigger an immediate response from the Uzin. Piercing the defenses of the Uzin was no easy task. "It's us. Don't attack." "We've received orders from the Dewussili Great General to report to your Uzun commander's camp." A choppy voice in Uzun came out of the darkness. The Western Turks? A hint of surprise flashed through the eyes of the soldiers on the sentry post, and they slowly loosened their bows. Even a muscular and swarthy Uzun general with a long saber at his waist slowly sheathed his saber. In the light of the bonfires, they could clearly see that the figures on the other side were wearing Western Turkic armor. "Put down the arrows. Without my order, no one is allowed to attack," the swarthy Uzun general ordered as he waved down his arm. His eyes had been brimming with wariness, but they were now much more relaxed. The Western Turks and the Uzun were allies, and although they did not speak the same language, they still had a common enemy. Fighting and causing misunderstandings would be detrimental to the overall situation. Many thanks. Chapter 938. Wait a moment. As the Western Turks were about to approach, the Uzun general at the sentry post suddenly called out to stop them. At the same time, he turned around and gestured behind him. While the Turks were still confused, a white horse galloped out from the rear. "Which cavalry unit are you from? Do you have proof of the great general's summons? Do you have a token?" A string of harsh words in Western Turkic came out of the general's mouth, leaving everyone dumbfounded. There was a Western Turkic soldier in the Uzun army. "Stop! Kill them!" While the Western Turks were still in a daze, the Turkic soldier on the white horse seemed to notice something and pointed a finger across from him as he harshly bellowed, "What are you waiting for?" Swish, swish, swish. Without the slightest hesitation, countless arrows shot toward the Western Turks. "Ha ha ha! This Daluin Ruozin truly is formidable. He even managed to guard against this. Consider him formidable. He actually managed to plant a Western Turk in the Uzun camp. Brothers, retreat!" After dodging the arrows, the Western Turks heartily laughed. As expected, it was the Tang people in disguise. The Turks swiftly left with the galloping of horses. "General, this Daluin Ruozin is very difficult to deal with," a Tang people soldier wearing Western Turkic armor said as they left the Uzun camp. If he was easy to deal with, how could he be called a wise minister? There would have been no need for Marquis to personally make such a grand plan. Chung Sanyuan took off his helmet and heartily laughed. "This Daluin Ruozin's defense is truly impenetrable. If this continues, it'll be very difficult for us to gain anything," one of the cavalrymen of the Tang dynasty said unwillingly. Using the gap between the Western Turks and the Uzun to disguise themselves as Western Turks and launch a sneak attack on the Uzun was a rather good idea, but who could have expected that Daluin Ruozin would have placed real Western Turks in his army to distinguish the real from the fake? It was clear that he had long since anticipated this. This made the soldiers of the Tang dynasty, who knew little about Daluin Ruozin, feel deeply troubled. Fighting with such a powerful opponent made their scalps tingle. It seemed that their every move was within his expectations. At this moment, everyone suddenly felt how powerful their Marquis was. "What are you afraid of? Ignore him. He's just a defeated opponent of Marquis. No matter how powerful Daluin Ruozin is, can he be more powerful than Marquis?" Cheng Sanyuan laughed heartily. He did not mind the soldiers' worry at all. "Let's go. Our mission is complete. I'll leave the rest to Kong Xian and the others." Galloping galloped off into the distance, the group returning to the Tang dynasty camp in Talas. Bang! A few moments after Chung Sen-Yuan's group left, the Western Turkic camp was also in a state of turmoil. "Prime Minister! We just received word that the Tang people disguised themselves as Western Turks and launched a sneak attack on our camp." A messenger rushed in from outside the tent of the Uzun commander. "Great General, our camp has been attacked. The Tang people disguised themselves as Uzun soldiers and launched a sneak attack on us." A few moments later, another Western Turk had charged in. Two pieces of news, one after the other, were delivered to Daluin Ruozin. Everyone in the tent looked at each other in dismay. and in a flash, Wishu, Wizang, Dawusili, and Dusong Mangpoj all turned to Daluin Ruozen. Daluin Ruozen's initial plan to plant soldiers in each other's camps had been somewhat disapproving, but it now appeared that if not for Daluin Ruozen's arrangements, the Tang people would have already succeeded. Just think about it. If the Tang disguised themselves as Tibetans or Western Turks and openly approached under the banner of an alliance, no one would have been able to predict such a thing unless they had made preparations beforehand. Prime Minister is wise. Dawusili truly admires you. Dawusili said. Only now did he truly admire this Prime Minister of the Uzun Empire's Ngari royal lineage. Daluin Ruozen only smiled, his brow slightly lowered as a pensive look appeared in his eyes. Prime Minister, what's wrong? Wishu Wizang and Dusong Mangpoj both sensed something and spoke at the same time. Daluin Ruozen's reaction was completely unlike that of someone who had predicted his opponent's movements and won. It's hard to say. Daluin Ruozen slightly creased his brow. If Wang Chong had only made his first move, I might have calmly smiled and told everyone that there was nothing to worry about. But he put on our armor and attacked the Western Turks, and then he put on the armor of the Western Turks to attack us. Although everything seems to have gone according to my plan, I don't dare to relax after these two incidents. Prime Minister means that his actions are just to confuse us and that he has other plans. Dawusili said. After all, he was one of the top-class great generals of the Western Turkic Khaganate, and Daluin Ruozen's words made Dawusili vaguely think of something. I can't be sure for now, but I can guarantee that this is not all he has. Since he's made 3 moves, he definitely has more up his sleeve. But I still don't understand. How did he break through my defenses? Daluin Ruozen said, his brow creased in deep confusion. Daluin Ruozen had set up many bonfires outside the camp, making it impossible to silently approach without being discovered. Moreover, Daluin Ruozen had placed Western Turkic soldiers near each sentry post, and the Western Turks had done the same. Wang Chong's 2 consecutive failures were enough to illustrate the problem. The Western Turks and the Uzun camps had been tightly guarded by Daluin Ruozen. There was basically no other way than to force their way in. But in a night raid, there weren't many soldiers in the first place. Forcing their way in was basically suicidal. Daluin Ruozen had no idea what Wang Chong would do. Daluin Ruozen had once speculated that not even he could successfully break through such tight defenses. The tent was quiet as everyone fell into deep thought. Haha, but he has his plans and I have my own. There's no need to worry about him. Wishu Wizang, it's about time for our men to move out. It's impolite not to reciprocate, so let's give him a pleasant surprise. Daluin Ruozen suddenly raised his head, a faint smile on his lips as he looked into the distance. Yes, Prime Minister. Coming back to his senses, Wishu Wizang slightly bowed and quickly left. Time slowly passed, and while Wishu Wizang was leaving the tent to deliver his orders, on the northern side of the Uzun camp a mournful wolf howl resounded through the night sky, drifting far away in the darkness. Listen, even these beasts have feelings and know how to mourn for their comrades. In today's battle, the Tang have killed mountains and seas of wolves. We can't even count how many there are. It wasn't just those wolves that died today. Those Tang people's ballistae were too formidable. We and the Western Turks have a total of 120,000 soldiers. But in today's battle, they've killed more than 40,000. After all, we're all elites. Whispers could be heard in the darkness. Not far from a sentry post 10-some meters high, 2 fully armored Uzun soldiers were leaning against each other. I finally understand why the Tang people were able to stop the hundreds of thousands of Arab soldiers at Talas. That Tang dynasty commander is truly too formidable. You all saw the battle during the day. If not for the Celestial Wolf Cavalry, the Mutri Great Cavalry, and the Western Turkic Great General, we would have lost more than half of our men, and our losses would have been even worse. The two couldn't help but shiver at the thought of the bitter battle during the day, a chill running down their backs. The Uzin had never been a coward, but that depended on who their opponent was. Far too many soldiers had been gathered in the tiny city of Talas, and almost all the factions that had appeared here were elites. Even the Uzin soldiers couldn't help but feel a lingering fear in the face of such elite soldiers and ballistae. Russell. As the two of them were chatting, a peculiar feeling suddenly came from nearby. The two of them shuddered and abruptly turned their heads. "Who is it?" One of them had drawn his bow and the other had drawn his saber as they both turned in the direction of the sound. "Who?" The wind whistled, and with the help of a light from the bonfire, the two of them saw a huge green wolf slowly walking past the tall sentry tower. "Damn it, it's a Turkic wolf." The two of them looked at each other awkwardly. The army had long ago received orders that the commander of the Tang dynasty was extremely fond of night raids. From the Z period until now, the army had sounded 3 alarms, and all 3 times the Tang dynasty cavalry had approached in disguise. The two of them couldn't help but feel a little paranoid. "Bastards, what are you doing?" Just when the two of them were feeling awkward, they heard a harsh shout and a gust of wind. A muscular Tibetan general suddenly appeared behind them, his eyes like swords as he stared at the pair. "Didn't I order you to patrol? If something happens, I'll hold you responsible." "Yes, General." The two felt a chill in their hearts and hurriedly left, vanishing into the darkness. This night was destined to be a sleepless one. A cool breeze blew, and the deeper it went, the colder it got. And if one looked down from the sky, one could see that the 2 steel walls in front of the city of Talas were illuminated by countless torches, dazzling in the darkness. The light of the torches illuminated a bright area in the darkness, serving as a barrier between the 100,000 Chishi reinforcements and the Anshi Protectorate army in the city. Gallop! Chapter 939. Who goes there? With a sudden shout, many figures appeared behind the seemingly empty second steel wall. With the creaking of gears, the fearsome Tang dynasty ballistae appeared behind the steel walls, their savage arrowheads gleaming with a cold light in the darkness. "Stop! They're on our side. We were summoned by Marquis to deal with the Uzin. The mission is complete. Come back to report." A voice came from the distance. "Oh, how was the harvest?" The Tang dynasty general behind the second steel wall asked, his eyes clearly much more relaxed. Tonight, Marquis had truly dispatched many soldiers to ambush the Uzin. "That Dahlin Rosen is too powerful. We were unable to get close. We ambushed him several times, but all of them failed. So we came back to report." The other side replied. Their war horses slowed down, but they did not stop. "That's true. That Prime Minister of Uzin is truly formidable. Even General Ching Sanyuan and the others failed, much less you." The candle flames flickered, and the Tang dynasty general behind the steel walls said, unsurprised, "But Marquis has ordered that everything must be done according to the rules. Dismount your horses and leave them to the rear to deal with. Remove your weapons and come in." "Understood." The other side nodded and quickly approached the steel defense line. 50 paces, 30 paces, as they got closer and closer to the second defense line, when they were still 20-some paces away, twang! The bowstrings trembled and the gears vibrated. Thick bolts suddenly shot out like lightning. Before the enemy could react, puff, 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 dozens of allies who were riding their horses in the dark were pierced through by the bolts and fell from their horses like wooden stakes. Nay, the war horses neighed. This sudden turn of events left everyone dumbfounded. "What are you doing?" A voice filled with both shock and anger came from the other side. They were completely shocked by the scene of their own people killing each other. "Ha ha ha, still pretending?" At this moment, illuminated by the flames, the Tang dynasty general gripped his scabbard in his right hand and suddenly appeared in a gap in the city of steel. Marquis sent out a total of 4 armies. The first 3 armies have already completed their missions and returned. The 4th army hadn't even launched their attack yet. So how could they return in defeat? Why didn't you choose a better person to lie to? You crows! Hiss! Hi! Man! The last few words were spoken word by word, and they revealed waves of ridicule. Buzz! For a moment, the opposing Great Tang army was deathly still. Then, all the dead silence and shock turned into an earth-shattering roar. Kill! Kill them! Kill all the Tang people! Outside the steel walls, the Great Tang army that had been in a state of shock suddenly revealed its true face. Waves of arrogant shouts and shouts in the Uzun language soared into the sky. Hong! The warhorses galloped as fast as lightning, suddenly accelerating toward the second line of defense. As the warhorses charged, the elite cavalry of the Uzun army reached into the bellies of their horses and took out the heavy shields that they had prepared beforehand. Kaiyel! With their disguises removed, these Tibetans roared, their bodies exploding with killing intent as they shot toward the Tang inside the defense line, especially the Tang ballisti. Translated by Hypersheep 325, edited by Miker Twang Twang Twang. The ballisti boomed as ballista bolts flew through the air. But this time they were prepared, and the lethality of the ballisti was greatly reduced. At the very front of this Uzun army was an Uzun general, his aura soaring to the heavens. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed a storm of energy that sent a ballista bolt flying toward him flying. Charge! This Tibetan general became one with his horse and shot forward with unbelievable speed, taking the lead as he charged toward the second defense line. This sudden movement immediately attracted everyone's attention. Focus fire! With a heaven-shaking roar, the ballista bolts began to converge on the Uzun general. But with a boom, the warhorse whinnied and fell to the ground. As for the Tibetan general, before his horse could be hit by the ballista bolts, he had leapt off his horse. Sticking close to the ground, he flitted through the air with astonishing speed and appeared at an opening in the second defense line. In that instant, under the illumination of the furnace and the torch, a face with a chiseled face was clearly outlined. It wasn't Hoba Senji, but it was a Saint Martial realm expert, just like him. Careful! At the gap in the steel walls, the great Tang commander gave a heaven-shaking roar. Countless soldiers and countless attacks immediately began to rumble toward the Saint Martial expert of Yusing. But this Saint Martial Tibetan general paid no attention to their attacks. With a blink, he shot toward the first ballista. Bang! In a flash of light, an invisible energy of law pierced through the air and gathered on the fist of the Uzun general of the Yarlung lineage, Abu Sangji, who smashed his fist against one of the ballisti. With a boom, the ballista shuddered. The sturdy and powerful ballista was instantly torn to pieces, its parts flying into the air and scattering to the ground. It felt like it was made of paper. Ignore them! Hurry up and destroy their ballisti! Abu Sangji's furious roar resounded through the night. After destroying one ballista, he immediately charged toward the second, ignoring the attacks of the others. As a valiant general of the Yarlung lineage, Abu Sangji's martial arts had not yet reached the level of a brigadier general like Hoba Senji, but Abu Sangji's martial arts were still extremely frightening. He was not much weaker than Hoba Senji. Although Daluin Ruozen's westward march against the Tang people appeared to be going against the Tsenpo on the surface, he had countless people assisting him. Abu Sangji had served at Daluin Ruozen's side at the behest of the Yarlung lineage king. He had been closely following the Tang army this entire time. The ballisti of the Tang dynasty were extremely tough and could be repaired. Only metal element experts could completely destroy them and make them impossible to repair. This was the true reason why Daluin Ruozen had sent him on this night raid. The Tang dynasty army at Talas was now rife with experts, including many top-class Tang generals. They could arrive at any moment, and not even Abu Sangji dared to act recklessly. Time was short, and Abu Sangji had to destroy the ballisti as quickly as possible. This was the true purpose of this night raid. Otherwise, killing a few hundred or even 1,000 of the 100,000 Tang dynasty soldiers would be meaningless. It would be like trying to put out a cart of firewood with a cup of water. Roar! Kill! With Abu Sangji taking the lead, the other Uzun cavalry braved all sorts of attacks to break through the second defense line. None of them engaged in battle. Everyone had a clear goal. Once they broke through the defense line, they would immediately break through the ballistae. Boom! A Tibetan soldier charged up to a ballista and smashed down with his fist, instantly smashing the ballista into smithereens. Enemy attack! Shrill cries resounded through the night as wave after wave of Tang dynasty soldiers surged in. The effect of choosing to launch a sneak attack after the Z period was now on full display. Even though the city of Talas had more than 100,000 soldiers, the vast majority of them were in a state of deep sleep. They had to prepare for the battle that might occur during the day, so not many soldiers were rushing over. But even so, the Tang dynasty cavalry that had been summoned from all sides still outnumbered the Uzun soldiers who had come to launch a sneak attack. Wave after wave of cavalry surged forward, their swords and sabers flickering in the light of the flames. Hurry! Abu Sangji's shout resounded through the second defense line. Countless Uzun cavalry charged through the gaps in the defense line, enduring the attacks of the Tang dynasty soldiers as they charged toward the ballistae. The soldiers that Abu Sangji had brought with him were the most unique soldiers of the Uzun. All of them had metal element abilities, and although their abilities differed in strength, they were the most effective against the Tang dynasty ballistae. Bang, bang, bang. 1, 2, 3. In a few short moments, 10-some Tang dynasty ballistae had been destroyed by Abu Sangji. On the other side, the thousands of Uzun cavalry had clearly divided into two groups. One group held round shields to block the attacks of the Tang people, while the other focused on attacking the Tang dynasty ballistae behind the defense line. Although these people were far weaker than Abu Sangji, they had the advantage in numbers. In a few short moments, 70 to 80 Tang dynasty ballistae had been blown into the air and scattered in fragments. 100, 200. Although the Uzun elite cavalry had only been charging for a short time, their clear goal allowed them to destroy 200 to 300 Tang dynasty ballistae. For the Tang dynasty army, which only had 3,000 ballistae in total, this was an enormous loss, and the losses were still growing. However, the Uzun army had also paid an enormous price. Screams filled the air. In just a few moments, more than 1,000 Uzun elites had died behind the second defense line. There were simply too many Uzun soldiers charging in from all directions. Each Uzun cavalry was being attacked by at least 4 or 5 Tang dynasty soldiers at the same time. Even though these people were all elites and each of them was wearing the best armor, it was still difficult for them to withstand so many attacks. Whoosh! Whoosh! Swords pierced through the chinks in the armor of these Uzun soldiers, stabbing through their chests from the front and coming out from the back, their blades as red as blood. The eyes of these Uzun cavalry were wide open, their throats gurgling as they fell to the ground. Their blood flowed down their bodies and into the ground, dyeing it red. A thick, bloody mist and the stench of blood filled the air. Chapter 940. Wonderful. Abu Sangji's heart was bursting with excitement. In just a few short moments, they had already destroyed 400 to 500 Tang dynasty ballistae. This was an unimaginable harvest. It had to be known that this ballista force could easily wipe out 5,000 to 6,000 Uzun cavalry in a single volley, and if they were used on the battlefield for a long time, their lethality would be unimaginable. Where there is a harvest, there is a price to pay. If we can destroy all the Tang dynasty ballistae, it doesn't matter if all of us die here, Abu Sangji quietly said to himself. He felt no pity for those who had died. A night raid had always been a risky operation with no return. Those who survived would be lucky, and those who did not would die. The most important thing was whether or not they had achieved their strategic objectives. Get ready. Retreat. More and more Tang people were gathering around them, and each ballista was being guarded by a large number of soldiers. In these circumstances, it would be extremely difficult to succeed. Abu Sangji immediately gave the order to retreat. Boom! In a flash, Abu Sangji appeared 20 paces away, the golden stellar energy of the Saint Martial realm exploding. Aya! Screams rang out as 30-some fully armored Tang soldiers were sent flying like rag dolls, vomiting blood as they flew through the air. Run! Abu Sangji turned his head and shouted at the trapped Uzun cavalry. After doing all this, he leaped into the air, immediately snatching a Tang warhorse and mounting it. Without any hesitation, he charged toward the eastern side of the second defense line. Abu Sangji could see that the distant gate of Talas was open, and the Anchi Protectorate Army's Vice Commander Chen Qianli was already riding out. Chen Qianli was a peak brigadier general and one of the strongest soldiers of the Tang Dynasty army. Abu Sangji was currently no match for him. No matter how much Abu Sangji wanted to expand his victory, he had no choice but to retreat. Abu Sangji reacted quickly. Neigh let out a long neigh, and Abu Sangji leapt out of the gap in the second defense line. Everyone listen up. Don't stay here. Retreat at full speed. Abu Sangji's screams echoed across the battlefield. The results of this battle were far greater than he had imagined. A single ambush had destroyed 400 to 500 ballistae. If he did this a few more times, the Tang Dynasty's ballista army would essentially be wiped out. Now, as long as they returned to the camp, this operation would be considered a complete success. Go! Abu Sangji squeezed his legs and exerted all the strength in his body. Boundless Saint Martial realm stellar energy poured into the warhorse beneath him. The man and horse galloped through the night at an astonishing speed. 100 feet, 200 feet. In the blink of an eye, Abu Sangji had escaped from the battle. He had run more than 60 meters from the second defense line. Just as he was about to escape, Abu Sangji suddenly saw a figure. This figure was tall and thin. He stood there quietly as if he had been waiting for a long time. The night wind blew, and the person's long hair danced in the wind. He exuded a calm and composed aura, as if he was in control of the situation. More importantly, the moment he saw this person, Abu Sangji had a strange feeling. It was as if this person had predicted his escape route and had been waiting for him. Who goes there? Abu Sangji's eyes widened as he shouted. Haha, the person who will kill you. An indifferent chuckle came from the darkness. It sounded extremely young. Boom! Before Abu Sangji could react, the slender figure's left and right shoulders suddenly rose up, one gold and one red. A sun and a moon, a bizarre sight in the darkness. Abu Sangji grimaced, and an intense sense of danger welled up in his heart. Mabwa's fist of the great sun. Without the slightest hesitation, Abu Sangji used his most powerful technique. A vast golden light exploded from his body, making him seem like a god. Abu Sangji's aura exploded with blazing heat, turning him into a sun that could melt gold and iron. Within this sun was a massive and majestic mountain range, the Great Mabwa Mountain. This was the Uzun Empire's Demon Mother Mountain, the embodiment of the legendary Great Demon Mother of the Uzun Empire. Unlike the other royal lineages, the Uzun Empire's Yarlung lineage worshipped the Great Demon Mother, the mother of all demons. Abu Sangji's Mabwa's Fist of the Great Sun was one of the top martial arts of the Yarlung lineage. Rumble. In the darkness of the night, Abu Sangji and his horse were as one. Like a burning sun, they shot toward the Taoist like a meteor. At the same time, Abu Sangji heard a faint chuckle. Great Inyang heaven creation art. Rumble. There was an earth-shattering boom as the two figures collided more than 60 meters away from the second defense line of the Tang Dynasty. At that moment, time and space were silent, the sun and the moon were silent, and everything seemed to have come to a standstill. Then a strong wind swept in all directions, and even the shock waves that were more than 60 meters away hit the steel wall with a series of loud bangs. This earth-shaking battle had begun fiercely and ended simply. In the blink of an eye, this battle between St. Martial experts was over. As everyone watched, Wang Chong stood on the ground in plain clothes, his hand gripping Abu Sengji's neck like a pair of iron pincers. This fierce general of the Yarlung royal lineage of the Uzun Empire was like a duck, his feet off the ground, unable to break free from Wang Chong's grasp. Under the effect of the great Yin-Yang heaven creation art, an endless stream of St. Martial energy surged into Wang Chong's body. Wang Chong's aura surged as his strength continued to grow under the influence of the St. Martial energy. Meanwhile, Abu Sengji's strength continued to drop like a punctured rubber ball, and his stalwart body began to shrivel and wither like the skin of an orange. Evil, evil art. Abu Sengji's eyes were wide with fear. He had fought all his life, never fearing anything, never retreating. Even if he died on the battlefield, he would not regret it. But what was happening to him now had completely defied common sense and could not be explained with logic. Without question, this was the most terrifying evil art of all. Wang Chong only sneered, not even bothering to explain. Too weak. With a faint smile, Wang Chong snapped Abu Sengji's neck. All of the latter's energy had been sucked dry by Wang Chong, and he fell from Wang Chong's hand like a ragged sack. With Abu Sengji's energy, Wang Chong's strength had once more swelled to another level. St. Martial Tier 6 or 7 is still not enough. I thought that Daluan Ruozen would at least send out a brigadier general, but it seems like he's even more cautious than I thought. Given Wang Chong's current strength, he wouldn't even need to use the God King Yama to easily kill anyone who wasn't a top-class general. Abu Sengji alone was far from being his match. Marquis. As Wang Chong was slowly drawing back his energy, the sound of galloping hooves could be heard. Sun Jiming and the others dismounted and rushed to Wang Chong's side. How did it go? Wang Chong flicked his sleeves and raised his head. We killed more than 3,000 people in total. The rest have all escaped. The Uzun this time are very powerful, and it seems like Daluan Ruozen has made ample preparations. If not for Marquis's foresight, we really might have suffered heavy losses. Sun Jiming bowed. Sun Jiming admired Wang Chong from the bottom of his heart. Back at Deflecting Blade Manor, everyone had viewed Wang Chong as a god, and they all looked forward to fighting alongside Wang Chong on the battlefield. But it was only after fighting alongside Wang Chong on the battlefield that Sun Jiming truly understood how formidable Wang Chong was. So many people had surrounded the Uzun, but they had only managed to kill 3,000 some, and quite a few had even managed to escape. If not for Wang Chong's foresight, the Tang dynasty would have suffered grievous losses. All their ballistae would have been destroyed, and the Uzun would have been able to escape unscathed. In a battle against a legendary figure like Daluan Ruozen, one had to use all one's strength. One could not be the slightest bit careless. This was not something someone like Sun Jiming could contend against. In all of the Tang dynasty army, probably only Wang Chong could exchange blows with him. Not only could Wang Chong block his attacks, he could even suppress him. Marquis is even stronger than the legends of Deflecting Blade Manor say. Sun Jiming lowered his head and said sincerely to himself, "Very good. There's no need to worry about those who escaped. Tell Shui Qianjun to have the pursuing soldiers withdraw." Wang Chong indifferently said, "In addition, how are things on Li Sai's side?" Replying to Marquis, General Li and the others have already successfully infiltrated the camp. There's still no sign of activity on the Uzun side, so they probably haven't discovered anything yet. But based on the time, General Li and the others should be moving soon. Sun Jiming sternly said. In this night raid, Sun Jiming, Chung Sanyuan, and Kong Xian were merely a cover, bait. The army, led by Li Sai, was the true attacking force. Boom! As if in response to Sun Jiming's words, a massive explosion came from the distant Uzun camp. A bonfire was blasted into the sky by stellar energy and transformed into a firework that attracted the attention of countless people. "They're moving out." Sun Jiming's heart trembled as he subconsciously asked. The distant fireworks were like some sort of signal, instantly causing the quiet Tibetan camp to fall into an uproar. Shouts and shouts shook the heavens. In the darkness, countless Tibetans were charging toward the place where the fireworks were exploding. "Dalu and Ruozen, you're still a step behind." Wang Chong looked into the distance and smiled. Then he turned to Sun Jiming. "Sun Jiming, pass down my order. Tell Chun Burang to begin the operation." "Yes, Marquis." Receiving the order, Sun Jiming immediately flew off, disappearing into the darkness. Not long after he disappeared, 53, a shrill cry sounded. In the darkness, a massive boulder shot into the sky, drawing an arc in the air as it smashed toward the Uzun camp. And this boulder from the catapult had completely lifted the curtains on this three-way night raid. Chapter 941. What's going on? What happened? In the commander's tent behind the distant hills, Daluin Ruozen suddenly stood up, his face paling. He had already dispatched the soldiers to attack the Tang dynasty's ballistae, but before they could return with any success, something had happened in his own backyard. And what made Daluin Ruozen most uneasy was that even though he had made so many arrangements, heard the sounds of fighting, and seen so many fires, there had still been no report from the messengers. This sort of situation would have never occurred in Daluin Ruozen's plans. "Prime Minister, enemy attack. The Tang people have launched an attack." A panicked Uzun soldier rushed in upon hearing the noise. What about their numbers? Direction? Cavalry or infantry? Why has there still been no report? The sentries, have they not responded at all? Daluin Ruozen sternly said, almost instinctively sensing that something was wrong. Replying to Prime Minister, "We have no idea how many people they have or which direction they're coming from. The camp is in chaos. Everyone only knows that the Tang people have launched an attack, but we have no idea where they are." The Uzun soldier who had rushed in said, a look of unease on his face, "What?" Daluin Ruozen grimaced. Without time to speak, he strode over the metal table, threw aside the curtain, and rushed out of the tent. Behind him, Dusong Mangpoj and Huishu Wizong exchanged glances and followed. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew a spark toward Daluin Ruozen and Huishu Wizong, who had just walked out of the tent. In a flash, the spark was obliterated in the air. As the air howled, Daluin Ruozen and Huishu Wizong raised their heads. They immediately saw a massive and blurry silhouette flying over their heads. With a boom, it smashed into the camp behind them. "Aya!" Screams rang out as a blazing bonfire was struck by a massive meteor, exploding into fireworks. Catapults! As this thought flashed through Daluin Ruozen's mind, his entire body turned into a nasty grimace. What's going on? Didn't we already pull back the camp out of the range of the catapults? How could the Tang people's catapults still be able to throw so far and attack the camp behind us? At this moment, Dusong Mangpoj had walked to Daluin Ruozen's right side, his expression extremely grave. In the battle during the day, everyone had seen the power of the Tang dynasty's steel catapults. Almost all the catapults of the Uzun and Arabs had been destroyed by the Tang dynasty. Thus, when setting up camp at night, Daluin Ruozen had taken special precautions against this move. Other than a few sentries, 80% of the army was outside the range of the catapults. Hundreds of boulders rained down, covering almost all of the Uzun camp. This was not normal, because they've moved the catapults forward. Daluin Ruozen said. That sliver of unease in his heart had finally been confirmed. Only now did Wang Chong reveal his true move. The steel catapults in the city of Talas could not reach this place. He was completely sure that Wang Chong had moved these steel catapults out of the city of Talas and even moved them forward to an extremely far location. Only in this way could those steel catapults possibly reach the Yuzin camp. Catapults that had left the camp were very easy to destroy, but the pitch-black darkness provided the best cover for these catapults. Not even Dalu and Ruozin had expected Wang Chong to have such a move. At this moment, Dalu and Ruozin suddenly understood why no soldier had reported back after so long. Sentries. Where are the sentries? Why has there been no news of the Tang people's invasion? Dalu and Ruozin said sternly, although the stone rain from the catapults looked very powerful. In fact, it was all bark and no bite. The actual lethality was very limited. If they only relied on the attack of the catapults, even if the entire Uzun army fell into chaos, not many people would die. Dalu and Ruozin knew that the attack of these catapults was not the real goal. They were just a cover. The real main force of the attack was definitely an army of the Tang people that had already sneaked in. However, Dalu and Ruozin had already made full preparations. If the sentries were attacked, he must have received the news. Until now, Dalu and Ruozin still did not know what the problem was. Prime Minister, there is no trace of the enemy in front. Prime Minister, there is no trace of the enemy in front. Prime Minister, there is no trace of the enemy in front. A constant stream of news came from the sentries. Even though the camp was in chaos, the information system Dalu and Ruozin had established was still working. But to everyone's shock, even though the camp was in chaos and screams could be heard, the sentries had not reported the presence of any Tang dynasty cavalry. How could this be? Huishu Wizang and Dusong Mangpoj looked at each other in dismay. Even though they did not have sufficient evidence, their great general's intuition told them that a Tang dynasty army had definitely infiltrated their camp. However, the information they received from the sentry post in front of them made them completely unsure. Screams rose and fell from every direction. In the darkness, it was impossible to tell whether these were the clangs of swords or the crashing of catapults. Even the best of great generals would be rendered useless in the face of this purest strategy. Prime Minister, I'll go and take a look, Huishu Wizang suddenly said, and before he could finish speaking, he had already taken off, moving so quickly that no one could react. Prime Minister, I'll also go and take a look. A few moments later, Dusong Mangpoj also took off, choosing a different direction and vanishing into the darkness. Dalu and Ruozin did not even have time to stop him. As top-class great generals, although they could not see through Wang Chong's plan, they still had their own methods of seeing through it. A peak Saint Marshal Imperial Great General wouldn't need much time to patrol the entire camp. Prime Minister, do you need me to go? Duwu Sili's voice came from behind him as he walked out of his tent. Few people noticed that one of the Western Turkic messengers had silently departed, vanishing in another direction. The Tang dynasty's attack this time had been extremely abrupt and clever. Duwu Sili had no choice but to worry about his own army. Thus, when Dalu and Ruozin and the others had left the commander's camp, Duwu Sili had been waiting for news. But based on the results, the Tang dynasty had chosen to attack the Yuzin people. This was good news for the Western Turks. There's no need. Dalu and Ruozin immediately refused. Huishu Wizang and Dusong Mangpoj were enough. Sending 3 great generals would be a waste of time and energy, and if something unexpected happened, they would not be able to respond. Someone, pass on my order. If any place is under attack, report it to me. As Duwu Sili looked on in surprise, Dalu and Ruozin lowered his head, extended a finger, and began to draw a map on the ground. Duwu Sili glanced at it and immediately recognized it. The map of the Uzun camp. Not good. Enemy attack. The great general has ordered everyone to go and provide reinforcements. Somewhere in the middle of the Uzun camp, the army was in chaos. Tensum Uzun soldiers panicked and began to flee toward the sentry post. What? Where? An Uzun soldier was on high alert, scanning the area like a hawk. When he heard the commotion, he paled and turned his head. Over there. The leading Tibetan horseman turned his head to point in a certain direction. At this moment, the air whistled as a massive boulder fell from the sky. Boom! Bonfires soared into the sky, and screams filled the air. Follow me. With no time to think, the leading Uzun general unsheathed his saber and ordered the surrounding soldiers to charge toward the area where the boulder had fallen. But as the two groups of soldiers brushed past each other, squelch! The sharp edge of a sword pierced through the Uzun general's body and protruded out of his back. The thick plate armor on the Uzun general's body could even block the finest swords and sabers of the Arabian Empire, but it was like paper in front of this sword. Time seemed to stop at this moment. The gathered Tibetan warriors were both shocked and enraged, all of them stunned by this sight. "Milord! Bastards, you dare attack Milord! Kill them!" No one had expected that the kinsmen who had just fled and gathered the reinforcements would attack them. Clang, clang, clang. Countless sabers and swords were unsheathed, aimed at the kinsmen, and howled as they charged forward. At this moment, the most shocked was the Uzun general who had been stabbed by the sword. This sword had been too sudden, and he had been completely unprepared. You're not one of us." In the final moment, the most clear-headed person was the Uzun general. Shock, astonishment, but even more than that, extreme rage. Boom! The moment the sword pierced through the Uzun general, a majestic stellar energy swept out of his body. Even though he was injured, the Uzun general was still as powerful as ever. Die for me! A cold light flashed through the Uzun general's eyes. Even if he had to die, he would drag this person down with him. But the Uzun general's final attack was met with an even more powerful and majestic sword chi. This sword was like a mountain, and with a single slash, the Uzun general's head was cut off. Kill them. Chapter 942. Bang! With Huang Boshin's order, the Tensum Uzun soldiers behind him drew their incomparably sharp Wuzi steel swords and charged at the Uzun soldiers near the sentry tower. Swish! 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 The soldiers near the sentry tower were no match for them at all, and they fell to their swords in anger. Only the Tang dynasty's Wushang cavalry could kill a Uzun soldier with a wave of their hand. The plate armor of the Uzun soldiers was like nothing in front of the sharp Wuzi steel swords. Although the Tang dynasty soldiers under Huang Boshin's command were fewer in number, their teamwork was better, their strength was higher, and their weapons and equipment were more formidable. In the blink of an eye, Uzun soldiers fell to the ground in droves, their corpses strewn all over the sentry tower. Those who could participate in this night raid were the elites of the elites, and the battle ended much faster than expected. A few moments later, besides Huang Batian and the Tensum Tang dynasty soldiers behind him, there were no longer any Uzun soldiers standing behind them. "Let's go!" Huang Batian glanced around, sword in hand. Without the slightest hesitation, he led a group of Tang dynasty elites disguised as Uzun soldiers in a charge in another direction. The Uzun soldiers reacted much faster than expected. Even with a large number of catapults acting as cover, hundreds of boulders raining down on the Uzun camp, causing a great disturbance, the battle around the sentry tower quickly attracted a large number of Uzun soldiers. The sound of horse hooves rang out, and battle cries shook the heavens. Enemy attack! Someone is attacking the sentry tower! Come with me! Hurry and reinforce the sentry tower! The Tang people! It must be the Tang people! Follow me to kill them all! The sound of hooves and footsteps rapidly approached, but before these people could arrive, Huang Batian had already led his group away. They had come in too much of a hurry, and the battle had ended too quickly. In addition, these people had no desire to continue fighting. By the time they arrived, all they saw was a ground littered with corpses. Everyone, keep up, don't fall behind. Remember what Marquis said before, Daluin Ruozin is very smart and good at calculation. From the moment we attacked the sentry tower, he was quickly calculating our position. We must never, ever stay in one place. Huang Batian said harshly, This operation was led by Li Sai, but everyone knew that the real mastermind behind this was definitely not Li Sai, but Wang Chong, who was far away in the military camp. Understood, everyone responded. In this night raid against the Uzun army had fallen into an extremely passive position. Perhaps not even Daluan Ruozhen knew that he had fallen completely into Wang Chong's control. The rhythm of this battle, whether it was the feint or the final attack, as well as Daluan Ruozhen's calculating abilities, had all been calculated by Wang Chong. Perhaps not even Daluan Ruozhen knew that he had already lost this battle. Kill! A few moments later, a heaven-shaking battle cry resounded through the air once more. But this time it came from a place nearly 1,000 feet away from the sentry tower. If one paid attention, they would discover that Huang Batian and the others didn't randomly choose a place to attack. Each place was extremely far away and seemed to follow some sort of pattern. And if one looked down from a higher vantage point, they would discover that the entire Uzun camp was filled with battle cries that seemed to be connected to each other. Meanwhile, behind the hills, next to the Uzun commander's tent, Daluan Ruozhen was kneeling on one knee, his slender finger constantly moving. His brow was tightly furrowed and his lips were moving, a sharp light constantly flashing through his eyes. Ever since the battle began, all sorts of information had been pouring in from all directions. Every time a location was attacked, Daluan Ruozhen would make a mark on the map of the camp. The entire map of the campsite was already densely packed with markings, and these markings were constantly increasing. Daluan Ruozhen was half-squatting there, motionless, but his mind was rapidly calculating. At this time, even the celestial wolf, great General Dewussili, was quietly standing behind him, not disturbing him. The ability that Daluan Ruozhen had displayed was astonishing even to someone like Dewussili. From the perspective of martial arts, Daluan Ruozhen's intellect was insignificant, but his strength was reflected in an even higher level of difficulty that ordinary people could only look up to. In the realm of intelligence, the role of force was negligible, but the role of intelligence was decisive. In this realm of strategy, Daluan Ruozhen was unquestionably the greatest general. Found it! A sharp light suddenly flashed through Daluan Ruozhen's eyes. Daluan Ruozhen raised his head, his furrowed brow finally relaxing. Someone, call General Huoba Senji over. Have him bring his troops here immediately. Clang! Daluan Ruozhen suddenly pulled out the long sword at his waist and stabbed it deeply into the northeast corner of the map. Wang Chong, I've underestimated you, but this round is far from over. The wind whistled. Daluan Ruozhen stood in front of the tent, his robes fluttering in the wind, his eyes bursting with a startling light. He could now basically determine Wang Chong's plan. More than 20 small teams were feints, constantly harassing and confusing his judgment, but the real main force was actually at the northeast corner. Daluan Ruozhen could even determine that the main force of this night attack would definitely be a considerable number of Wushang cavalry. Without this level of strength, it would be impossible to complete this night attack. And the one who could command these Wushang cavalry was probably only that fierce general of the Tang dynasty called Li Sai. As long as Huoba Senji and the Mutri Great Cavalry were sent over, they would be able to wipe out the night attack in one fell swoop and completely change the situation of the Uzun in this battle. Huoba Senji, remember, advance in this direction. You must not let them discover you and outflank them. I want you to wipe them all out in one fell swoop. In the dark night, a burly figure appeared in front of Daluan Ruozhen. Looking at Huoba Senji, Daluan Ruozhen stretched out his right hand and suddenly pulled out the long sword on the ground. He drew an S-shaped curve on the map of the camp on the ground. Understood. Huoba Senji lowered his head and glanced at it. Then he quickly turned around and disappeared into the darkness. Prime Minister, I'll go too. A vigorous voice suddenly came from behind. Dewussili took a step forward and suddenly spoke. After a few moments of hesitation, Daluan Ruozhen nodded. In this clash, Yusang had already lost the initiative. Only a thunderous move could reverse the tide and reverse the tide. The ish! In a flash of light, de Wussely vanished into the darkness. As the 3 Uzun generals and the Western Turkic Great General vanished into the darkness, accompanied by the departure of the Mutri Great Cavalry and Hobasanji, an invisible killing intent slowly unfurled in the sky and began to strike back at the Tang dynasty's night attack. Daluin Ruozen's intelligence was far more unfathomable than the average person could imagine. Even though there was no evidence that the camp in the northeast corner had suffered a large-scale attack and no news had been sent, Daluin Ruozen's judgment was correct. But Daluin Ruozen's judgment was correct. At this moment, the northeastern corner of the Tibetan camp was filled with the glint of swords and the light of fire, signs of a fierce battle. If one looked carefully, one would see thick smoke and the corpses of thousands of Uzun soldiers strewn across the ground. In the center of this camp was a force of more than 4,000 elite Tang soldiers, all of them wearing the armor of the Uzun people. They had assumed various battle formations and were charging forward, engaging in repeated slaughter. Wherever the army passed, men and horses were thrown off their feet, and all the Uzun soldiers were cut down like weeds. Messengers, generals, and officers of all ranks, all the Uzun soldiers involved in the transmission of information, were the main targets of these attacks. Thus, despite the intensity of the battle and its scale, the news had not been able to get out in time. "Everyone, hear my order! Pass on my order! After 10 breaths, all soldiers are to retreat." In the center of the army, Li Sai's loud and clear voice resounded through the sky. Before his voice faded away, Li Sai grasped the Wuzi steel sword with both hands and fiercely slashed forward. Boom! With an earth-shattering boom, a magnificent sword chi of more than 10 zhang long streaked across the sky and landed heavily on the densely packed Uzun cavalry that was charging over. Ah! Amid the shrill screams, the powerful chi exploded. More than 10 Uzun cavalrymen and their horses were sent flying into the sky like kites with their strings cut. 5 or 6 Uzun cavalrymen were directly cut in half by Li Sai's sword chi, and their blood splattered over a radius of 10 zhang. In the face of a top expert like Li Sai, this so-called army of the Uzun was too weak. Kill! In the dark night, battle cries rose to the sky. Countless Uzun soldiers surged over from all directions. One army charged past Li Sai about 20 zhang away and disappeared into the darkness in the distance. Another army fought side by side with Li Sai's ally, charging towards the Uzun army on the opposite side. Both sides fought fiercely. The Uzun armor worn by Li Sai's army played a key role. In the dark, the Uzun people could only hear the battle cries, but they could not tell the difference between friend and foe. Originally, the Uzun people were shorter than the Central Plainsmen, and they could still be distinguished from their stature. However, the Uzun army brought by Daluin Ruozen were all the elites of the elites. Compared to the ordinary Uzun people, they were much taller and stronger. Basically, they were no different from the Han people, and it was impossible to tell the difference just from their stature. The Uzun people had the unique redness of the plateau on their cheeks, which could not be seen in the dark at all. Even the faces of the Tang dynasty army, which was illuminated by the light of the bonfire, also showed a redness of the plateau. Chapter 943. But despite his unstoppable momentum, Li Sai did not relax in the slightest. On the contrary, his expression grew even more solemn and nervous. Remember, in this night raid against Daluin Ruozen, you can't be the slightest bit careless, even if you have the cover from the catapults, even if you have the armor of the Uzun soldiers, and even if you have 20-some teams to harass and confuse his judgment. Given Daluin Ruozen's abilities, you won't be able to delay him for too long. Moreover, the Uzun and Western Turks still have 3 great generals. So once the time is up, you must immediately retreat without the slightest hesitation. As the winds held around him, Li Sai recalled the words Wang Chong had repeatedly warned him before the operation. In a battle between experts, every second mattered, and between top-class strategists like Wang Chong and Daluan Ruozhen, every second could mean a completely different result. A battle of wits and schemes was different from a battle of martial arts. There was no smoke of gunpowder, no fierce glints of swords, but it was far more dangerous. In a battle of martial arts, whether one won or lost, the most casualties would be one person, perhaps several dozen, or even 100. But a battle of wits and schemes would often result in the deaths of thousands, tens of thousands, or even millions. This was something that no martial arts could compare to. In this battle of wits and schemes, not even a general like Li Sai could interfere. All he could do was faithfully and perfectly carry out Wang Chong's every step and decision. Nay, war horses neighed as Li Sai led his army through the Uzun camp. In a few short moments, wave after wave of Uzun soldiers fell to the iron hooves of the Tang dynasty. But when the battle was at its most intense, Li Sai glanced at the sky and immediately gave an order. Retreat! With a loud roar, more than 4,000 elites of the Tang dynasty, as well as more than 20 squads scattered in different parts of the Uzun camp, seemed to have sensed something in advance. Abruptly, they pulled the reins and rushed towards the second defense line of the Tang dynasty. This action was so sudden that the Uzun people behind them were all dumbstruck, and none of them could say a word. After him. A moment later, these people finally reacted and chased after him, cutting formation. However, in the distance, Li Sai and the others seemed to have expected this. With a cutting formation, they turned around and killed all the Uzun people who were chasing after them. Only then did they continue to retreat to the Tang dynasty's camp. Boom! Almost not long after Li Sai and the others left, smoke and dust billowed, and an army wearing gold and red armors flew out of the flames. Damn it! I was a step too late. Huoba Senji clenched his fists and clenched his teeth as he stared in the direction of the Tang army's retreat. Following Daluan Ruozhen's orders, he had done his best to circle around and charge over, but the Tang people had apparently predicted this and retreated first. This made Huoba Senji feel like he had punched nothing but air, and his heart ached. "My lord, what do we do?" A Mutri, great horseman, asked. Huoba Senji said nothing, a pensive look in his eyes. According to Daluan Ruozhen's plans, they should have been engaged in fierce battle with the enemy. But there was no doubt that Daluan Ruozhen's calculations had been off, and he needed to make a decision for himself. Buzz! Just as he was deep in thought, a strange feeling suddenly appeared in his heart. Huoba Senji suddenly turned his head, only to see an enormous aura rapidly approaching from the northwest. Before the person had even gotten close, an astonishing howl had already entered everyone's ears like rolling thunder. This is the celestial wolf, great general of the Western Turks. Huoba Senji's pupils constricted in recognition, but Dewusili clearly did not notice them. With a howl, he and his horse shot past the Mutri great cavalry like a bolt of lightning, vanishing into the darkness. Where do you think you're going? In the distance, they could still hear Dewusili's furious roar. Let's go. Let's pursue him together. Huoba Senji's eyes flashed as he quickly came up with an idea. More than 5,000 Mutri, great iron cavalry, gave chase as fast as lightning. General, what do we do? It's the celestial wolf, great general of the Western Turks. A Wushang horseman suddenly said, a nervous look in his eyes. Dewusili's shout could be heard even from a great distance. More importantly, everyone could sense the powerful storm of energy coming from Dewusili's body, rapidly advancing like a bolt of lightning. At this speed, it would only take a few moments for Dewusili to catch up. For a top-class imperial great general to charge into their ranks would be an unimaginable disaster. There's no need to worry. Li Sai only smiled, his expression relaxed. Marquis predicted all of this. Everyone, proceed according to the plan. Before his voice faded away, Li Sai suddenly squeezed the horse's abdomen and accelerated forward. Humph! Do you think you can escape? Behind him, Dewussely rode his mighty Turkic steed through the darkness, his eyes blazing with a fierce light. If one looked carefully, one would see that his eyes were bursting with rage. Dewussely had set off right behind Hobasenji, but unlike Hobasenji, Dewussely did not need to take a roundabout route. With his great general strength, he should have been able to get there first, but reality was the complete opposite. When Dewussely emerged from the Uzun commander's tent, he saw that his camp was ablaze. At some point, Wang Chang's catapult square had targeted his western Turkic camp, and all sorts of information was being sent to him. He had even received news that the Uzun had attacked his camp and that the two sides had even begun to fight. Although Dewussely was in a hurry to deal with the Tang raiding in the night, he could not remain indifferent to this sort of news. But by the time he got there, all the stone catapults had vanished, and all the urgent reports had vanished. All that was left was the news of the conflict between the Western Turks and the Tibetans. Dewussely immediately felt like he had been made a fool of. As one of the best great generals of the Western Turkic Khaganate, Dewussely had never suffered such a humiliation, which was why he had come out in such a furious manner. No matter where you run, only death awaits you. Dewussely's killing intent surged into the heavens. To Dewussely, exterminating this Tang dynasty army of 4,000 to 5,000 was as easy as turning over his hand. But as Dewussely was galloping forward, the 4,000 to 5,000 Tang dynasty cavalry suddenly scattered like birds and beasts. Oh! Dewussely's heart skipped a beat. He had never imagined that the Tang raiding army would use this sort of method to scatter and flee in every direction. A single target had instantly become several thousand. Even a great general like Dewussely couldn't help but feel his hair stand on end. Damn it! Dewussely clenched his fists, his entire body about to go crazy with rage. For a moment, he actually didn't know what to do. But soon, Dewussely's eyes flashed with cold light as he chose a tall figure in front of him. I'll kill you first, and then I'll kill the others. Dewussely urged his horse forward, locking onto Li Sai. Li Sai's body was far too imposing and muscular, his 2-meter-tall frame extremely conspicuous in the darkness. In the battle during the day, Dewussely had already deeply remembered this commander of the Wushang cavalry. If he could kill this sword-wielding commander of the Tang dynasty, he would definitely deal a massive blow to the Tang dynasty cavalry. Die for me! With a fierce roar, Dewussely leaped into the air, man and horse using the celestial wolf's divine procession. From a distance, Dewussely was like a shooting star, pursuing Li Sai with astonishing speed. Even though Li Sai was the commander of the Wushang cavalry, there was still a massive gap between him and a top-class imperial great general like Celestial Wolf Great General Dewussely. Boom! Before even arriving, Dewussely slashed out with his hand, unleashing a magnificent sword chi more than 100 feet long. Even Li Sai paled in comparison to the power of this attack. Not good. As Li Sai rode on his Fergana horse, he sensed the sharp and fierce energy behind him, and his heart sank. At this moment, Li Sai suddenly sensed an intense aura of death. He had been galloping as fast as he could, but he hadn't expected Dewussely to be even more brilliant than he had expected. The sharpness and speed of this attack made it impossible for him to dodge. However, right when Li Sai was overwhelmed with shock and closed his eyes to await his death, a faint voice suddenly resounded in the night sky, and it revealed a mocking tone. Celestial Wolf Great General, I've been waiting for you for a long time. An enormous energy erupted from nowhere, and before Li Sai could react, a terrifying sword chi at the peak of the Saint Martial realm swept past Li Sai and collided with Dewussely. Rumble! There was a heaven-shaking boom as endless rays of light and sword chi swept through the surroundings, accompanied by fierce gales. Two supreme great generals had collided in the wilderness, and even Li Sai couldn't help but be alarmed by this terrifying collision. Gao Xianji, a thought flitted through Li Sai's mind. In the entire northwest of the Tang dynasty, the only person who could single-handedly contend against a great general like De Wussili was probably Gao Xianji. Damn it, it's you. Chapter 944. The timing of Gao Xianji's appearance had been far too coincidental. From the past until now, De Wussili had felt like he was being held back at every turn. Although his opponent had been different each time, De Wussili had always been able to faintly see the same face behind each incident. Whenever he thought of that young figure, De Wussili couldn't help but feel vexed. Martial strength and intelligence, two completely different strengths, were clashing in a different way, and in this clash, De Wussili was unquestionably at a disadvantage. De Wussili, for better or worse, you're still the Erkin of the Western Turks, one of the elite great generals of Mount Sanmi. Don't you think it's beneath your dignity to chase down a general like this? Gao Xianji stood in the darkness, his sword in one hand and a mocking smile on his face. Gao Xianji, I won't waste my breath. Since you've appeared, I can't be bothered to continue chasing. Let's meet on the battlefield. De Wussili suppressed the killing intent in his heart, gave a vicious glare, and then galloped off. Battles between great generals were often extremely costly and time-consuming. Since Gao Xianji had appeared, De Wussili understood that there was no need to continue fighting. Showing no desire to fight, he quickly vanished into the night. Gao Xianji quietly stood there with a smile on his lips. He made no attempt to stop De Wussili as he vanished into the distance. My lord, it really was as Wang Chong predicted. The great general sent by Daluan Ruozhen truly was De Wussili. Not long after De Wussili left, a voice came from behind him. Chan Qianli, the vice protector general of the Anqi Protectorate Army, strode forward, his hand pressed to the sword at his waist. Huishu Wizong and Dusong Mangpoj are both great generals of the Yuzhen and are inextricably linked to Daluan Ruozhen. Their every move is under Daluan Ruozhen's control. Of the entire Yuzhen and Western Turkic army, only De Wussili can chase them out. Gao Xianji faintly smiled. Gao Xianji was an extremely formidable, great general in the art of war, and in terms of tactics he was very similar to Wang Chong. But it was precisely because of this that Gao Xianji felt an increasing appreciation for Wang Chong, a feeling that he regretted not having met him earlier. Gao Xianji had never imagined that the Tang dynasty would have such a person. If he had known about this person, he would have used his status as Anqi Protector General to recruit him to the Western regions. If the two of them worked together, the Western regions would have been far different from its current state. Let's go. By leaving the camp, we've already given them enough time and opportunity. The Arabs should have already begun their attack. Gao Xianji faintly smiled, and as he spoke he slowly turned around and began to walk toward the other side of Talaz. If one wanted to deal with something, one had to first take it. He had not appeared here just to stop De Wussili. If one wanted to bait a fish, one had to first give it bait. This was a principle that would never change. On the other side, in the darkness, Hubasenji and a group of golden-red armored Mutri great cavalry stared at Gao Xianji's back. Although they were filled with reluctance, they had no choice but to suppress it. Withdraw! With this order, the group left as quickly as they had come. Heavens! Plush, plush, plush. Gao Xianji's judgment had been correct. Back in time, when Gao Xianji had been resisting De Wussili, arrows had shot out of the darkness, each of them striking the furnaces and torches behind the first defense line. Pung, pung, pung. There was a series of light explosions, and a burst of stellar energy erupted from the arrows. With a flash of light, the torches were all extinguished, and the originally bright first line of defense was instantly plunged into darkness. Careful! Enemy attack! In the darkness, the Tang dynasty soldiers behind the second defense line immediately reacted. Dish! The vigilant soldier had barely finished speaking when an arrow shot out like a viper, piercing through his neck. The throat of the vigilant Tang dynasty soldier gurgled, and his eyes went wide as he toppled to the ground. Clang, clang, clang. In a flash of cold light, the Tang dynasty soldiers behind the first defense line began to pull out their swords and sabers, their muscles bulging as they nervously looked beyond the walls. Shield men, defend! Use the large shields to block the gap. A voice rang out in the darkness, and the training of the Tang dynasty began to show at this moment. Even though they did not know how many soldiers the other side had or what kind of soldiers they had, the Tang dynasty generals behind the defense line quickly made the correct response. In a flash, the shield men of the Tang dynasty charged toward the gap, the shields in their hands the height of a man slamming down on the gap. At the same time, they leaned forward and took up a defensive stance. No matter how many people the other side had or how they attacked, as long as the Tang dynasty could block the gap, no matter how capable the other side was, they would be powerless. But while the Tang dynasty had reacted quickly, the enemy in the darkness had reacted even faster. Nay. The neighing of a war horse resounded through the night sky, breaking the silence of the night. In the darkness, a series of earth-shattering roars resounded like landslides and tsunamis. It was unknown how many enemies were approaching the first line of defense. They had been lying in ambush here for an unknown period of time. Only now did they erupt and launch a fierce attack. Kill them. Everyone, charge with me. Anyone who disobeys will die. Kill all these Tang people. Rumble. Gales buffeted the steel walls, and in the blink of an eye, thousands of Arab cavalry charged out of the darkness, their eyes bright and fierce. Plush, blush. In front of these Arab cavalry, countless arrows rained down like a swarm of locusts. In a flash, countless Tang dynasty soldiers had been shot to the ground. Accompanying this volley of arrows was the attack of the Arab cavalry. Boom! 2 huge horseshoes appeared in the darkness and heavily crashed onto a huge, heavy shield at the gap with a thunderous momentum. The heavy horseshoes and the heavy infantry shields collided fiercely, causing a heavy metal boom that reverberated in the air above the first defense line, which was so loud that it seemed to break people's eardrums. With a groan, the Tang dynasty shield man behind the heavy shields paled and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. But he had managed to endure this heavy blow. But before he could even catch his breath, a second pair of hooves slammed into the infantry shields, and then a third, a fourth, 5 of the sturdiest Arab war horses slammed into the heavy shields of the Tang infantrymen. Not even the seasoned Arab infantryman could stop this enormous force. Boom! The Tang infantryman was sent flying along with his shield. The Arab cavalry in the rear swiftly surged forward. Kill! Arab roars shook the heavens. The Arabs had prepared for this ambush for a long time. Whether it was the initial volley of arrows or the cavalry, they were both swift and fierce. Boom, boom, boom. In a few short moments, countless Arab cavalry had crossed the steel walls and charged into the Tang dynasty positions. Stop them. Light the fires. Even in the face of this chaos, the Tang dynasty generals did not lose their composure. Fwish! In the distance, outside the range of the battle, torches were thrown over. The nearby reinforcements quickly prepared themselves, and in a few short moments, hundreds of torches had been thrown over the battlefield. In the light of the torches, the savage figures of the Arab horsemen could be seen. Up! With a roar, the Tang dynasty soldiers charged at the Arab cavalry, none of them panicking. However, before the surrounding reinforcements could rush over, another wave of unexpected changes occurred. The Ish! With a shrill whistle, a dazzling white arc of light like a bright moon crossed the first defense line, cutting through the necks of the first and second Tang dynasty infantrymen and flying through the ranks of the Arab soldiers behind the defense line. Another arc of light whistled through the air, followed by a second, a third. In a few short moments, Countless arcs of light had emerged from the darkness and recklessly danced through the ranks of the Tang Dynasty soldiers. With each arc of light, a Tang Dynasty soldier would fall into a pool of blood. These hundreds of arcs of light were both fast and accurate, creating a bloody dance of death in the ranks of the Tang Dynasty soldiers. Clang! A Tang Dynasty soldier pulled out his sword, and a fierce white sword light flashed through the air, striking the arc of light in the air. With a clang, the arc of light turned, and not only did it not slow down, it actually accelerated and slashed at another Tang Dynasty soldier. With a swish, there was a flash of white light and a splash of blood. The soldier behind the defense line immediately fell to the ground, motionless. How could this be? What's going on here? Everyone, careful. It's the scimitars of Arabia. There's something strange about their scimitars. The orderly ranks of the Tang Dynasty soldiers behind the first defense line instantly fell into chaos. These dazzling arcs of light had come too quickly and too suddenly, and they were too small, making them too difficult to defend against. In just a few moments, the unprepared Tang Dynasty soldiers had suffered grievous losses. Hahadai, on this continent, no one can stop my wings of death. In the distance, more than 300 zhang from the first defense line, a stalwart warhorse stood in the darkness. Mounted upon this horse was the fierce Arab General Nerman, a savage smile on his face. The screams of the fallen Tang Dynasty soldiers were the most beautiful music in the world to him. Come, come. The more of you come, the more people will die. Nerman looked into the distance, his eyes squinting, bursting with the crazed and excited light of a wild beast.